Yeah, I love how fast you manage to get here sometimes, Becky. Like it happens so often now. Like I'll start the space and like 10 seconds later you'll be here because you get that notification. That's dope.
It threw me out and I couldn't get back in. Ocean was saying come back, and I'm like, I don't know how. Every time I'd click on the link, it would just show it dead.
Logan, did I send you a link that was like spam or something?
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't have that on my end.
What
It's
did you send me?
I sent you a picture.
Oh, you want to try again? Just send me like a the picture file instead of like a link to it.
It was okay.
I'm ready to turn it back over to you guys, anyways.
Oh, I was just gonna invite you to host. Do you are you done doing it now? It's you've been doing it for a while, right?
Oh my gosh. Since about 4 o'clock this morning, maybe?
12
What
hours,
happened to my
13 hours. Damn.
space?
Yeah, I came in and Ocean was kind of crashing, and then Screen crashed on me
I crashed on you. Like the
at
oh well,
some
my phone died, and then I was like, fuck, and then I just fell asleep. So
And at some point, the space crashed on us twice, and I had to start new spaces because everybody was like in a real good conversation.
I don't remember closing the space. I don't remember. I woke up. I didn't know where my phone was. And I'm like, oh no.
It's funny, Emily. I saw you were hosting, so I logged on to listen to you, and you never spoke.
That happens to us sometimes.
oh yeah, the early
I
morning hours are wild.
Yes.
I tried to play with the spirit board last night and it was a dud. And then I ended up just passing out. And I was like, I just left it going. I guess I don't know. I was there in Dreamland. Maybe me and Screen met up in Dreamland finally.
Maybe. At one point, it said, oh, the host is having connection issues. And I said, oh, guys, I don't know what's about to happen, but here's what could happen. And I mean, just like that, the lights went out.
Were people still talking though? It was
Oh,
still
yeah.
everyone was being nice at least.
Oh, yeah. We were having a real conversation by then.
Because that's what I fear is that like I walk away or I fall asleep and then like people are like being mean and then I'm not there to be like, don't be mean.
No. We took care of them.
Oh,
Where's
Alexander, do you want to go ahead and finish what you were saying?
Oh yeah, for sure. Also, did Chase say Shane has something going too soon? I think it like uh quarter past,
Does he hold one every night
half
now?
past. I don't know.
I was yeah, thanks. I was just gonna continue the Bob Lazar thing. I don't know if that's over, but um, like the thing about Los Alamos, it's so interesting because they had him like, they had him like dead to rights. Like everyone was like, oh yeah, this guy's bogus. Like the government came out, showed that he didn't work here, and then they were able to find employment records from Los Alamos, whether it was through like a recruiter or I don't remember the exact details about that, but so it's like that proves that aspect of the Bob Lazar story. But then like even that kind of silly anecdote that I said about him calling into our tech support line, it's interesting because the other my coworkers, when they were talking about him, were like, yeah, who's that rapist who's like a UFO nut called in? And I was like, well, I want to hear who you guys are talking about. And they're like, yeah, some famous UFO guy called in, and we looked him up, and he was, like he's trafficking women or something. I was like, huh? And then I figured out it was Bob Lazar. They showed me the case and stuff, and basically, they saw that he ran a brothel in Las Vegas, where I don't know if it was legal then, but it's just funny how to see how that disinformation works, and how that Bob Lazar was not telling the truth. I mean, why did they go through such deep disinformation tactics against him. And there was also another person mentioned one time that like regarding him bringing everyone out to the test flights, that Bob Bigelow said that it was just a Mylar balloon, and that, like, you know, he like didn't like Bob Lazar or something. But then I went back and watched the video that the interview that they referenced, and he never mentioned anything about a Mylar balloon. So it's just an issue. I was wondering if anyone had actually seen that clip with Bob Bigelow saying that it was just a Mylar balloon.
I can't believe he said that. If he did say that, that's ridiculous. What a dick.
I don't know that he did though, and you know, it's just funny to see how people, especially with such a divisive figure who's got so much disinformation kind of swirling around them, how kind of just at some point, you know, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like a top, you know, you start spinning it, you know, centrifugal force keeps it spinning.
I saw like the video of because when they went out there with their friends or whatever for those couple nights, they filmed it. I think maybe I'm tripping, but they're like orb like kind of craft from what it seems like. From what I can remember, but that's the way they describe them too. And I don't know if those were actually UFOs or if they were actually maybe just, you know, the site testing some kind of new like plasma technologies, which is what they actually kind of claimed they were doing. But yeah, I mean, who knows? He claims that early man was genetically modified by extraterrestrials too. I mean, he says a lot of I don't think he says that anymore, but I'm gonna post a video of him saying that in the thread right now.
That's definitely a recurring theme though, right?
From him or
just in ufology, you know?
Oh yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it's been
It's probably true.
From all the way around.
yeah, I definitely, I mean, try to keep everything on the table until we figured what the hell's going on, because there's clearly something going on, and there's clearly some pretty strange stuff accompanying it. So
I should have recorded that space yesterday.
Yes, I wish you had of. I would love to have that star drive thing.
I will say my belief is totally that they are genetically modifying us. Like, you wouldn't ask a rat to test on it, right? But you're not necessarily just going to go kill the rat after the test either. So, I mean, that's kind of good and kind of
I don't
bad.
think that's a fair comparison. I mean, they can talk to us, right? We can't talk to a rat though.
Well, you can teach it things. Now, will it fully understand you? Probably not, but
Animals feel love and feel hate. That's a universal language. How you treat an animal, how an animal treats you, that's universal.
Yep.
like it's talking
Don't
to
fuck
us.
around with animals.
It's talking to us might be like us telling our dog, no, don't poop on the carpet, you know? Basically, don't blow up nukes in the backyard. Am I making sense?
yes. The nuke thing's interesting because like we continued to test them, you know. It's if it was, you know, there's that theory that it causes some sort of perturbance in space and time in like a way that we don't understand. Maybe that's the atom bomb, or the hydrogen bomb. Maybe that's like, you know, maybe that was why. But we started seeing them right at the beginning of nuclear age, so definitely around before that too.
What I found interesting is like how different religions and different belief systems look at giants. Like we were talking, Taylor was in, and we were doing the whole giant talk. But like Norse mythology, some of the giants are bad, but like people also like bred with giants and gods and stuff. And then you look at other like belief systems, and like the giants were bad, or like the Nephilim or whatever. So it's kind of like it puts into perspective how like if they are doing like gene like altering in any way, or that type of thing, like how that could be perceived by different groups and on how they were treated?
That interview I posted in the thread, Jacques Vallée actually posits that same thing. Basically says that, like, if you look at the Bible, it's pretty much, the account of a scientific experiment that starts and they're not happy with the results and they restart it. He says it much more eloquently. But
Can you post that again?
Hey, you said they didn't restart what?
well, like with the great flood, we see these like Diluvian stories. Some people look at that as like the restarting of the experiment. I mean, some people have talked about dinosaurs, too, having been a previous experiment. I mean, I don't really see evidence for that, but don't see why not either.
Well, it seems like there was a flood, but like it was like multiple floods. Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily them doing it. I think those are probably just natural geological processes, but they're not going to necessarily come down and, I mean, they can't pick up, 8 billion people. It's like, where are you going to put them? You need a ship the size of Earth, basically.
Oh, they got those.
No, they have big ships, but not the size of Earth.
Oh,
like
yeah.
Earth is the one, unless you consider Earth the ship, which I kind of
Could
do.
be. They got some that's like the size of like the sun, bro.
I have not seen that.
Yeah, I'm just making stuff up. That could be true.
Rama.
Well, there you go. I mean, we've seen like footage of, like, haven't you seen like those ships that go by the sun? You know how big those craft have to be able to be seen? That compared, to the sun, that big, like bigger than Earth even. So if those are indeed UFO, then yeah, bigger than Earth craft they got. No problem. And sorry I was gone for a little bit. I just made like a huge thread about Bob Lazar and all the stuff we've been talking about, with like the video footage of him talking about it in the thread there. So I was just putting all that together.
I just wanted to add a point to what Alex was saying. Alexander was saying about the antediluvian, catastrophe. Oh, wait, I think it cut out. Do you hear me?
Yeah, what happened?
We can hear you.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I was just saying that if you look into the work of Robert Schoch, he went to Egypt and he tried to analyze basically the bedrock on the Giza plateau and try to date the age, basically when they were built, and they found basically like grooves on the side of the Sphinx. So those grooves need thousands of years of rain, and for up until like 10,000 BC, from 10,000 BC till now, that level of rain would need for Egypt at the time to be like almost an Amazon forest. So it would need like heavy rain to have those kind of grooves. And so he essentially says that those were probably built way before they are dated at around 2,500 years before Christ. So it's an interesting proposition he has there. And also, what's his name? Not Graham.
Grant
Randall
Cameron or Randall Carlson?
Carson, yeah, exactly. He's a geologist and he specializes in those and like great catastrophes that may have happened since we've known that just until recently that the earliest anatomically modern Homo sapien was dated to around 300,000 years. It was found in northern Africa, in Morocco, and it's called Jebel Irhoud or something like that. Irhoud, and that's the earliest anatomical modern Homo sapien that we found so far. So if you have a gap for like 300,000 years till 10,000 BC. And that gap is just crazy what happened in that. Like, he estimates up to like 70 events that were catastrophic to any sort of civilization that may have arisen every millennia. So that's like, it's just an unimaginable. So he has some ground work on that if anyone's is interested in that in his channel. But yeah, just wanted to pitch that in. Thank
No,
you.
actually, Mike had Randall Carlson on just a few days ago. So he was talking about the floods and why he thinks it was frozen basically over large
The mud
parts.
flood?
No, well, maybe. I'll just link the episode down below. Give me a sec.
Yeah. About the I definitely agree with the dating of the pyramids and the Sphinx and stuff with the water stuff, but the Sahara is expanding, and I'm pretty sure like as close as maybe I don't quote me. Actually, I'm probably going to be way off, but like 5,000 years ago, much of that area was lush and green, and it goes through cycles of desertification and back to lush and green. And like, regarding like the biblical stuff, I don't think it's smart to always include any sort of like dogma, but remember that history is a giant game of telephone, so a lot of these events get mixed up and conflated.
Dude, it's worse than a game of telephone because they go ahead and rewrite shit. So
Yes. According to Norm Macdonald, according to history, the winners won everything. Something like that.
yeah, they don't even want us to know our own history here. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I was not trying to imply that there was any kind of intervention or any like that it was caused by some other type of intelligence or anything like that. I was just stating that there are a lot of there were a lot of catastrophic events that may have been caused by, like you said, the glaciers or temperature drops, and then a sudden rise in temperature. But it just goes to show that Earth, whether we do our best to take care of the environment or not, it just doesn't care. Like, it will do what it has to do, and it's alive, whether you like it or not. Life will always spring back up, and it's just what it is.
And if the earth doesn't take care of it, the mighty hand will come down and smack us off.
Hell yeah. Hey, I don't know you, Prieris. What's up? How's it going?
I'm doing good. I just wanted to talk about the size of the ships. The one you see in my profile pic was 3,000 miles wide, kilometer wide, 2,000 miles, 3,000 kilometers. The NASA photographed it in the 90s, so they still have a lot to explain. And a ship that size can cause solar eclipses.
Dang, imagine that. Getting a solar. Oh, that reminds me. Oh, it's today's the 5th. There's a lunar eclipse on the 8th. So if you didn't know that, now you know. Write that down because it's going to be epic.
Can we
Yes,
see
yes,
it?
yes.
Oh,
I know.
sample. I put that recent Randall Carlson video up top, so definitely check that out if you want.
And
Can
about
we
about the
see it?
pyramids,
Well-spoken.
It's not about the pyramids, unfortunately, but it is pretty interesting stuff. I think it ties into the pyramid stuff too, if you think about it on a geological scale. It's more
Yeah.
about North America.
Oh, thank you,
Yeah,
Chase.
about the age of the pyramids, we should all read the Emerald Tablets. That explains a lot, and also the 7 Hermetic Principles, that everything is created with our minds.
I like the pyramid picture you posted. 2 days ago about the old is new, ancient is innovative. That you remember that
Yeah,
post? That's a cool picture.
yeah,
Is that a real
yes,
picture?
no, that's not mine picture, but the quote is, I think, is from the Emerald tablets, or is from Thoth, the Egyptian god Thoth. He wrote the Emerald tablets and the 7 Hermetic principles.
How do we know that?
Well, yeah, if they say so, and I believe that, yeah, they decoded the Emerald tablets, and one of the early translations is in a museum in Amsterdam. So yeah, everything is
What?
already known, but is still hidden.
I don't know like much about the tablets, other than like in regards to like their authenticity, like the originals were ever found. How do we know that he wrote those? Did someone just say they did, and throughout history we've just kind of been led to believe it's true? You know what I mean? What's what with that? And what's
They're
up, Becky?
very ancient, and people have been studying and reading them for a very long time.
Yeah, very, very old. I think it goes back like till the times of Atlantis, like 50,000 years, and the pyramids were built 36,000 years according to those tablets. Yeah, and indeed they studied them already for a long time. Yeah. Yeah, but Egypt really have a lot to explain. Eh? It's not the history is not like what Egyptian historians say.
Yeah, I think probably most people in here believe that the Egyptians, didn't build a lot of the megalithic crazy shit out there, but they just inherited it, or like most people do, they come across ancient sites and just take them over. You know what I mean? Rebuild or renovate or whatever.
Yeah, well,
Poorly in comparison,
yeah.
but
I think I make another post about it. They made it with levitation. With levitation, they made it. No slaves were involved in the building of the pyramids.
I don't think Zahi Hawass would agree with you on that. He found the builders' grave sites, and they weren't slaves. They signed up to do it, and they found all their bones in a special place that they set aside for them for the builders. So I don't know if that's been proven to be true or not, but that's the claim he's made, and I don't think he'd make it without something behind it. So, but I don't know. I haven't looked into it because I don't really give a shit. But yeah, about the Toth thing. Yeah, what's the story there? You still didn't answer my questions about it. How do we know like what we know about it? Something being old doesn't make it true. You know what I mean?
I think Froggy knows.
Yeah. Well, the Book of Thoth, it was a student. I've mentioned it in here before. I mean, it was a guy called Hermes Trismegistus. He wrote a book. It was over 10,000 years ago, and it all kind of ties in. It's like he came from Ur. I mean, it's like the city of Ur in Afghanistan. Is it Afghanistan, Syria? He grew up round about the same time as Abraham. I mean, it's where Abraham we get all our religions. I mean, it's like the Islam, Christianity. It's the same kind of principles. I mean, but apparently he moved into Egypt, or it was further down. It was further down the Nile than Egypt. But that's the basis of the Thoth religion. I mean, it's you can see it in Greek. It was like a homage to him. Where Hermes was the god of wisdom. And that's basically what it comes from. But he's right in what he's saying about the 7 principles, and yeah, that all comes from Trismegistus. And that's it. I'll jump back in now.
Hey Becky, did you or Eric, do you guys want to say something? I know you guys hopped up here. You don't have to. I just thought maybe if you just didn't put your hand up or wanted to check in.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Froggy.
Billy Carson wrote some books about. I was trying to. Oh, the Emerald Tablets, which he's a damn good researcher, Billy Carson. Just want to say that if you want to learn something about the Emerald Tablets, I would say go get that book. That'd be a good book to read.
I like him too. on some levels.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I used to I was always impressed by him. Whenever I see him on TV, he's always in that sharp suit, and he's got he speaks very I don't know if eloquently is the right word, but something like that. You know what I mean? So I think he has his own app now and his own like TV channel and all that stuff going for him. He had that movie come out recently about the Black Knight satellite that I really want to see, but I can't find anywhere for some reason.
What?
But,
I missed that, Logan.
yeah, he released it a couple months ago with that guy from that radio show, whatever it's called, the
Jimmy Church, Fade to Black.
Yeah. Did you see it, Eric? The the Black Knight movie I'm talking about?
No, but I don't think it's a hoax. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I think it's a real thing.
Yeah, me too. But
Hey, Logan, if you
I heard you got new
find
footage in like the new movie, which is like part of like the reason I really wanted to see the movie.
Yeah, if you find like any links like regarding it, actually I'll search for it. Never mind.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, like, and we've got like new evidence, right? That researchers saw satellites in the sky before we even had satellites, right? So shit's going on up there.
Well, if you guys probably, some of you already know this or heard this, that the moon, some people that have done tremendous deep dives into the moon think the moon is a satellite.
It was not always here, the moon. And about the Black Knight satellite and the chapel of the Vatican, in a painting you already see the Black Knight satellite.
Oh, what? Which one?
I'll look it up. I think I tweet about it. I'm gonna try to share it again.
Thanks.
Yeah, the stuff about the moon is crazy. When they've done a bunch of like seismological tests and they've slammed stuff into it, and one NASA scientist was like, it was haunting. It rung like a church bell, something like that. But it rang for like 8 hours or 15 hours or something crazy.
I think it has like a real like kind of I don't think it goes really deep before it turns into some kind of like rocky kind of like magnetic substance that maybe when you hit it hard enough it kind of reverberates through the satellite. Or wait, I guess the moon's a satellite, right? It kind of maybe like the moon's kind of like semi-hollow a bit, and maybe that's why it did that. I don't know. I mean, but you can tell just from looking at it, it can't
I think
be
the moon
too
is like
deep.
cheese.
I mean, that's what I always thought, but I mean, apparently, like there's like regolith on it, which just kind of ruins like the whole idea of like taking a bite out of it, right? But like the impressions, like the craters that are all around it, like they don't go very deep, right? They're all about the same size in depth, so you can see there's something hard there that it never seems to go past. So maybe that's the reason that it rings. I don't know.
Just a fun fact about the moon is that it takes 1 second for the light to reach the eye. So when you see it, you're actually seeing it 1 second in the past. The same with the sun. It takes 8 minutes to reach. So when you're seeing it 8 minutes in the past. And photons to leave the sun's sphere, it bounces inside the sun for hundreds of thousands of years before it leaves, and then it takes only 8 minutes to reach your eye. Just a little fun thing there.
And Chase Bart, it takes 5 seconds for him to smell it.
The speaker that was just speaking, can you pronounce your name? I'm trying to understand how to say that.
Oh, there's just Sample.
So, Sample, are you related to Genga? Because you sound like you guys could be like clones or something.
Oh no, who's that?
Oh, that's funny. I think you say that because he has like a worldly voice, right?
You don't know who Genga is? Are you kidding me?
Do you know Priaris? Is it me you're talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking about you. Look down below you there. The deals of the day. That guy is.
Yeah.
He's the man, the myth, the legend.
I don't know who you're comparing me with. Who is it?
Okay, he's the guy with the red picture. You see the picture down there? It says Ganga. It's like a red looking picture.
Yeah, I see.
That
No, I
that
don't
that guy's
know.
a
I don't
weirdo.
know him. No. First time I see him. No, I don't know who it is.
Just some random like
Ganga's awesome.
alcoholic. I don't know.
Shut up. Ganga's awesome.
He's right.
It's that screen guy you got to worry about.
But
Yeah,
people say
Ganga.
there is something in my voice, but I don't know what they mean. Yeah, there's another space I talk sometimes in, and a girl says there is something in your voice.
Oh, to watch that Black Knight movie, you have to buy membership to the Forbidden Knowledge website.
That's it.
Which is $7.77 a month or $77 a year. Logan.
I think the first month is free. So if you're still doing that first month free thing, then maybe you could watch it for free. If
You get a 3-day trial for free.
I guess that's what I meant.
Can I tell you a quick story about Billy Carson? About 4 years ago, we were Jimmy. This is when Jimmy and Rita were together. This is when Fade to Black was still a great radio show back in the day, and they had this event called Soul Tech that Rita put together, who was Jimmy's ex-wife, and it was awesome. So we all met out there at James Gillian's Eat Steady Ranch, and Billy Carson was a speaker, and Jason Quitt and some others. There was another guy there that was from Australia. I can't remember his name right now. But anyway, so it was interesting because we all knew Billy was there, and he'd show up for breakfast, and then you wouldn't see him all day. And I'm like thinking in my head, where is Billy? I want to talk to this guy. And then he'd pop out and have some, and then he'd be gone. And so we figured out that this dude is such a hardcore studier, researcher guy. He would go into his room and he would be on some tangent. He would be studying something, and that's what he would do literally all day long. And then he would come out, and then what was weird, what was interesting to me is apparently he'd never seen a UFO ever. And we were out there, and some of us had the night vision, and some of the things that you could see on that mountain out there. I always forget the name of that mountain, but anyway, it's there in Washington State. We're near Trout Lake. Anyway, so there was. Say that again. Say
Mount
it again?
Rainier?
Yeah,
Rainier?
yeah. No, it wasn't Rainier. It was the other one. Shit.
Olympia. I'll look it up.
Yeah, no, it was right near Trout Lake. Anyway, so we're all one afternoon. We're sitting out there at this table, and Jimmy's there with his binoculars, and there's some other people there, and Billy was there, and I was standing there, and I just happened to be recording, and then all of a sudden this object appeared over in the sky near the mountain. It looked like a beer can. It was silver, and we all saw it. It wasn't a plane or a helicopter. I don't know what it was, but it didn't appear to be made by man. And so that was Billy's first UFO sighting. And then later that night, we're looking through the night vision, and we're all out there. And I had
Mount Adams, right?
Mount Adams. There you go. That's it. So I think I was one of the few. Matter of fact, there's only 2 people that had the night vision. I was one of them. I bought my night vision from Ben Hansen, actually, back in 2017 at the UFO Congress for like, I think it was like $2,100, which was a bargain, and they were great. He was, going back to that story real quick. He was selling them at this conference, and I just wanted to look through them before I gave him the money. He said, no problem. So he put them me and this other guy were both interested in buying some, so he took us out to this remote area, and he let us look through 3 or 4 different ones, and then I figured out the ones I wanted to buy. But anyway, so we're out there, and all of a sudden these strange lights started appearing on that mountain, and it was not. I've seen lights like this since then. I feel like I can have a pretty good idea when I'm looking at lights that are supernatural, paranormal versus some hikers in a mountain with some, you know what I mean, or cars on a mountain or whatever. And so I was able to hand Billy the night vision. And so he could see these things through his night vision. It blew his mind. It was so cool to, you know, to be able to hand over some night vision to Billy Carson and say, here, check this out. And it's like, holy shit, what the fuck is this? You know? So that was but Billy's a good guy. I like Billy. I know there's some controversy sometimes around him, but he's a good guy. If you know, if somebody's got some things that they're doing that other people aren't happy about, if they're not harming me or they're not harming my friends, then I tend to stay out of that drama.
Is it Steve Cambion who brings up that drama?
Oh, he's good at that. Yeah, Steve Cambion. He's the drama king.
Oh yeah. Was it like I think they call him like the Howard Stern of like ufology, maybe, or something like that. Maybe.
Perfect. Yeah, perfect. Well, worse than that, there's a guy named Morton Downey Jr. I don't know if some of you guys I bet you Lacey's heard of Morton Downey Jr. You got to be at least 50 or above. But yeah, he used to do this loudmouth show or like shock jock kind of Jerry Springer style kind of stuff. So yeah, Cambion's smart. He's smart and he's not smart at the same time. But I told him last night, I called into a show. I said, you know, what you're doing is really, it's not hard to do. I mean, because you could call bullshit on 90% of the stuff that people are trying to peddle, and you're going to be right most of the time. Because most of the stuff, when someone's out there trying to peddle something, like this one girl that's out there now, and I'm not trying to throw shade on her, I'm just telling you what I think. This Marina Sarin, this little blonde girl from Spain or wherever she's from, telling everybody that she's a hybrid super soldier and blah 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 blah. And so I said, you know, yeah, you just if you just call everybody a liar, you're going to be right most of the time. So that doesn't really make you a good researcher, though, because what he unfortunately does is he doesn't really research people. So somebody could come along and be legit. And so because he's a YouTubeologist researcher, he's a armchair researcher, he doesn't really have all the information. He just takes whatever information fits his little paradigm, and then that's what he barks about on his show. It can be entertaining.
Hold on. What person is it? You're talking about Jimmy Church, right?
I'm talking about Stephen Cambion
on
the Truth Seekers. Okay. Yeah. But I've been on his show. I mean, I learned, if you're going to talk about this subject, it's better that you try to be friendly with these people, because if you can be friendly with your critics, you're in a better position than if you ignore them. And some of these people that, like Sarah Adams and Angeli, for example, and Marina, they would have been better off trying to befriend him, because he's got his ego such that if he thinks you're avoiding him, then you're a liar. And then he just goes and just starts blasting you. But whatever. That's just the way it works in this world.
It's true that. I mean, I don't know. I think a lot of damage has been done by debunkers, debunking stuff that's not actually, really debunked. I'm not going to talk about it now, but what's up, NW?
Oh, I forgot I had raised my hand. I was just going to say that it was Mount Adams where he said he was. And I was going to ask Eric, I haven't been there. I can see Mount Adams from my house, but I've never been to ECETI, and I was curious if it's worth it, because I've actually heard Clyde Lewis from Ground Zero podcast. He talks about ECETI.
I think it's worth it. You can camp there. It's like, I think it's $35 or $40 or $45. You can camp there, and it's cool. I mean, you got a great view of the mountain. My suggestion would be to just go in there and just be careful. I'm not saying that anything bad is going to happen, but some of the things that are said and done there, from my experience and what I've heard from others, you just go in there, enjoy yourself, see what you see. I just wouldn't get entangled in all the other stuff. That's just my suggestion.
Thank you.
Oh yeah. Lacey, Are you tired? I asked you to co-host, but you don't have to if you don't want to, because you've been doing it for like 14 hours now. So, I mean, if you don't have to, if you don't want to, like, it's cool.
Oh, you want to get Chase up here?
I don't know if Chase is even here. I'm just saying, like,
Wait,
you don't
I'm
have to
here.
do me a favor.
Sorry.
I mean, I enjoy your company, but I don't want you to like. I don't want to put you out. You know what I mean?
Oh, do you want me to leave?
Am I
He's just worried
stinking?
for you.
Yeah, I will jump down and listen. If that's
Well,
cool.
Shane's space is starting here in 5 minutes, so I'm gonna have to jump out for that.
Oh, he's the producer of it. Chase is the producer of Shane's show. Hey, Shane, is that like a daily show? Like, do you guys have some schedule? Like, what's the deal there?
There's no schedule.
That's the producer, Daddy.
You want to go ahead and produce one?
The podcast does have a schedule, but I don't set that, thankfully.
Okay, I want to ask Chase a question. So, in the next time we're able to do a Spaces with Richard Doty, I would like you, Chase, and Logan to co-host and host, and then I'll be a co-host because I trust you guys and I know you guys know what you're doing. But I want to. Well, of course, other people could. We only need 2 or 3 people. I mean, obviously, you don't need more than that. But what I want to say is, I want to coordinate it with you guys ahead of time, so that when we do that space, we're not going to interfere with the space that you guys have planned. So we can get like everybody in one space in one evening and really have a good time talking about these things.
Yeah, I'm totally down for that. So just let me know when Doty wants to hop on.
Okay, I'll keep you posted.
Oh yeah, I didn't think it was gonna be that. I hadn't thought about that, like the Doty's thing getting in, happening at the same time, maybe as Shane's maybe thing.
Well, I'm sure
that's
Shane will want to listen to that too. So.
Oh, definitely. Well, I don't know, and people are kind of iffy on Doty. Like, there's kind of like maybe even not so even line down.
You just say Richard Doty, people are gonna come. Like, that's just kind of how it is,
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that I would do that, but a lot of people, like when we held the Doty space the last time, like made a bunch of comments, like tweets about like, I'm not going in like as protest because he's an asshole and this and that. Like, okay.
Yeah, well, those people aren't looking for the truth. I'll be honest. You gotta ask all the questions.
You tell those ones to suck your butt because they're going to listen to the recording later.
Yeah, I don't know if that even exists anymore. Yeah, I don't know.
And I'm not saying believe everything Doty says either. So like, I want to make that clear.
Yeah, I agree. It's like a work in progress. I mean, every time we get a chance to ask him questions and get information, then we can always compare that with what we know and what we learn later. And at some point, the picture will eventually become more clear. So yeah, it's always good to be neutral, but listen. But it's going to be interesting. And yeah, if you did lose, I don't think you lost that. You did record that, Logan, right? And I'm guessing you still have it.
I have it. I have many copies of it. But I just mean like if you wanted to find it on my profile or whatever.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I'll talk to him tomorrow about it and see what's a good day. So what do you guys, any suggestions on, is there a certain day of the week and a certain time? Like, what would you suggest we try to schedule this for? Because then I'll try to coordinate it with him so that, and he's in New Mexico. So whatever that time frame is, we don't want to make it too late. The earlier, the better, probably. Like I'm thinking 6 or 7, whatever that time is in New Mexico. And, is there a certain day of the week? Is like Thursday a good day, or Sunday a good day, or Saturday a good day? What do you guys think?
I just ask him like what day's best for him, and we'll figure it out from there. Like whatever is best for him. You know what I mean? Whatever time is best too.
Astral has his 6 o'clock remote viewing thing on Thursday.
Oh, thank you, NW. Yeah, so not Thursday. I take that back.
I think a Saturday night is a good night, or even a Wednesday maybe
on in the weekend. Yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah, we'll shoot for a Saturday. I think that'll be. I'll see if we can set it up for next Saturday. Hopefully that report will come out next week, and it'll just give us more content to talk about.
Oh yeah, you hear what they said about it? Like, apparently they're gonna make like some kind of they want to set up some kind of press conference to make a statement before it's released, apparently, something like that.
Well, Tim Burchett was saying that they're not going to release anything of substance, and that was tweeted like 6 hours ago. So I'm saying we
I think we
fire
know
back and say, hey, give me the substance.
Pew pew. Pull out the guns, Chase.
Man, I just laid.
Dude, I've been tweeting
big
at
bulk
not Barack Obama, sorry, Biden. Like, let's get it. Like, where's the UAP report? You know what I'm saying?
I personally don't think that, let's just say if there were 10 new things to learn, we might learn one of those 10 or two, but I don't believe that anything of tremendous significance. But I think what it will be is more confirmation to things that most of us have already learned and that we already believe. And it'll be helpful to people that might be more new to the topic, because it might be new to them, but it's not going to necessarily be new to us. So I think it will be progress, but I don't think it's going to be much progress.
Does anybody have a link to the other UAP report that was released a while back? I'd like to see that, because I want to send that around to some more people. But I'm going to Shane's space, so I'll catch you guys later. Thank you, Logan, for hosting.
Oh, no, thank Lacey.
If you
Oh no, thank Kai. And
Well,
Thank you,
I
Kai.
didn't.
Don't thank me because I'm leaving to go Shane's space, but I'll come back if y'all are still here, whatever.
Hey, Chase. Oh, he left.
You weren't quick enough, John or Michael.
I was just going to say, if you go to odni.gov and click on reports, it lists all the reports and you can find it there. But hey, Logan, where'd you hear about this press conference?
I'm trying to rack my brain right now where I heard it, because I just heard it today. But where did I hear it? Hold on, I need to think a second.
Was it a drill?
Go ahead, Michael.
I just want to tell Eric, and I'm here in New Mexico. I'll be there. I don't know what time or what the daylight savings time situation will be about that time of the month, but probably between 5:30 and 6:30 is when the sun will be setting down in the western skies in that part of the country of New Mexico, because it's a little bit sooner than mine. They're a couple, maybe 100 miles east, even though they're south of me.
You're right about the time change.
I haven't looked that far ahead, but I know that my sister said I could stay at her home, so I won't have to bear the cost of a motel.
Nice. Lucky. I'm gonna go to the Roswell conference in March, so that'd be cool.
Yes.
Hey, okay, I'm glad you're here, Eric. Eric, how much longer are you gonna hang around? Because
I don't know. It's up to you. What state are you in, by the way, Logan? Can you say that?
I mean, yeah, I don't care telling people where I am. I'm totally open. Huntington Beach, California.
Oh, okay. Well, shit. I'm going to be actually, when I eventually get back home, maybe December. Well, I have a good friend of mine, Michael Deacon, who has the Michael Deacon program. So I just want to say this. I don't know if you guys have ever heard this guy. Very, very good radio show. He's funny, very witty, very dry humor. It's not so much about UFO stuff, but if you just ever want to break from just talking about UFOs and things like that, but you want to be entertained and you want to have a fun time, you want to laugh, I highly recommend his show. But he lives out there in Huntington Beach, so I do plan to go visit him. Matter of fact,
What's his name again?
Michael Deacon, the Michael Deacon program. He's on YouTube. He's been around a long time. He interviewed Michael Aquino like 4 times. This guy's got some heavy hitters that he's had on his show. Heavy hitters. He doesn't get the normal people. He goes after the different kind of people. And he does this show usually on Saturday nights. I don't know if he's going to do it tonight with this guy named Mike Hideous, who used to be this. He's from New York, kind of like a Satan rock kind of guy, but he's super funny guy, interesting guy, very well spoken. And the two of them are really good together. And they'll do these shows on Saturday Night Live. They're live shows. And they'll just be talking about stuff in general, just cracking jokes. And then they'll have call-ins. And it's a lot of fun. So if you're ever bored on a Saturday night, you're just looking for something to listen to, check out the Michael Deacon program. So what he said, he told me he actually lives in El Centro, which is right near the Mexico border out there in San Diego. But he's got this lady that he's kind of dating, and so he's spending more time at Huntington Beach. So he brought all his equipment there. So he's going to start doing shows during the week. And this guy Mike Hideous, who usually just does Saturday nights, I said, Mike, if you ever need a co-host, let me know. So I'd probably be joining him as a co-host on his show. So again, it's more for entertainment, for fun. We'll probably talk about UFOs and things like that a little bit, but we're not like the deep dives that we're doing here right now. But just so you know, I just want to share that with you guys.
Hey, thanks, man. I'm on his webpage right now, or his. I just subscribed to him. He's got a lot of cool shows there. I would definitely be interested in that. But yeah, I was gonna ask you if you wanted to maybe practice co-hosting right now.
I have no idea how to do that.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that because I've invited you a number of times to co-host and you've never accepted. So I
I
figured
don't know
maybe
what that entails exactly. What does that mean? What do I do?
well, exactly what you're doing now. The only difference is you have the ability to if someone wants to come up and speak, you can hit like the accept to speak button for them, or
We
kick
could
them. if you
try
want.
it. I mean, if it works, I'll try it. I just don't.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think it works for you. Maybe.
I'm on a Samsung Galaxy S21. I don't know if I can do it on that. I will, but
It should work. You get
it says
really
I'm
good phone.
invited. So would I click on that? You're invited. Okay. It says.
Yep.
Okay. It says the host want to help, want to manage. Okay. Yeah, but I'm clicking on it, but it's not. It doesn't show that I'm a co-host. So you know what I'm saying?
Huh.
So I don't know.
But sometimes it could take a minute for like the screen on here to like reset, so it'll show you as like co-host or whatever.
All right.
If that's what
Well,
you
I
mean.
clicked on it, so I'll just wait and see what happens.
So you clicked accept and like everything went through okay on that part.
Yeah, it says you're invited to. Is that what I should click on?
Well, there'll be like something that'll come down from the top. If you click on that, it'll show you the thing that comes up from the bottom, which is like what you really need to click on. Which is like where I think you hit like yes or accept or whatever.
Yeah, for some reason it's not showing up on my phone. I don't see anything other than only thing I see on here. It says you're invited to. That's all I see. And if I click on that, it says want to help manage this recorded space as a co-host. And it says co-host can invite blah 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 blah. Co-host can do this. The host is recording. If you accept it, when I try to scroll on this or go up or down, nothing. I can't. It doesn't give me anything to click on after that.
Okay, you know what I think the problem is? I just realized this is because I don't know if don't think they're in here, but she made the text on her phone bigger, like enlarged it because she has like trouble seeing a little bit. So stuff becomes harder to see. So if you go into your settings and minimize like the size of like the text as it appears on your phone, you'll probably see the bigger portion of this Twitter Space screen where you'll be able to hit the button.
Okay, so when I go into display, is that where I would click on display or somewhere? Home
Probably.
screen.
If you go into search and just type in text size or like just type in text, see what comes up in the options for settings.
Text size. Okay, go to the bottom. Let's see, go to the bottom. Pinch to zoom in and out of pages requested. Web page text size. Okay. So I should make it smaller. Okay, I just did that. So let's see if that works. Okay, hold on a second here. Because I did have it larger. So hold on a second here. Okay. No, it didn't do anything. Shit. It didn't work well. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, I think you're maybe right the first time because I'm looking here in display and there's one if you go into display, there's a thing called font size, and you can make that bigger or smaller. See if you got that, because that would probably
Okay,
make it work.
display. You're talking about display in my settings.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on a second. Let's see here. Font size, motion, screen, font size. Okay, font size and style. Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah, I have it jacked up almost to the top. Okay, here
Oh,
we
really?
go.
Okay, so maybe if that doesn't work, there's another option right underneath font size and
Oh,
style.
there it is. Okay, here we go. I got it now. Okay, there
Oh,
it
hell
is.
yeah.
That's why I was never able to do it before. Because thank you for educating me on that. I appreciate it. Yeah, this is way fucking better. I mean, shit, I could see like everybody on one page now. It's kind of funny, actually. I'm such a green pea when it comes to this shit, you know.
Oh, no, that's cool. I mean, it's not necessary. Like I wouldn't have thought about it right away if I was you. Like because it's not obvious like why why certain things are doing what they're doing. You got to kind of think around it a little bit. But the
So
reason
yeah,
that
it
I
says that I
originally thought of it,
could. It says that I can mute everyone, so that's pretty much all. That's the only power that I have as a co-host. Is that correct?
that is well, everything you can do, I can do. We have the same powers.
So I mean, basically, as a co-host, I can only mute people. What else? What other power does that allow me as a co-host? Just so I know.
Okay, so you can hit that mute everyone button, or if you click on their picture, you can just selectively mute them. Like so, click on screen, you'll see like a little screen come up that says, "Oh, you can't
Oh
do it
yeah,
again."
I can remove people, I can block people, or I can report them, or I can
Yep.
invite them to speak. Okay, cool. There it is. Okay, we're good. All right, let's roll. Let's do this.
Right. Cool. All right. That's awesome. The reason I thought of it originally that might be the issue for like this other person a couple days ago was because I had a similar issue on my computer screen, and that's kind of how I fixed it was turning down like this text size and stuff. So I thought maybe that's an issue for some people on their phone. So it worked out that way.
Yeah.
So I just saw Doty. He thinks that the Skinny Bob footage is legit. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know. For example, the Skinny Bob. There could be more than one version, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there could be. Let's just say there could be the original, legitimate version. Let's just say, or there could be CGI faked or copied versions that look like the original but aren't the original. That's also possible. So when you say, does Doty think it's legitimate? That's kind of a vague question. I think it would have to be more specific. I mean, I would say to Doty, is there
So because
an
what happens
original copy of has he seen the original, or does he believe that he's seen the original Skinny Bob? And if he does believe that he's seen it, does he believe it's real, and why does he believe it's real? That's how I would phrase it to him if I was asking him questions about it.
Can you ask him in the comments? Because I commented earlier, and he asked me, and I asked him earlier in a thread, and he commented on it saying, what I asked him was, does he believe the original Skinny Bob footage is real? And he said, yeah, that he believes, the original footage is real, not like the copies that are floating around or whatever. But he didn't say, expand on that. So it'd be nice to know why he thinks that.
Actually, I asked him about an hour ago if he was available. He said he was having dinner with some friends. So I told him I'll just talk to him tomorrow, but no, that's been about 45 minutes. So I'll send him another message. I mean, if he's done with his dinner and he's got nothing going on and he wants to jump in here, I don't think he will, but he would if he could. So I'll send him another message, see if he wants to come in here and hang out. But I don't think it's going to happen, but you never know.
Oh, yeah,
but
cool.
let's generate a topic so we get other people talking. I don't like to dominate the conversations. I like to be a listener. I see Nicole, my friend Nicole's down here. She's a listener. I'm going to send her a request here to speak. Invite to speak. Okay, Nicole, if you want to speak, I'd like to hear what she has to say because she knows a lot of stuff and she likes to kind of keep it on the down low, but maybe she'll share some stuff. So I just sent her a friend request. We'll see what happens.
So Eric, I posted that thing I was talking about just now. What the thread with asking Dodie that at the top there. But I also just sent it to you in a message actually too. So damn, my voice is like hurting. I was wondering where I knew Nicole from, but I just realized she was in your group thread thing. But she was unhappy with I forget who it was. Oh, it was wait, was it? Yeah, it was. I don't know if you were in the space at the time, but it was Grandpa Joe and a friend of his, like this nuclear physicist guy.
Yeah,
Were you there?
yeah. Well, I didn't think about this when I sent out when I made that thread. It was just so I could share that interview to everybody. I really wasn't doing it intending for us all to be in this group conversation. So I didn't really realize it. So yeah, some of these people, that's what happens when you just send out 30 to 30 people that have never met each other. You're going to have differences in opinions and personalities. And I got the impression that Nicole knows a lot of stuff. Her and I have never had a conversation on the telephone, but we've tweeted a lot together. But so yeah, if somebody posts some shit, let's just say that doesn't resonate with her, she's not one to just. In other words, if she believes she knows something to be true, and somebody's propagating some BS, let's just say, she doesn't really have patience for that. But she's polite about it, in my opinion.
At the time, Grandpa Joe was not propagating BS, I would say. He was just propagating the known science of like the day, right? So I think the issue was regarding like consciousness, whether it's like emergent or like fundamental to like the nature of reality and whatnot. And I think that's kind of what we're going on. And Grandpa Joe doesn't really he's not into pretty much really anything, actually. Anything paranormal, he doesn't really believe. Doesn't believe in ghosts, doesn't believe in remote viewing, doesn't believe in aliens or UFOs.
Well,
But
that's the problem. That's the problem right there.
But he's super open to it. You know what I mean? He's like a super awesome dude. Like as far as skeptics go, like you couldn't imagine a cooler fucking skeptic. Like he's receptive to like talking about it, and like he wants it to be true, and he's like spent a lot of time like researching and investing stuff and into all this kinds of various things that just haven't necessarily panned out the right ways that you'd hope. But he's definitely open to it. But he's just very evidence based kind of guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's okay. But some people, for whatever, they've been fortunate enough to have experiences, whether it's direct or it's a sighting or up close sighting in the daytime, or in my case, I've seen so many lights in the sky, and I could pretty much tell when I'm seeing. I don't want to say 100% because I don't believe anything's 100%. Maybe some people think that whatever it is they're interpreting in their mind, once they believe what they're seeing, they're going to go all in. I try not to go all in on anything, but I'm pretty confident if I see a certain type of light and how it's moving and the way it's undulating and maybe changing shape a little bit and its colors, and I could pretty much figure out that it's not an airplane or a helicopter or some drone or anything like that this is something that's beyond human. So and then once a person has the opportunity to see something like that, experience it more than once even, I think that could have the potential to shift their paradigm. And so you might have people in a room, you might have 30 people in a room that have already had their paradigm shifted, let's say 25 of those 30 people, and then there might be a guy. I don't even know Grandpa Joe. I'm not talking shit about Grandpa Joe. He's probably a great person. But until that person has had their paradigm shifted, they're gonna take that position. But then you've got other people that have already had their paradigm shifted, so they're not really interested in being entertained by somebody that hasn't had that experience yet. It's you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying that's kind of what people.
Oh yeah, I get you.
Okay.
Man, my voice is like burning for some reason. But no, yeah, I think Grandpa Joe is totally open to like all the like he can come in here and hang out with like a bunch of other experiencers, and like everyone telling just like the normal stuff that we talk about, and everyone's cool. Like he doesn't ever attack anybody or anything like that. He's nothing but like supportive. But when it comes to stating like what he personally believes, like he'll just give his honest opinion, what he believes about whatever, as it turns to be true or whatever, So, but I don't think anyone else is offended by that because he grants everyone else. We all grant each other the opportunity to say whatever we believe, So, but he never, goes after anybody and says that's not true or whatever. So, I mean, he's a pretty decent skeptic, I think, to hang out with. I mean, I don't want to like burn the guy, but he dabbles in mushrooms and whatnot. You know what I mean? So he's pretty chill.
Yeah. I had okay, you just mentioned mushrooms. I've only done mushrooms probably a handful of times, but the very first time I did mushrooms, I was a senior in high school. It was on my graduation night, and I'd never done them before. And I had some friends that were into it, and because I was kind of a jock, and my dad was super strict. I just knew better not to venture into those areas because he would have kicked my ass. So, but my friend said, "Oh man, you're graduated. You're 18 now." Da da da. He says, "We're gonna do some shrooms." I'm like, "Okay, let's do it." So we lived in Santa Cruz at the time. We went down to the beach down there near the boardwalk. They got this area called the Lighthouse, and then that's where all the surfers are. And so the sun hadn't set yet. It was still kind of just coming down near the ocean, and we're sitting up there, and we'd just done the shrooms, and I'll never forget this because it was the coolest fucking thing. So I'm looking out at the ocean just like you would when you're sitting like on this little cliff and you're kind of just checking out the ocean. Then all of a sudden, where the sand is right below and the ocean is, the sand dipped down like at an angle, I would say like a 45-degree angle. And now the ocean, instead of the ocean being flat and me looking at the ocean flat, it was like the ocean was going down at a 45-degree angle into the sand that was also at a kind of at a downward angle. And I'm looking at this and I'm saying, this is fucking rad, man. This is so cool. So yeah, that was pretty cool. And then I remember another time when I did some mushrooms with my friend at this nightclub, and if you do mushrooms, you need to prepare your stomach, otherwise you're going to get sick. And so he didn't know that. My friend got all sick and was throwing up all over the parking lot. But if you do get sick, and then you can get over that part of it, and then you kind of get in that little groove that you're in, and it's rad. I mean, it's rad. But and then one other time, I can't believe I'm telling you guys this shit. So then, not too long after that, a friend of mine was dating this hairdresser up there in South San Francisco, and this is when ecstasy was first. This was in this would have been in the mid '80s, where ecstasy was just kind of becoming more popular way back then. And I'd heard about it, but didn't know what it was. It just was this little pill, right? This little white capsule. And so anyway, this girl that he was dating, she had a whole shitload of these ecstasies, and she gave my friend a whole bag of them, and he told her that he was going to help her sell them. And so my friend and my other buddy and I we were staying in this apartment, and we just decided to start doing these ecstasies, and we went on this run. We did ecstasy every day for like a month, and that was a lot of fun, man. That was so cool. But then one night we went out to this concert in Mountain View at the Circle Star Theater, I think it was, and I don't know what happened, but I was just starting to peak. And for some reason, I started thinking about my ex-girlfriend. I don't even know why. And I just suddenly got super depressed. And I'm like, oh, shit. And I was suddenly on this bad trip. And I'd never been on a bad trip ever. And my friend, thank God, he had experienced this kind of bad trip thing before. I said to him, I go, dude, I don't know what's happening, man. I'm super depressed right now. I guess I'm having a bad trip, man. I'm my ex-girlfriend. I just can't get her out of my mind. And he talked me down. It was like right out of it. He kind of talked me down. He kind of talked real calm, real soft, and real, it's okay, man. Everything's going to be fine. You're good, da, 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 da. And I'm like, he kind of got me back out of that little head trip that I was on, but then after that, I never did it again. It was so freaky and so kind of scary in a sense. I quit it. So I haven't done any ecstasy or mushrooms for probably 30 years or 25 years. It's been that long. But anyway, that was my
Well,
little.
that one experience ruined it for you.
Yeah, it freaked me out. It kind of freaked me out. But I had a lot of fun before that. They used to have, back in the 80s, they used to have Quaaludes. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Quaaludes. It was a big drug that was on the East Coast. I had a friend from Chicago who used to get, he was the only one that had this connection to get these Quaaludes. And so we would go out on the weekends and have drinks and just, I was never an excessive drug user. I would try stuff. Like I tried cocaine. I even tried freebasing once. I didn't like it. I mean, if anyone's ever tried cocaine, for some people, you do that first line. It's like, this is fucking cool. But then if you try to chase that high after that, it'll fuck a lot of people up. And it fucked me up. My system just wasn't really prepared to be a regular drug user. But I did experiment. So I'm no square. Let me just say that.
I don't think anyone would accuse you of being one ever. Definitely aren't one. Although Dr. Drew is a fucking square.
I like the Dr. Drew conversation you had with him. He even said fucked on. Didn't he say fuck? I heard him say fuck.
Yeah, he cursed a lot.
I was digging that. I thought, man, this is Dr. Drew was like if Stephen Greer had like a shot of tequila and maybe smoked a bong head or something. That would be that's how Dr. Greer maybe could then become like Dr. Drew and just kind of become like a cool, like real person instead of this facade type egotistical. I'm not trying to talk shit about Dr. Greer. I just think his personality needs a little polishing. That's all.
Fair enough. I think it's a fair critique. He has gotten kind of out of control there, but Dr. Drew is if you notice in that clip I posted, he has a real hard time even with the concept I proposed about, all right, so just imagine, UFOs are here, they're aliens are in them, and the government comes out and says that, they're here and they're observing us. We don't know why or their motivations are, but they haven't, we don't know. What do you think, Dr. Drew? And he had a hard time even just imagining it. He couldn't, and he never gave me the answer to that.
Dr. Drew, he knows a lot of shit. I mean, he's been in Hollywood for a while. I'm sure he's hung out with many people. He's politically correct. But he walks the line. He gets into that gray area a little bit. I like that about him.
Yeah, I hope anyway. That's the reason why he didn't really want to answer that question for the second time in a row that I've asked it now. What was I going to say? Just the idea that like UFOs could be in our skies, like just imagining it was just like a stretch for him. I just found that so hilarious given the reality of the situation. But people of that nature, they have I don't think that's a controversial position he takes. In fact, I think it's the more popular one. People that have like a scientific background, they're all pretty much mostly share his views. I think that they're not here, but maybe one day we'll find something that'd be great or whatever. So I get it, and I think that's why I was also empathizing with Grandpa Joe earlier, is because with people like that with a science background, I can't blame them for the views they have. You know what I mean? They just whatever, but we got to understand that and try to meet them halfway if we can. Not try not to get offended if we can help it, and try to maybe reach out to them in the best way we can for whatever specific person we're talking to, and try to.
Okay, Logan. Hey, I love you, bro, and you made your point. But as a co-host, let's turn it over to Michael.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. What's up,
You're
Michael?
rambling. Let Michael talk for a minute.
On your guys' topic there, if Dr. Drew or Grandpa Joe answers a question, they're stuck with it, and they can't back out of it. Saying that, we want them to answer the question. One day, maybe they will, if and when we get disclosure. on the Bob Lazar thing, he's misidentified some places there in Los Alamos, but my research says they took craft and people, or aliens, ETs, there to from Roswell, from Aztec, probably from Magdalena, to Los Alamos. Where they were relocated from there, I don't know, but it might have been something that he saw there in Area 51. And you can't discount that, other than misidentifying where buildings were, you can't discount the fact that things were brought to Los Alamos. Area 51 wasn't around during either of those crashes.
You're correct. Area 51 was built by the CIA after the crashes.
Yes, and that was built at Groom Lake in the beginning and then expanded. And as much as I want to believe Bob Lazar, until things are revealed, I won't believe him 100%. Thank you.
There's no one you should believe 100%, by the way. It's so hard to believe anything 100%, right, Eric?
Yeah, I mean, you gather as much information as you can, and you just go with what it is you feel. But we all know that information can change, new information can come in. You keep it simple, right? I mean, we're not alone. Period. You're not going to change my mind. I don't care who you are. You're not going to change my mind. I think we all pretty much mostly feel that way. We're not alone.
Yeah, you can't unsee what you've already seen, and what I've seen says we're definitely not alone. And I've been a California experiencer, and I've been an experiencer here in New Mexico, and halfway around the world in Diego Garcia, and all but one with other people. And that goes a lot to your credibility, that you're
Michael,
not
by the way,
just
I'm glad
seeing things.
glad you mentioned New Mexico. I forgot that you're from New Mexico. As a matter of fact, when I leave Arkansas in a few weeks, I'm going to come back to New Mexico. I'm going to look you up. I'd like to come and meet you and share some stories, and maybe we can expand each other's consciousness.
It'd be beautiful, and I'd like to take you out to the Aztec crash site, to where you can get the vibe, get the feeling from there.
I'm down with that. Have you been to Chaco Canyon, by the way?
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm a retired National Park Service Anasazi stonemason.
Oh, perfect. So you got a truck? We can drive us out there if I pay for the gas?
I got a Jeep.
Boom. We're done deal, brother. Done deal.
The Chaco.
I'll tell you what, have you been to the Zuni Reservation?
Not in a long time, but check this out. One of my good friends and a mentor, and a man that I worked for when he was with the National Park Service out of Santa Fe, he's one of the prehistoric cultural directors at Hopi. And his name's Terry Morgart. He's a New Yorker, and he's a great old hippie. Older now, all of us are older. But I've been trying to get a hold of him to pick his brain.
Did you ever know anybody, or you personally ever had any Park Service on the Sandia Mountain?
No, all of my services up here in the Northwest. I've done seminars with the Chaco Masons. I worked at Aztec Ruins, and worked with the people up in Mesa Verde National Park. And all these are World Heritage Sites. Our crew at Aztec was considered by Terry the best in the National Park Service, and that goes a lot to say how good the Navajo stonemasons are. But they
Have
had a
you been
lot of
out?
stories too.
Have you been out into those? There's some crystal caves out there when you're going from Zuni to Grant, New Mexico. You're familiar with those?
I'm familiar with them. I used to work with a couple of brothers and well, pretty much a whole family. They're from, what do I want to say, the Rama area, and they used to play in those caves. They would tell me fantastical stories about the underworld there, and now it's a protected place, and a tourist place too, which is really good because it's open to the public.
Yeah, there's areas out there. I was told when I was in Zuni that you were not allowed to go to. That unless you work for the Forest Service, you're just. And I'm guessing there's things happening out there. That's why they don't want people going. But at one time they were open to the public, but not anymore.
It might be part of their sacred mountain type thing where there's protected places.
What do you think about the Bigfoot? I mean, do you think that protected places and you being in the Forest Service that, I mean, I'm assuming you believe in Bigfoot.
Just a second. Before she leaves, I just wanted to say hello to Jess Rogie. What's up? I was watching her show last night. And at the very end, they were talking about Neuralink, and I felt so bad because I started talking about the stuff they were doing to the monkeys because it's just a bit of a really sore top, like a trigger for me, you know. So I shouldn't have said anything, but I just couldn't help myself. But so I'm sorry about that, Jess. I didn't mean to make it like end on a bad note or anything. So anyway, yeah. What's up, Michael? You want to go ahead and answer Eric's question?
Bigfoot, he's in the Four Corners too. There's more than just alien spacecraft in the air in the neighborhood. I live not far from the San Juan River, and my friends tell me of howlings, of knocks. 8 o'clock. That's my little granddaughter. Even out at the crash site, Eric, I had some friends. There's a mountain biking run out there, and it's called the Alien Bike Run. And they used to have an event. Was a midnight bike run, and these 5 guys were out there practicing. They had their own little team. 2 of them are guys that I was raised with. One of them was a local tattoo artist. He wouldn't come forward, but the 2 brothers, they're always trying to get me to go out there to where they can show me, but we never really hook up. Maybe when you get up here, we can hook up and do that at the same time.
Absolutely, because I'm pretty much game to do anything as long as it doesn't involve any rituals with the devil.
What about
Well,
mushrooms?
they had a spot where they had already made a planned spot where they would rendezvous and take a break, smoke cigarettes, have a drink, water, maybe smoke a doobie, those that smoked a joint. There's a park there or stop there on their bikes or off their bikes, just taking a break. But there's this horrid smell. And then their eyes adjusted to where they were, and they're looking around, and they thought, well, you know, there's a dead animal around. But then they saw something odd in the background, and they saw this Bigfoot. And they thought his hand was on the branch. And taking in mind that they stopped before where this was at, they thought his hand was out there, reached on the branch, and then he let go of it. And that branch went flying like the catapult would. And he, just like that, disappeared. His plan was probably to snatch the last rider that went by. I think Bigfoot is so intelligent that he can read people's thoughts. And that night, he was willing to snatch one of my friends or one of the other 3 people that were there.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I appreciate. I do look forward to hanging out with you. Prieris has got his hand up. What do you got, bro? Or Miss, whichever. I'm not sure.
Well, yeah, if you visit known UFO spots, you will witness paranormal things. Yeah, I've doing the same here in Europe. Yeah, you're already on the way to the spot. We saw a very bright light, and just like I wanted to say to my friend, it flashes away. And at the point itself, we saw a lot of UFOs. Really, they always come to the same spot. Yeah, I don't know.
It's probably like some magnetic anomaly going on there.
Magnetic, and the site was radioactive. It happened in the 50s there. It was a close encounter. It was not a crash. It was really a close encounter twice. And yeah, that site is magic. Yeah, it's in the north of France, like 2 hours drive from where I am. I live in Belgium. Yeah, sometimes we visit it. Yeah, magic places. You really, if you go there, you're really gonna see things.
Sounds a little bit like Sedona and other areas where, yeah, for whatever reason, the activity is greater.
Yeah,
Yeah, what do you think about that? What's the connection?
There are so many known UFO spots in the world. Like in Russia, you have Lake Baikal. Lake Baikal, yeah, that's a very famous spot. There are alien bases in that lake there. Yeah, like Mount Shasta in America also has a base, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I was there a few months ago, and I've been told about this alien base on Mount Shasta. I was with a guy, Arcturus Raw, who I've traveled with a few times, and we've had some amazing, exciting experiences. But anyway, he said he was there several years ago with a group of people hiking up on this mountain, and they had some wild experience with something that appeared, and they had missing time. And anyway, it's a long story, but so I said, well, let's go, this year when we were there. And we hiked up there for a long time, got to a certain point where I just decided that was probably all I wanted to do. If I was going to go further up the mountain, if I had a tent and I could have camped there and then the next day gotten up and kept going. But and then there was a forest area down there. Have you been? Yeah, Mount Shasta's interesting, man. There's definitely some, yeah, there's a caverns up there that you can actually go there and take a tour, and they'll take you into these ancient caverns, and it's pretty wild. And there's Bigfoot been reported around there.
I have been to America, but I didn't visit the alien spots or spiritual spots. I wanted to tell something, I forgot. Oh, yeah, and in that place in north of France, I've been to another dimension. We were walking. It was 10 minutes walk from the street. It's in nature side, and we were talking about hops and growing our own food and weeds. And just we turn around the corner, and there were all hop plants there. And I say, yeah, on the way back, I'm gonna pick some and brew some beer with it. But on the way back, all the hop plants were gone. It's funny because I had it in my hand. My hand was still smelling to the hops, but on the way back, no hops. We came back the same way. It's crazy.
You're talking about, wait, what else was going on in that dimension besides having seen hop plants?
Nothing. Everything was the same, except there were hop plants on the way, and we were just talking about it. And then on the way back, nothing. And now my friend realizes, yeah, it's about magnetism. If we sit there, we bring a magnet, we're gonna manifest things. Yeah, it's like instant manifestation.
Oh, that's fucked up. You know what that reminds me of? Twin Peaks, like how the phenomenon fucks with you. Like you were just talking about all that shit, and like now it's happening. Wow.
Yeah, I haven't had that experience yet.
If you know the spots, and yeah, try it again. Bring a magnet and manifest whatever you want. But next time, pick the things. If it's like fruits or whatever, pick it. Don't leave it there. Bring it with you.
Have you been to Italy by chance?
Yeah, I visited Rome and the Vatican, and then Turino also, but not really. Yeah, not really the UFO spots or spiritual spots. Yeah.
Do you do research also? Are you familiar with the friendship case?
I do research, but I don't know that case. What is it called? The friendship case?
Yeah, that's an amazing case. It's very under. I mean, I'm surprised it isn't talked about more. But there's a documentary, you can find it for free. It's like about an hour long, the friendship case, and Sue Walker. Actually, this is kind of trippy. So I was at her house in New Mexico recently, and she started talking about these people. I can't think of what she called them, but they were tied into the friendship people from Italy, and these are human-looking people. I mean, I'm assuming that if you saw one of these people, you would think they're very large humans. When I say large, not like 10 feet large, but like maybe 7 feet or whatever. But yeah, they're there, and they've been there a long time, all over Italy. It's pretty well known. A lot of people haven't done the research on that, but if you really want it, that's another. I'll tell you what. Like so Randall Nicholson did the aerial phenomenon, and James Fox did the moment of contact. But if I have the time and the money, and somebody wanted to help me, I would say that the friendship case should be made into a documentary style movie, because that's another great story that hasn't really been told real well yet.
Yeah, I just googled it. I just googled it. I'm gonna watch it, and it's the same case with that case in France. They can make a movie out of it, because the son is still alive and he starts to remember things. It happens with his dad, but I know his son and he's still alive, and yeah, he really start to remember things. Needs to come to the light, yeah, because the French government is still hiding it. I was talking with the guys of ESA, of the European, like they have institutions like do the research and they publish it, but this case they still don't publish. It's really crazy. Yeah.
Hey, Eric, are you friends with I was looking at one of your tweets just now about World Bigfoot Radio, and I see you tagged Shift Happens, and Shift Happens came in here I don't know, a few days ago or something like that. And he was talking about like how he loves listening or like hanging out in like these spaces. And he was talking about
I know GG real well. He's my friend for about 7 years.
Dude, does he like own Fringe FM or something like that? Because he
no.
like a
Joe
job
Rupe
on it, but I haven't heard from him in a few.
No, but he has the clout. Let's just put it that way. He doesn't own it, but he has clout.
Yeah, because I was saying he like offered me a job, but then I don't know, maybe he was just like I don't want to say like drunk, but just like I don't know, like just it was just like
he likes to party. Okay, he's a smart guy though. He's in his early 30s. He's an experiencer. He might even be. If I say the word starseed or hybrid, I don't assume anything. But there's some uniqueness about him and his history as the human on this planet, and some of the things that he's experienced and been involved in. He doesn't really talk about it publicly. He had an experience in LA several years ago that kind of freaked him out, and so he kind of went into hiding in a sense. He told me the whole story one time. It's an amazing story. Maybe I can get him to retell the story one day, and we can record it again. It's a really interesting story, though.
I mean, he said it before in here, but I can't really even remember like what it all was. Are you allowed to say?
Well, it was a technology, and him and this. He wasn't the lead guy. There were some other people. They were working on some technology, and somehow Sony had found out about it, and so Sony wanted to buy this technology or buy their company and just kind of take over. And the guys that were running this group that he was a part of didn't want to do that. They wanted to roll it out on their own. And because they were kind of small, and Sony's not small, some strange shit happened, and it appears as though, Sony might have caused some things to happen that derailed them. And anyway, it's such a long story. I don't even want to paraphrase it, but Gigi's a good guy. He's got an interesting show. He gets some interesting. I go on his show sometimes on Friday nights at 7 Pacific, 7 to 9 Pacific. Shift happens.
That's when Jesse's on, or Jess is on now.
Oh, is that right? Friday, 7 to 9 Pacific.
Oh, actually, no, my bad. She's after his show.
Yeah, but anyway, he's yeah. So he's just a buddy. We have like a group of friends. We've been friends for like 7 years. We go on there and tell our stories and bring our other friends on, and it's kind of more researcher based, and it's not so much. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, he's a good guy. He likes to drink. No doubt about that. I tease him about it. I tease him about it. Sometimes he used to get really smashed on his show. At one point, he was drinking this stuff called Malort. I don't even know what that. It's like this horrible hard liquor, and he would get so smashed during his shows.
Hey, Eric, if your friend's here,
Gigi, I'll send him a link. We'll bring him in here. If he's not.
No, he is in here.
I see him. I'm going to send him a link to speak right now. I'm going to invite him to speak. He just, I don't know if he heard me talking about him. See, that's the thing. He probably felt the vibrations. I was talking, Gigi, if you hear me, come on and tell your Malort story. I was just talking about Malort. I thought that was back in the day when you were.
How often that happens? It happens constantly. I'll be talking about Chupacabra, and he'll just pop up all of a sudden. Or we'll be talking about Freemasonry, and Taylor will pop in all of a sudden or some shit. It happens all the time.
I was getting a kick out of Taylor. I don't know if you heard that. Yes, I think it was yesterday. There was a great spaces with Science Bob and Bruce Fenton and a whole bunch of other very, very smart people. And Taylor was down there, and all these guys, all guys were talking science. And Taylor, normally I don't always see eye to eye with Taylor, but I was agreeing with what she was saying. Because really, I mean, science is science. It's not necessarily proof. Just like you can have faith about something, you can have evidence that it's likely to be true, but it's not always hardcore proof. And so her whole thing is about God and the creator and so on and so forth, which is to me, that's just as viable or more so viable than science. And so she was just going tit for tat yesterday on that show. And I thought that was kind of cool. So I like the fact that Taylor's willing to just kind of, she doesn't really care if people get pissed at her or have an attitude with her. She just speaks her mind. And I don't always agree with it. Yeah, I thought it was kind of cool. It was fun. It was fun to listen to her. But Gigi's there. Gigi, talk to me, brother. Hopefully you haven't had too many Malorts tonight, my friend.
Hey, what's happening, guys? Yeah, just to clarify on the Malort situation. So, Malort is this just god-awful creation of alcohol. It's just so terrible. And so I wouldn't just drink it for fun. I would use it for just an idea to come up with some extra money from the show. We had a little phase where we'd be like, hey, for every $5 you donate, you can force me to take a shot of this nasty bullshit. And dude, it worked out pretty well. We made an extra $40-$50 every night. We did that.
Hell yeah.
And
and you destroyed your liver for the good of radio, right?
Yeah, and there are a couple problems. I mean, one, eventually we had to raise the price because people were buying too many. And then two, the network didn't like it. And so we eventually had to stop doing that. Plus, yeah, I was just getting too drunk. So kind of cool idea initially, but at the end of the day, we just had to stop doing that. But
we used to, Gigi, Gigi's got a 2-hour show. So the first hour would be going pretty smooth, but by the second hour, Gigi was getting pretty toasty. And so the show would kind of turn sideways.
Yeah, that's happened more times than I care to remember. But actually, I just got done. I actually stopped drinking totally for a couple of months. And then I just kind of just to let my liver recover and just kind of I was just over getting drunk all the time. And then But I've I don't know, went out to a comedy show the other day and saw some stand up. So I had, had a couple drinks while I was there. And then the other night, just had a couple of drinks randomly. I think it was Halloween. And so I'm just just kind of broke that devilish chain of addiction. And now I can just enjoy a drink every once in a while, like a normal human, And
Oh no.
and if anybody else, has problems with that or any addicted to anything, it's not that hard. Just stop. That's it. It's really not that hard. And just find something else to do with your time is the trick.
Hey, you can't. Hold on a second. I think the problem with addiction, bro, is you can't just stop. Is the issue? The whole issue. They can't just stop.
Well, a lot. Yeah. Well, I did somehow. I just stopped. And
right, you get to a point where you're kind of over it. It has to be your own point. Other people, we all have our own points of whatever it is that we decide that we're over. But right, Gigi, it's just, I'm guessing you probably were getting pestered by your friends a lot, and you start realizing that maybe these guys are right.
Honestly, I think what it was the last time we had I just got sick and tired of what really made me want to stop. Like I was like, okay, this is enough. Like was the last time I got too drunk on a show a couple months ago. Which just like you said, first hour smooth, second hour start sliding. And then by the last 15 minutes I'm slurring words and shit. And I was like, dude, this is ridiculous. I don't want that to ever happen again. I'm over it.
Gigi, do you remember a couple times I was just listening and then I heard you going down fast and I called in and jumped in and saved your show for your ass? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I think you've done that on more than one occasion. Yeah. Which I appreciate. Yeah, absolutely.
That's hilarious. I love that. I mean, I don't love it, but I mean, if I could get because as a guy that loves to drink or used to anyway, if I could figure out a way to get people to pay me to drink, that would be the best fucking gig I could imagine.
You could do it. Yeah, I mean, you can do it, man. Just buy. The only problem is Malort is it only comes from Illinois, so you have to cost a lot of money to ship the bottle over. But it could be a fun. I have some friends that have a really popular YouTube channel. They've got 500,000 subscribers or whatever, and they do these live streams. They do the exact same thing, but they charge $25 per shot, and they make about $1,000 per episode between the three of them. And
what show is that? I have got to write some notes down about that,
dude. I love it. They're called the Game Society Pimps on YouTube. It's video game based sketch comedy. It's basically what it is. Improv sketch comedy while they're playing video games. It's kind of hard to describe, but yeah, every Tuesday and Wednesday they make a small killing doing the Malort shots, and then they do other stuff you can pay an extra $10 to make them squirt some mustard in it, or just random things like that.
Gigi, I didn't. I had last night. I wasn't able to tune in, but you had a guest on, and I did read the bio. And I'm gonna have to go back and re-listen. Can you give us a briefing, a 2-minute briefing on your guest and your show last night? Because it looked really interesting.
Yeah. Oh, you don't know who Micah Dank is? I thought you did.
No, I've heard of Micah Dank, but give me the down low real quick, if you would.
Oh, well, he was only able to do the first hour. But the whole conversation was just about what is God and his, it was very, his opinion on what God is and what it means, really, which he had a very interesting take on it, very biblical based. And then eventually we started talking about okay, like let's question the Bible for a second here, and got into some of the lost gospels and how those kind of contradict the censored version, the modern version of the Bible, rather. And yeah, it's probably a good little summary. But yeah, it was interesting though. Like I think even for the most part, especially the first half hour, I just wound him up and let him go. I didn't have to say a word for like half an hour. So he's a very well-spoken, very, everything was very well thought out and researched. And yeah, I was surprised, like, because we've had him on the show before. I know he's a smart dude, but he really crushed it last night. So yeah, even if you only listen to that first 30 minutes, just that alone is worth checking out.
So, DG, who's your favorite researcher and why?
That's a tough call. I would say either Michael Cremo or Dr. Richard Allen Miller. And Michael Cremo, just because I don't know, I just think his information's great. He's not the most. He's very monotone. He's kind of like boring. Like, I can understand why people like don't. He just kind of got this monotone thing going on, like not very exciting to listen to, but the information he has is absolutely epic. And then Doc Ram, Dr. Richard Allen Miller. He's like kind of eccentric. He's like a mad scientist, quantum physicist, and he just always is. He's funny. He's fun to talk to, and he'll just blow your mind every time you talk to him.
Yeah, and I think he's on a contract right now for, I'm going to guess, the CIA. But hey, Gigi, let's pause it real quick because Dale's got his hand up, and I like Dale. He's a brilliant man. What do you got, Dale?
Yeah, sure.
Just great to hear someone mention Dr. Ram. I've spoken to Rick as well. He's a great guy. Wow, the stories he's got to tell. People think he's a crazy old man, but this guy, everybody else is crazy. He's probably one of the only sane people on the planet. When we spoke to him, I think it was his FBI handler had to be present and listen to the whole interview. She was behind him and sort of nodding and saying, yes, you can say that. No, you can't say that. But yeah, Dr. Ram, it's I hope more people get to know what he's talking about. I mean, he told us this story about how he met a 7.5 foot high green extraterrestrial that was a female, and that the female entered into his mind. So the two of them were together, and they had an experience of either months or years in just that brief moment while she entered into his mind. Some of the stories that guy's got to tell, I mean, wow, he's got more stories than anybody.
What's his name again?
Dr. Richard Allen Miller. He's done loads and loads of podcasts. They're not particularly popular. I think a shift happens. Yeah, I think I listened to your stuff. Is where you've interviewed him heaps of times, haven't you?
Yeah, we've probably had him on about 15 times over the last 7 years, or 6 years rather. Yeah.
That's where I first learned about him. I think I've listened to most of those interviews. It's great stuff.
Right on. Thanks, man. And really, thanks goes to Rick. He's the best, man. And yeah, I'm actually pretty good. I've become pretty good friends with him over the years. Like I'll just call him randomly just to see what's up, and then next thing you know, we're on the phone for 3 hours, and I'm just listening to him blow my mind. Just on a random Tuesday morning, just for no reason.
Yeah,
and
he's got the best stories. He blows my mind every time too. He's talking about metamaterials, and they were shooting these metamaterials with things, and the metamaterials would remember their shape. It didn't matter what you hit it with. It barely did any damage, and if it did, it just literally reverted back to its original form.
Wow. Yeah,
he's a very high-valued asset for the intelligence community, I get the impression.
And he's also NASA's invested a lot of money into him as well. I don't know if he's. Maybe I shouldn't have. Never mind.
It's that sort of topic, isn't it? You got to censor yourself. Like there's so much I just can't say right now.
Yeah, there's been several times where I've co-hosted with Gigi when the doc's been on, and I always think I'm slick. I'm going to ask him questions, and I'm going to get him to tell me some shit. And he's so freaking smart that he knows what he can't. He's not. He almost never gives me the answer I'm trying to get out of him because he is limited. I think he's smart enough to know that he's going to only say so much. But I'm going to guess that Gigi hears some shit in those 3-hour Tuesday morning conversations that he wouldn't say on the radio, right, Gigi?
Oh yeah, I wish I could. Yeah, absolutely.
He was on your show 2 years ago for like 5 hours.
Yeah, I think there was one time where, I mean, the show it was only brought, it was on the network for the first two, but then, yeah, we did an after, like, we just kept going off the air, like, privately on our B-side channel, and yeah, it was like a marathon of Doc Ram, and yeah, that was at least a couple of years ago, and I don't even know if we ever posted those last 3 hours. It was like, if you were there when it was live, you heard it. Otherwise, yeah, that shit might actually be gone. It might be on my computer somewhere, but yeah.
God love Dr. Ram. There's no stopping him. Just let the guy roll. You can hardly get a question in, but it's so great. He will always randomly switch ideas, and you will just say something so profound, and you're just kind of like, how the fuck did you just have that pop into your head?
Yeah, it's definitely, I know exactly what you mean. It's kind of hard to get a question in sometimes, but after you interview him like, 7 or 8 times, you start figuring out how to sort of sneak in there real quick and get a question in, with that guy.
He's a world-class magician too, and when I use that word in its proper context, as in esoteric Western mystery schools, like, that guy is one of the best magicians on the planet. He can manifest reality.
Absolutely, I know exactly what you mean, and I agree 100%. 100%.
So what else is on your mind, Gigi? Let's move into another topic. Let's just keep this thing moving. Let's keep the party rolling.
Yeah, I don't know. What's been on my mind lately is all these, all of your classic megalithic structures. Everything from the pyramids, of course, to like Machu Picchu, especially Lebanon, and some of those things are there. And then Derinkuyu, the underground situation going on there. Like, we kind of talked a little about that last night too. Like, I just want to know who the fuck, how the fuck, when the fuck did this go down? Like, and I always kind of come back to that topic from time to time. Like, I get obsessed with it, and I'm back in that phase again. That's kind of why I've been looking up recently. Which, again, Michael Cremo,
Yeah, there's so much history. It is cool. I kind of stumbled across some information I wasn't really looking for, or didn't anticipate I would even be looking for when I got to Albuquerque. Michael might have heard this already, or some of you, but Sandia Mountain, and I wasn't aware that the people that lived on that mountain prior to the Hopi and the Zuni were the Mugione people. And then apparently somewhere 25,000. Some people speculate this particular people could have been there 100 to 300,000 years ago. But this particular researcher in the 40s estimated that it was at least 25,000-year-old. These people that were called the Sandia people, and that's how it became the Sandia Mountain. So once I get some time again to go back into, research, book research. I love boots on the ground research. I'm addicted to boots on the ground, eyes on the sky, getting out, talking to people. That's what I like to do. If I could clone myself, I'd have one aspect of myself doing the book and the internet research, and then I'd have the other guy doing the other stuff. But it's just impossible to do it all. That's why it's good about these communities is you've got different people doing different types of research, and then we all get together and share so we can kind of get a better idea what the big picture is. But yeah, I mean, there's so much going on in that Sandia Mountain. I'm going to take you up there, Michael. I'm going to show you some things, bro. I'm going to show you some Bigfoot structures up there. We're going to go to the Rabbit Hole Medicine Shop. What do you think, Michael? Are you still there, bro?
Does that rabbit hole shop still exist?
It may still be there. It's not open for business as far as I know, but when we went up there, there was bear prints in the snow, and we were only about halfway to where we wanted to get. It was about 2,000 feet off the road. We were probably about not even 1,000 feet in, and we were seeing footprints and tree structures that I recognized to be of the Bigfoot type. And we found that car turned upside down. And so I'm definitely going to go back, but it was suggested that I wait till the bears go into hibernation, which will probably be by next month or somewhere around there, and then go back in there and go all the way into the spot where this, because I did do the Google Earth and I looked at this exact spot, and it looks like there's a structure there. And you can't tell from Google Earth what kind of structure it is, but there's something there. So I don't know if it's an old building or if it's a rock structure, but I'm very curious. I'm very, very curious. So I'm gonna drag Michael up there and some other people if Michael wants to go. Hopefully you get yourself ready to go. 10,000 feet up. We're going to go hiking in the woods, Michael.
Where's this at?
The Sandia Mountain.
Oh, I've been up there. I spent a lot of time up there. One of my best friends lived up there in Sandia Knolls.
Yeah, if you go on Google Earth and you type in the Rabbit Hole Medicine Shop, right up there, about 10,000 feet up, about too far from the peak. It's pinpointed on the map. It's about 2,200 feet off the road into the forested area. And there is a pathway there. So something was there at one time. I don't know what it was. I don't know. Have you ever heard of this yet? The Rabbit Hole Medicine Shop?
I can't say that I have, and Robert's not here to tell me any stories. He passed away many years ago. And I'm sure that he would know because he lived up there for quite a while.
Yeah, there's a lady over there that lives in this little town called Placitas, which is real close. It's at the corner base of the mountain, and she's been filming lights over there. And before, so I went to Sue Walker, who lives in that area too, who says she's talking to the Ponte ET, is what she says, and she drew me a diagram, and ironically, and she didn't know that I had already been talking to this other lady that was filming lights up there. So I was trying to like cross research this information to see if it was going to match up. And the diagram that she drew me was in the same area where this girl or this lady was filming these lights. So it kind of, it's kind of double blind kind of study where I'm trying to figure out, okay, I just want to make sure this is real pure information. This is not just hearsay stuff, but there's some strange shit going on at the Sandia Mountain. No doubt about it.
There's a government base there, isn't there?
Oh yeah, under the mountain, definitely. I've seen the videos where they've got the underground. Yeah, that's another thing. Actually, going back to Doty again. He knows. I'm sure he knows a lot of stuff, and I'm hoping I can see. It's the thing. I got to figure out how to bring this information up to him in a public conversation. That's not going to make him just like when I brought up to him about the MyLabs the last time we talked, and he says, I'm not touching that. So I get it. There's certain things that he may be aware of that he's just not permitted to talk about. But we'll see. There's always a way around if you can phrase questions. That's the key to research, in my opinion, when you're trying to get information from people is how you phrase the question and when to push and when not to push. Let people share what they want to share when they're ready, and it's kind of an art form. But it's fun to do.
I wanted to share this thing Gigi shared about. He says it's this quote: "The best possible explanation for the moon is observational error. The moon doesn't exist. All existing explanations for its presence are fraught with difficulties." This guy from Harvard Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics, Erwin Shapiro. That's an interesting idea. It's good.
Yeah, and I'm fully convinced that the moon is not at all what we think it is. I don't know what it is, but I'm pretty sure I know what it isn't. And it's and plus how it got there, how it's in you know, it just so happens to be the exact, like from our perspective, the exact same diameter as the sun, which is why we have eclipses, right? That's why those work, and the way they do. And yeah, there's something very mysterious about it, you know. Then there's just so much stuff, you know, like when they dropped a couple of pieces of, you know, like the space shuttles, they after a certain point they just ditch half the shit and they just let it fall wherever. And some of their equipment smashed into the moon, and apparently it rang like a bell, according to them, for about 24 hours, and which would insinuate that it's apparently hollow, which it's not supposed to be, right? And yeah, there's just so much mystery there, and like that guy basically said, you know, there's I mean, almost, you know, it's just the more we try to understand the moon, the more mysterious it is, and we realize like we don't know what the fuck this thing is. Like, it's not a moon like the other moons we know around the other planets. Like, this is some kind of, like, I dare to say, like, in some way
it's
or
an
another.
ET base. I'll say it for you, Gigi. It's an ET base.
At the very least, yeah, and it might be artificially made.
It's the Death Star.
Yeah,
exactly. Logan just hit it. It's the Death Star. That was disclosure.
Hold on. Break down the Death Star. I mean, I've heard the term, but enlighten me. What exactly is the Death Star theory?
So it's just a big base. That's all it is. It's just a big alien base, and it has the power to destroy any planets with like a giant weapon it has.
It's from Star Wars. You never seen Star Wars? Vader's.
Yeah, I see Star Wars, but I didn't know that the moon was the Death Star. I didn't know that.
In one section, Obi-Wan Kenobi's on the Millennium Falcon, and they come out of hyperspace, and he says, Han Solo says, you know, that moon over there, and he says, that's no moon. So that was a bit of tacit disclosure, I think.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, and it's also possible that these other moons surrounding these other planets could also be Death Star bases. I mean, we shouldn't assume that they're not, right?
Well, there's more disclosure in that film as well. I mean, if you think of Chewbacca on a spaceship, that's a Sasquatch. We know that the Sasquatch have got good relations with ETs, and they probably go on the ships with them. So Chewbacca is a Sasquatch.
I'm down with that.
Yeah. I think like it's fucked up, right? Like that means like George Lucas like did that on purpose because he knows, or maybe he was just joking, right? Or maybe he just, I don't know. Like, what's the story behind that? Someone's got to ask him, right?
Oh, I think he knows some shit. And I think he subliminally, a little bit more than subliminally, insinuated a lot of things in his movies.
Yeah, but he only knows what he's allowed to know and what he's allowed to disclose. And I think that the intelligence agencies give these people this information because they can use that money to fund their black projects. That's my opinion.
Also, just because they're famous and they want to impress them with their little secrets they have, probably.
And he's best friends with Spielberg. You know. But about the moon being fake thing, there was recently, I'm sure everyone's heard Buzz Aldrin talk about the monolith on Phobos, the moon of Mars. Is it Mars? And there was recently there was recently a study or article that was released. I posted an article, but that said that there's also structures inside of Phobos. Those could be natural or whatever, but it also what do you call it? It orbits at like really close to the equator and at like an unexpected speed. So it just doesn't fit like what they would expect it to fit if it were what scientists, thought it was. But, they're more insinuating that it wasn't, caught debris or, I don't think they're making any sort of grand exclamations with that information.
So does anybody else here think that there was some serious fuckery in the Apollo missions?
Oh yeah, but I don't know like how much of that is because they were definitely doing classified stuff that they still haven't admitted to for whatever reason. But what was also like other shenanigans that's like more like conspiracy kind of shit also going on. Like, what were they up to? For real.
Let me just say this. Go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead.
No, I was going to say that Eric Mitchell's was very close friends with Dr. Edgar Mitchell, and I've been able to have Eric share with me privately some of those conversations that I'm not really allowed to reveal, which that's Eric's deal, right? But I do. Okay, it's easy to say that we've never been to the moon, and I think my opinion is that we have been to the moon. And my opinion is also that that a lot of the footage, some of the footage, whatever portion of the footage that we saw on television that we might still see today, is not all the actual footage necessarily of our visit to the moon. But I tend to believe this. I mean, Dr. Mitchell wrote many books. I didn't even know this. Matter of fact, Eric didn't know this. I asked him, I go, well, did Dr. Mitchell ever write any books? He goes, I don't think so. So because he never talked about it. But if you go just Google search Dr. Edgar Mitchell and look at all the books he's written. I mean, if you really want to know about the moon and the in my opinion, and based on what Eric Mitchell told me, that Dr. Edgar Mitchell was not a liar or a fraud or a fake or a phony. The man was brilliant, literally brilliant. And he would have heart-to-heart talks with Eric. And so I think we could learn a lot. Matter of fact, it'd be fun to do like a book club spaces where we all agreed that we're going to read a specific book about that Dr. Mitchell wrote. And even if we don't read the entire book, we just go through it and we just thumb through whatever. But it'd be an interesting conversation to have about Dr. Mitchell and the Apollo astronauts and the moon. I think that would be an interesting conversation.
Yeah, and there's there's definitely, like, at the very least, now why they faked it is there's multiple possibilities, but the footage, because some of the footage has been proven to be studio footage, including that classic Collins cover on Time magazine. They know there's it's just a reversed image of the same photo that was taken of him in the studio, and then they blacked out the background. And they tried to tell everybody that was him floating around space by the moon. But so for some reason, I've got a couple of different possible potential ideas of what might have been happening. I think for one, I think they really thought they could go to the moon. And then somewhere along the way, whether it was because they couldn't quite technologically pull it off and get through the Van Allen belt, or maybe they got pretty close and then realized oh, there's a bunch of fucking aliens here, and then they got scared off by whoever's up there and told not to, you can't fucking come here. Or it could be something else too. But one thing's for sure, the biggest one that really turned on a light bulb in my head was when they faked the shot of it's in that one documentary where they faked that shot of the Earth. Supposedly they were filming the Earth from lunar orbit. So the Earth looks like this little blue ball in the middle of a bunch of blackness, right? But then all of a sudden they go cut, then the lights come on, and it turns out they were actually using the circular window. I mean, they were up in space, but they weren't in lunar orbit. They were in Earth orbit. And they used the window to cut out, to make it look like the whole planet. Like the planet was much bigger than the window because they're really close. So when they turned out the lights and they put the camera all the way back at the cabin, it looks like a little blue ball floating from a much further distance. But in reality, they were, like I said, in Earth orbit, and they just faked the shot. So it's well, wait a minute. If you really went to the moon, why are you bothering faking the shot? what's I mean, why wouldn't you just wait till you got to the moon and then take the actual shot? Why? So there's something going on. I think that's in the it's a documentary called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. And
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
You know,
So you know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Real quick, TG, this is interesting you brought that up because I'd never heard about the documentary, nor had I seen it. And then when Clifford Mahooty passed, and I was at his house with Skip, his son, and we're just I was just trying to help him kind of clean up and organize. And Clifford Mahooty has an amazing library and lots of DVDs and video. I mean, the dude had a lot of information, and I did come across that particular documentary on DVD, and I watched it. And I think it was a British documentary, wasn't it? It wasn't an American-made documentary, was it, Gigi?
No, it was this American dude named Bart Sibrel, and that made it. But I think the narrator was British, though.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the Van Allen belt, that's really, to me, that's like the one mystery I haven't been able to penetrate yet. As far as, I don't know how much I believe. There's got to be some misinformation about the Van Allen belt. I mean, that's what resonates with me. But I invited NW Curious. I don't know if she wants to come on and talk, but I looked at her Twitter. She's into space and stuff. If anybody's got any thoughts about the Van Allen belt, I'd be interested in hearing that.
Ooh, well, I'll tell you one thing about the Van Allen belt is NASA, on 2 separate occasions after the space program was after the Apollo missions and the space program kind of came to a halt for several decades, right? And which that's also another interesting mystery. Why we just stop all of a sudden? But they admitted on 2 different occasions, the most recent of which was in 1991. They made a press statement about the technology they're developing and what they're working on. They had to present it to Congress or whatever, some sort of congressional hearing. And they straight up said, we are getting pretty close to figuring out how to get humans past the Van Allen belt. Well, wait a minute. I thought we went to the moon back in 69 and the 70s. How'd you do that if you didn't go past the Van Allen belt? So right there, there's, it can't be both, right? So.
Well, we used to ride moon buggies around on the moon, and we used to phone President Nixon from a phone on his desk from the moon. We did all sorts of wacky stuff up there.
Yeah, there's.
Why would they say? Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that I'm pretty sure, if not all, most of the astronauts are Freemasons. I'm not trying to throw shade on the Freemasons, but anytime you involve secret societies that are doing these kind of things, and I don't know, I just think the brilliance of their misinformation and disinformation and mixing fact with BS. The whole goal, obviously, is to keep us all wondering. They never want us. They just don't want us to know the truth. So they sometimes I think they create their own disinformation because they just want to keep people constantly guessing. It's fucked up, but that just seems to be their deal.
Right, and I remember a point I was going to make earlier is kind of going back to the fake footage. I think because when you look at the situation at the time, the Cold War and everything, the space race with Russia, like they had, they really needed to be the first ones on the moon. They at least needed Russia to believe that. And I think they filmed a lot of the footage beforehand. This is just a possibility. I think they did that beforehand as a backup option, just in case something went wrong during the missions. They could still say, "Oh, we did it," And then, sure enough, I think, like I said, whether it's technological reasons or because they encountered whoever's up there and they wouldn't let them land or whatever, they ended up having to use the fake footage. But like I said, I think they really did mean to go to the moon. Like it wasn't a fake situation at first. Like they really thought they were going to be able to pull this off. Then something happened, but I don't know what. That's just my opinion.
Well, I think we beat the moon up pretty good in this little segment. Let's Yeah, I don't mind. Unless someone's else got more comments about the moon, let's change it up. Let's
Yeah,
go to another
hold up a
topic.
second. I want to go ahead and say something about the moon real quick.
All right, Logan, you're the boss. Go for it, brother.
There was a well, before I get to that, the fake Apollo moon thing with the picture. I didn't know the thing you're talking about. It's I got to watch that documentary, but I don't think it's the same one with the Apollo 17 moon mission where they you see like a reflection in the visor of like a stagehand that shows like the photo they were taking was fake. I guess is that the
Yeah.
same one you're talking about?
I think they discussed that in there briefly. I'm not sure if that's the same one you're talking about though. But it's still worth. Yeah, I would highly recommend checking out that documentary. Honestly, it wasn't produced very well, in my opinion, but the information is worth. It's at least worth hearing, and then obviously form your own opinion. But he also did a follow-up. So this is in some ways even more interesting than anything we've talked about so far regarding this is his other documentary, which is called Astronauts Gone Wild. Essentially all it is, I wouldn't even call it a documentary. It's just it's a bunch of clips of him. He went up to like 10 or 12 different Apollo astronauts with a Bible in his hand. Like he set up these like fake interviews. Like he made them think like they were just going to be like just another regular interview about their missions. And then he starts it off that way, and then he kind of takes a hard left. He's like, okay, well, how about this? Here's a Bible. Can you swear on the Bible that you went to the moon? And what's interesting is nobody would do it. Not one of them. Actually, one of them did. One of them did. But the other 9 or 10 or 11 of them refused to do it. In fact, in one case, the guy literally ran away from him. He just ran away. He was an old man. He wasn't running very fast, but he ran away. And so a couple of things about that. One, if you went to the moon, shouldn't be a problem, right? If you didn't go to the moon, and you don't believe in the Bible, like why not? You already lied about going to the moon. What's the big deal about putting your hand on the book and lying again? Like either way, they should have no problem doing that. But apparently they did, and they refused to do it. And you can see those guys sweating their ass off, like looking really nervous. Like it's very peculiar, to say the least. And when you watch it, if you ever do, it's called Astronauts Gone Wild. Just pay attention to their behavior and the look on their face once they understand the question and things like that. It's suspect as hell, but yeah, just interesting stuff to check out whenever you're bored.
What about Project Horizon? Have you heard about that one? It's it conceived I think in the 60s, and it was like meant to build an underground base on the moon.
Yeah, I'm not like I know about that, but I don't know hardly anything about it. Like I'm aware of its existence though. But yeah, I don't really know much about that, honestly.
I went ahead and I found both movies you're talking about, and I went ahead and put them in the thread there in the corner that you can like. I don't know if you know this, but there's like a little thing in the corner, like you can post stuff like in the thread attached to this space. So I just posted those movies there. That they're just free on YouTube, so it's awesome.
Yeah, I was going to say it should be on YouTube. Yeah, so yeah, I highly encourage you guys check those out. It'll definitely make you wonder, at the very least.
Yeah, I wonder why they wouldn't. Because like you said, like they're willing to lie, like no problem, obviously. So why not just lie again?
Exactly. Yeah, something doesn't add up. Something doesn't add up.
What do you think it is?
Well, the only thing that would make sense is if they really believe in the Bible and they were not willing to swear on it because they lied about going to the moon. That's the only. I don't think that's it though. It might be though. Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it doesn't make sense either way. Like either reason doesn't make sense. Like, well, either. Let me rephrase that. Either reason makes it pretty. The only conclusion you could come to is that they don't want to admit it. Obviously, no matter which way it goes, they clearly don't want to admit that they went to the moon for some reason. So they're afraid of something. There must be some sort of consequence that they're aware of for doing that. And I think, I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't there an actual law?
Oh damn, Eric, did you hit the button? Sorry about that.
Yeah, that was an accident. I'm sorry. Hey, real quick, Logan, help me out here. So you said I'm trying to figure out this box in the corner that you're talking about because I can never frickin' find it. So now that I've got the screen shrunk down to where it's supposed to be, walk me through this. Talk me through this.
Okay, so what can you see at the bottom? Do you see that purple thing that says 12 on it?
I see a number 11 on the bottom right corner. Doesn't look purple. So click on that.
Yep, click on that.
Okay, so what I see here is the last tweet I see you did was 2 hours ago.
Well, see, the thing with the thread it creates for this space is they're all out of order, all just jumbled up for whatever reason. So that's definitely.
Oh, there we go. I see a funny thing happen on the way to the moon. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's good to know. So in other words, it's in there, but it's not in order. That's very okay. Now I understand. Yep. All right. Thanks, bro. Thanks. Now I learned a lot tonight. I appreciate it.
I love you, man. I mean, why do the rules of threads not work in that specific instance as it's attached to spaces? Who knows? Spaces just sucks so bad.
Yeah, they really need to fix that shit immediately. Yeah. But yeah, interestingly enough, I actually just got done talking to Bart Seibel, the guy who made those documentaries a couple days ago. And he just actually released a book as well. It just came out sometime within the last year. And yeah, he's actually going to be coming on the show eventually. We haven't quite nailed down a date yet. Apparently Friday nights don't work very good for him, so we might have to pre-record it. But yeah, I've got, that's going to be an interesting interview to say the least.
Oh man, I would love to fucking listen to that one. That's got to be good. I don't know you though. What's up, Chris? How you going?
Doing well, thank you.
Yeah, there's an article that New Andrew Thal posted about the did you know about that thing they discovered on the moon, that giant mass of I guess metal underneath? I think it's the polar cap of the moon, is that what they call it, the polar cap? Maybe that's not what they call it, but yeah, the metal carried over from an earlier asteroid crash or whatever. And I mean, that makes sense because the moon's a lot more magnetic than they realized, right? It's able to pull in asteroids.
Yeah, it's almost like a yeah, it's just a comet attractor. Yeah, or meteor, whatever you call them.
Yeah, if you look at the poles, the poles are where they all get pulled into.
Oh.
Do you guys? I have a theory. Do you guys have a theory why that would be?
No,
not really. No.
Okay, so my theory is that whether it's an asteroid or whatever that they're trying, let's just say it's being pulled into the atmosphere, that they're contained within are what we would call metamaterials. So by drawing in these objects, we'll call them objects, that they deem to be potentially valuable, instead of them going on the Easter egg hunt, they're bringing the Easter eggs right to the basket, and then they can then just extract the metamaterials from these objects and then use them for their advanced technology. What do you think about that theory?
Yeah, I don't know if it's just me, but kind of cut out for me a little bit there. I didn't quite understand the whole thing. But if somebody else has
say
something
that
to say,
again?
go ahead.
Yeah, well, so what I'm speculating is that these materials that are contained within the asteroids and other objects that you guys say are being pulled in could contain metamaterials that are being used in technology, assuming that there's ET on the moon and so on and so forth, that by bringing it in, then they can extract these materials and use them to, whether it's through building spaceships or whatever, but it's just a way of kind of magnetizing and bringing in these materials so that they can advance their technologies.
I could believe it. Yeah, for sure. I think that's very possible. Yeah.
Yeah,
Makes
I mean,
sense
I'm
to
down
me.
with that theory. They've brought back like almost 1,000 pounds worth of stuff from the moon.
Oh, speaking of that, hold on one second. Yeah, it's on there. So when they, so here's another interesting little situation that sort of adds to the whole something's going on here situation with all this is once they, came back and brought all the moon rocks back, whatever, they gifted some moon rocks to several different prime ministers and of various countries. One of them was Holland, and I don't know if it's an international law of some kind, or I know it's an American law. I'm not sure if the same laws apply to them, but either way, they agreed to not open the case. It has to stay sealed because they said, we don't want it to contaminate this or that. Like, okay, so a couple years go by, and then the Prime Minister of Holland is like, I smell bullshit. So he cracks that shit open anyway. They test the rock, and sure enough, not a moon rock at all, just a piece of petrified wood. So wait a minute. Why are you handing out fake moon rocks if you have all these moon rocks? Just another little what the fuck kind of thing.
To play devil's advocate here, if, the moon came from, a piece of the earth, supposedly, like they say maybe happened, and there's, a piece of whatever tree on there, and it eventually just got covered with regolith over, millions of years, and they thought it was a rock for, because it would appear that way probably. You know what I mean?
That's just possible, but there's a bunch of other elements on the moon that would have also been found on that, like only exist in certain chemical compositions that you don't find on Earth that you find on the moon. I'm not smart enough to explain that entirely, but I think you know what I'm saying. And there was none of that shit was in there. It was just a straight up piece of petrified wood. And
what about the rest of
it? That was all of it. The whole thing was just petrified wood.
No, I mean, like what they gifted other countries, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, they never opened it because they agreed not to do it. I mean, so did Holland, but the guy was just like, he's like, dude, there's something going on here. Let me check this out. So
what? Still, to this day, no one has opened their rocks?
At least not that I'm aware of, that the public's been told about. Yeah, because they agreed to keep it sealed. That was part of the deal, And I really want to say that I don't know if it's like a UN or a NATO law or something. Like it's some sort of international binding contract at the very least that like you are not allowed to open this thing, that they all agreed to when they took it. I think it's only a handful of countries that got it. I think it's like 4 or 5 of them, and I can't recall which ones they are. I just know that Holland was the one. I'm pretty sure it was Holland. that actually they weren't buying it, so they cracked it open and tested it, and then sure enough, you know. But you know, I mean, kind of tying back to what Eric was just saying, it could be, what if you know, some of these metals up there are being used for advanced technology, and maybe that's why they gave them a piece of wood instead, because they don't want them to have these rare cosmic metals. That's a possibility. But then that means they actually went to them. I mean, I would imagine they, like the rovers and stuff, that the unmanned things that are on the moon, you know, running around, like I think that could be happening, but in my opinion, did the humans themselves actually get on the surface of the moon? I really don't think so. But at least not then. I wouldn't be surprised if things have changed and they've got better technology, that, you know, maybe some sort of Black Ops technology or whatever. Like maybe we're up there now, but I mean, I guess we'll see. You know, we'll see, because what is it, next year or the year after that? They're doing another manned mission to the moon, according to them right now. So that's going to be interesting to see how they handle that situation. So I think, yeah, all bets are kind of off until, because if there's some fuckery with that, like we have all kinds of technological ways to see if things are fake and whatnot, like, you know, so unless, you know, so we'll see what happens in a year or two. And I think that will clarify, it'll just add some more context to everything, you know.
I was gonna say those rocks you were saying, they call them the Goodwill moon rocks. So Richard Nixon gave moon rocks collected by Apollo 11 and Apollo 17 astronauts to 135 countries around the world and the 50 U.S. states as a token of American goodwill. Some are in museums and some in scientific institutions, and many others are unaccounted for. They have either gone missing or stolen or even destroyed.
Interesting. I didn't know it was that many countries, but I didn't even know there were that many countries. There's 135, I guess. Yeah. Interesting, but yeah. Well, I know what happened to one of them. They cracked it open, petrified wood. But yeah, I would imagine at least one of the other countries would have done the same thing. You know. But as far as I'm aware, I don't think so. I could be wrong though.
The Afghanistan moon rocks were vanished, and the ones that were destined for Cyprus never got delivered because of a war going on at the time. And then in Honduras, it was stolen by an undercover guy posing as a postal service agent in a sting called Operation Lunar Eclipse.
Oh, wow. How about that?
Ireland has an Apollo 11 moon rock on display in their Dunsink Observatory, which was destroyed in a 1977 fire. In Libya, their moon rocks were given to Gaddafi and then have vanished. In Malta, their moon rock was stolen from a museum in 2004. It hasn't been found. In Nicaragua, their moon rock was sold to someone in the Middle East for like $5 to $10 million, allegedly. In Romania, theirs is on display in a museum in Bucharest, but has been believed to have been sold by the estate of former dictator, whoever that guy's name is. And then Spain, their moon rock is on display in their naval museum after being donated by the family of blah, 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 who was assassinated by the blah, blah, blah. But currently their moon rock is missing, and it's believed to be in the hands of the family of former dictator Francisco Franco. Wow. Those things are just bad luck.
The most surprising thing out of all the things you just said is I can't believe they gave one to Muammar Gaddafi. He was like a straight up like before there were Bin Ladens, there was that guy, that shot missiles at one of our jets, and I mean he missed, but he was like enemy number one of America. Why would they give him a moon rock? Unless that was before that shit went down. I don't know.
Wait, so he is why did we hate him?
Because he started an act of war by launching 6 missiles at one of our jets.
Was it flying over his country?
See, that's I don't know. I'm not sure of the exact details. I'm not sure who pulled the first, who punched who first, so to speak. But I know it escalated to the point where, it was all over the newspapers back in the day, like it was this big national security situation. They had to change, it gave them an opportunity to change a bunch of laws, just like any sort of event like that. But yeah, I don't know who pissed off who first. I can't say. I'm sure you probably looked that up though. I'm sure.
I love those guys actually. Like, I feel bad for them. I mean, not so much for Gaddafi necessarily, but he had. Do you know much about their society and how he ran it?
Honestly, no, I don't really.
So you'll find it pretty fucking interesting. The kind of society they had, which was kind of almost like I don't know the word for it, but like ideal. But like there's a certain word for like ideal societies called like I forget what it is, but they would give you like a place to live, cars, free health insurance, everything like we dream about, they had. And the thing is, that's why we hate them probably. That because they were filthy rich with all their oil reserves. They put it back into their own country.
Yeah, I bet it has something to do with it.
We weren't going to have that.
Yeah, I bet that has something to do with it. And because I mean, if you think about it, launching 6 missiles at a jet, I'm sure he didn't do that for no reason at all. There must have been, something must have happened, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, who knows? I wouldn't doubt that the people over there like hate us, and for good reason. So I'm sure if like he saw 6 jets going like, I don't know, all sketched out, he wouldn't hesitate to like just get rid of them. Probably like to this day, like Saudi Arabia would love to do that to us, but they already did 9/11. And what more do they want?
All right, and I'm just so I'm standing outside right now by a highway. Does it sound noisy when I talk right now?
I don't even hear it.
Oh, cool. All right, just checking.
Hey, where you at, Eric?
I'm here. I'm just getting tired of listening to Gigi talk. Gigi's one of my closest bros, so we could trash each other. We're just having fun.
Yeah, you're the one that invited me.
I know, I love you, bro. You're like a little brother to me. But no, seriously, if you guys don't mind, let's get off the moon. Let's move into something else. I'm kind of over the moon. Let's do. I'm somewhere over the moon. No.
Yeah.
Let's come up with a new topic. Let's get this moving into another direction. Okay, I'll say this. What about so check this out in the moment of truth at the end of the movie. I hope I'm not going to spoil it for anybody, but this just one. Pardon?
Moment of contact.
Yeah, moment of contact. They in the very, very the last portion of the movie, they talk about where the Brazilians had captured this particular 1 or 2 ETs, and the United States Air Force landed uninvited in Brazil, came and took the ETs. And where they went after that, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't even guess. But I could tell you this, though, that those ETs and that footage that they're talking about potentially having 35 minutes of footage. Somebody's saying about selling that footage for $200,000. I think that's BS because, first of all, if I had footage of an ET 35 minutes, $200,000, are you kidding me? Give me freaking 5 million, 10 million, 200 grand is ridiculous. The fact that they're saying 200 grand tells me right away there's disinformation there. So let's talk about that. I mean, why does the United States always get access to these crashes and these ETs? I mean, they dominate for some reason when it happens, other than Russia and China, obviously. So maybe if you guys want to switch it over to that for a little while or some other topic, let's just move into something else.
I'll go into that a little bit. I've spoken about this before, and it's just a theory. I could be way off. But look, I think the agencies, the government, you look back at the Brookings report, right? So why don't we have just clear video of ETs and crash sites? We all know that most of us believe they're real. Most of us have heard enough evidence to accept that. So why don't we get it? I really do think they just don't want the normies to lose their shit. I think that's been the overarching reason why they do it. It's not necessarily some, evil cabal. Not necessarily. I'm not ruling that out. But I just don't think they want the normies to lose their shit and society to completely break down. Some people are just not going to handle. A lot of people are not going to handle ontological shock very well.
Okay, great. So my opinion is that maybe back in the day, the potential for a portion of society within the world would have a breakdown type of situation for a moment or two or three. But nowadays, with this weather disclosure that we've been getting for 75 years, and it's been ramped up in the last 5 years, I think that if some agency within the United States decided to say, yeah, well, all that shit that James Fox talked about, it's real. And yeah, we do have the bodies. We're not going to show you pictures. We're not going to release the videos, but it's all true. We wouldn't know if it was true. I would believe it to be true, but we wouldn't know for sure. But the point is, I think most of us are kind of over it. I don't buy that, War of the Worlds shock to society. I mean, it's a good way for them to continue to control the matrix by making us think, not us, but people in general think that, oh, we're not ready to have this information. I think it's a control. I mean, Dale, what do you think? I'm curious.
Look, I can speak to my own experience. I would say more, but we're being recorded. You do lose your shit. When the phenomena really gets in your face day and night, it changes everything. I mean, look, I used to run a bunch of companies, and I haven't been able to get back to that. And not so much that I'm so damaged and frail that I don't go back and do my ordinary work, but just because it becomes all-consuming. And I mean, I know Ross Coulthart, and he's exactly the same too. I mean, he's one of the world's best journalists. He could be making a lot of money flying around and just covering ordinary stuff on behalf of various British and Australian media institutes. He can't even get back to work. All he thinks about is the phenomena. All he thinks about is disclosure. All he thinks about is trying to find out what this is. And it takes over your life. I think Jacques Keel even warned about it. So it's not even necessarily like some malevolent psychological breakdown that people will go through. But I think people are just going to give a lot less of a damn about their day-to-day jobs once this really makes its way into your life.
I'm going to agree with you because truthfully, it happened to me. I'm going to try to make this short and brief. So in about 2016 or 17, I had a thriving business. My type of work I did was very physical, so I was constantly in pain. I decided, because of some of the guys that were working with me, were using Vicodin and whatnot to kind of deal with that pain, because alcohol and over the counter pain relief just wasn't getting it done. And you look at professional athletes that sports and whatnot. I'm sure they're using the same stuff. Some are using steroids, whatever it is, to deal with that aches and pains. But anyway, well, once I got turned on to the topic, and once I started seeing things that I believed what I was seeing was something that I hadn't seen before, I became very curious. And, curiosity killed the cat. So then I went on this little research jaunt, not thinking in that moment that this was going to be something that I was going to be permanently fixated on. But it did happen to me. I mean, I continued to do my business, but I just it wasn't a priority anymore. I was still able to make enough money to finance whatever it was, my research and my trips and my expeditions and so on and so forth, and pay my bills, no problem. But just within the last few years, and I think a lot of it has to do with my age. I'm going to be 60 here in a month or two, and with everything that's happening in the world, I've had a great life. I don't want to die. I don't plan to die. But if I did die, I would feel like I lived a full life. But it's not. But what I was doing 5 years ago is no longer important to me. So yeah, I see that. I see where there is a group of, there's a lot of people probably where their priorities would change. But in terms of shock and awe, for example, I don't know that if for example, some agency or the president or somebody that we all trusted to believe was telling us the truth came out and said, yes, there are crash retrievals. The aliens did crash here. We have recovered bodies. I think initially a lot of people would be kind of shocked to hear that information. But I think most people, the vast majority, would continue to move on. They would still go to work. They still got families to feed. They still got lives to live. Depending on your age and where you're at in life, some people, they might just say, okay, fine, I'm done with the Matrix. I'm just going to live out my life doing research and running all over the country, kind of like what I've been doing. I mean, yes, I agree, but then I don't know if it's going to be as dramatic as what they think it's going to be.
Well, look, I agree with what you're saying too. I think if it was front page, New York Times, yes, here's 2 or 3 crashes, and yes, there was ETs in those vehicles, right? Most people would I agree that most people would get back to work and continue. The majority of people will just settle straight back into their lives. You've got to pay your rent, you've got to pay your mortgage, you've got to feed your kids, right? So I do agree with that. But what about when they realise that there's sentient plasma, light beings all around us, and that level of reality is completely overlaid with this level of reality. And if you want to engage with it, it engages with you. Like Chris Bledsoe style, orbs curing people of horrific conditions, like Science Bob's wife, his own Crohn's disease, his own rheumatoid arthritis. I mean, he gave an interview, if I'm not mistaken, with Ryan on YouTube, where he basically recalls a story. Now, if I'm paraphrasing this story wrong, someone jump in. But the way I recall it, there was the usual group of 3-star generals, deputy directors of the CIA, NASA scientists around at Chris Bledsoe's house. Now, one of them had a stroke or something. One of these people who was at the house had some event like a stroke or a heart attack and dropped dead on the floor, like dead, not alive. And everyone looks like, Chris. And he summoned an orb and the guy sat back up. Now, if people, I wish Taylor was here, because people are neglecting the divine aspect of the phenomena. There is sentient light beings who are godlike and can change reality all around us. They're here now. It's not something that happens after you die. They're here now. They show up. They will come to you. That sort of stuff, when that's in your daily life, I can't even count how many orbs I see. I saw them this morning, film them again. Once they start, they're very sticky. They flash at the sky. My friends see them, my neighbours see them, my family sees them. They all thought I was crazy, but now they've all seen them so many times. And some of them do get straight back on with their lives. Some of them do manage to turn away. But what if the phenomena itself becomes more prevalent, more common in our lives? What if the terrain changes? What if everybody starts seeing these light beings, these orbs? What if everybody starts having these bizarre reality-changing events? Then I think they'll probably stop worrying so much about work and fucking politics.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Yeah, thank you, Dale. By the way, I really appreciate anytime you talk, Dale, because I can tell that you're a real experiencer, and there's not many. There might be a lot of people like you out there that are just not public with the information. I think that the percentage is small, though, that people that are actually having the types of experiences that you're talking about. My friend Eric Mitchell is having these same types of experiences that you're talking about. So I know it's real. I have no doubt about it. But here would be my concern if I was just kind of stepping back and observing is that let's just say there was this type of disclosure that this information came out. If we look at it from the consciousness of whatever these intelligences are, I would assume that if humanity down here on Earth starts saying, okay, yeah, well, these things are real, and these sentient consciousness beings are real, they're going to know that we know. And therefore, it's possible that if they know that we know, and that now we're talking about it and we're accepting it as a human society, that then they could potentially make their presence even more known, because it's like the floodgates have been opened. Then that could be a concern. You see where I'm going with that?
Yeah, I do. I mean, was it Tom DeLonge, or was it in the Secret Machines books that Lavender helped co-author? Anyway, someone in that region said, look, the more we talk about it, the quicker it's going to arrive. And, the more we talk about it, exactly what you just said, the more we talk about it, the more quickly it becomes an actual physical, mental, energetic part of everyone's reality. And that's a brave new world.
Screens, before I let you on screen real quick, and so, here's the deal, though, is you look where humanity is now and where it's been and the direction it appears to be going, potentially that I personally don't think humanity can continue on the path it's on right now and succeed in the long run. There has to be some sort of shift happens where things change, where then humanity has a chance to evolve. And so it is a risk, but it might be the only option for humanity to survive. Screen, what do you got on that, brother?
I just kind of have a question for the room on that note. If that's the case with the orbs, right? And I've had experience with orbs, like a lot of people have, like y'all are saying. Where are all the orbs and the artwork, like on the cave walls and stuff? Why is it always the Watcher type or gray type beings?
There are. I mean, they were known in old medieval England as the Will o' the Wisp. In Scandinavia, the Hesdalen lights have been known about for centuries. The jack-o'-lantern. So orbs, I know what you're saying, but there's certainly a lot of old references to them. But in modern times, yeah, it's a fixation on greys and flying saucers.
My experience with, we'll call them orbs. What I don't know what they're made out of. Some people say plasma. These light objects that are in the sky, sometimes close, sometimes pretty far up, that are kind of slightly shifting shape. They're generally circular, but they're kind of moving in such a way in a solid or in a still area where they're shifting slightly their shape and their color. And what that is, I don't know that humans know what that is, or if there's somebody who's studying this actually knows what this is. And maybe if somebody did know exactly what these things are, then they could potentially disclose that to us. But how can they disclose anything that they don't know exactly what it is? So for us for some people to desire disclosure, there's only so much I think they're going to be able to tell us, because I still believe that there's a lot they don't know, that they can't understand or figure out. So should they speculate and just say, well, this is what we think it is? I think they're better off, like they've been doing, just not talking about it or speculating, because then the imagination starts to run wild with people. I'm just kind of ranting, but it is a slippery slope.
Hey, someone just commented something. Where are they? I don't see them in here though. Maybe they got pissed and left. But they said, I gotta read the crowd, and that's in response to the thread I just posted in the corner there about Brazil and Pacini and like the footage and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, take a look at that. Did you think I was being an asshole by posting that? And why do you think that, if so?
I don't see anything about reading the crowd. I didn't notice.
I posted it, so they posted that like 1 minute ago. So they just did it. So I don't know.
Who's the person? What's the @ handle so I can find it easier?
UFOs are angels.
I'll check it out. Well, before I can find it, okay, first of all, well, angels and demons, right? It's the interpretation. I would be willing to bet that whatever these things are, it's just like humans. They're the good, the bad, the ugly. So there are people, and there are people out there that are having, like, for example, Mr. Bledsoe believes they're angelic, and that's his experience, and maybe it's a true experience, and maybe he is having some sort of angel type experience. And then there's other people that for whatever reason might be looking at something in the sky or having some sort of interaction with an object or whatever, and for some reason that particular experience that they're having is not angelic, it's more demonic. So I don't think we can put this in one box. I think there's multiple boxes. Go ahead, Dale.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. I mean, what in the Skinwalker Ranch, they said of all the things they saw, I mean, we've heard so many different stories, faceless beings peering in through the windows, werewolves and great big undead wolves and all sorts of high strangeness phenomena. But they said the very worst thing of all was the blue meanies, these blue orbs, which would come right up and get in people's faces. I mean, didn't they blow up or, turn some of the dogs inside out, the dogs which ran after these orbs? So, and if I'm not mistaken, Gary Nolan said that if you get too close to these orbs, they kill you. Now, Chris Bledsoe said in an interview that when he was the Vatican contacted him and they did their research, they said, look, you've got to be that they regard the orbs as angelic too, but they said they get really excitable. They get really excited to see certain people, and then they power up. And if they get close to you, they can kill you. So they said that that's what happened to St. Francis of Assisi. The orbs or
What happened?
Oh, keep going, Dale. I'm sorry. Again, the screen's so small now. When my finger hits something, it might have accidentally hit it. So I apologize again. If Dale can come back, I'm sorry, Dale.
Yeah, no, all good. The orbs. I mean, if they can kill you by getting up too close, and the Vatican and Chris Bledsoe are saying they're angelic, I'm not going to bet either way. Although I can say my own experiences with them, they feel quite angelic. Like, it's always a nice feeling. And I've asked them to do. God, I sound so crazy. This is why I've been in the closet for so long. It was Chris Bledsoe who encouraged me to tell my stories. But these things can glitch reality. Like, I've seen them change the weather multiple times. I've seen them manifest rainbows when there's no rain. They glitch reality. They're on a different level to us. I mean, maybe to them this is a matrix and they can just edit it. I don't know. But maybe they're a bit like when they hurt people or people get sick and die when they're exposed to them. And that's been reported on by Nolan, Bledsoe and others. Maybe, like I said, it's like a polar bear that it wants to run up and give you a cuddle and it doesn't understand its own strength and it ends up, severing your jugular. Maybe it's like that with the orbs. If you get too close to them, my ones maintain a respectful distance. When they come up close, they morph into a balloon, like a mylar balloon. Except it's not a mylar balloon when they're close because they're changing shape. You can see they emit light. They don't reflect light. They are light. Look, they're intelligent. They're responsive, and they're not like us.
Screen, what do you got, brother?
I shared some videos in the thread down there. If y'all don't know about Mr. Mythos, definitely check him out. He covers a lot of this stuff unintentionally. He's about the old lore and stuff, not necessarily UFOs. But he's got great videos on angels, demons, all that stuff. And the interesting part is we differentiate between the two. But like Lucifer, he was a fallen angel, right? And then he's got the however many like 1/3 angels that fell with him, but then they become demons. So is there really even too much difference between these, or do we just imply the difference?
It's a great mystery. I think the biggest issue that ufology, who's trying to figure this out, is they, in my opinion, if I was gonna teach a course and people wanted to sign up for the course to try to go into this from step one, I would say, first of all, you got to have an open mind. And just because you might learn something today, don't put that in a box and assume that that's the fact for the rest of your life, because the facts seem to change. And there's always more information. And it's like, I met Mr. Bledsoe. I don't doubt anything. Well, what concerns me is the types of people that have kind of come into his life. And I'm concerned about manipulation of let's just say he had an honest, sincere experience, but then maybe that honest, sincere experience was not the information that whoever is controlling, I'm just going to call it controlling the matrix, whoever these people are, whatever they are, they were not prepared or ready to have that information be revealed. I mean, Bledsoe's been talking about it. He was talking about making a movie for years and years and years. Talking about writing a book and it never happened. Then recently just came out with a book, but it didn't really get much publicity. It just it's there, but it's not really being talked about. I don't even know who's read the book. But what I'm saying is the Matrix is always being controlled by somebody. And typically, if you look at the intelligence factions within the United States, the narrative, and I'm concerned that he is being used and manipulated to some degree, whether he knows it or not. That is my concern. So anything that he shares, I'm not judging it as being true or false, but I'm concerned that it's being tainted by the people that have infiltrated his life.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I know what you're saying about the people around him. You do tend to wonder when you start hearing all these three-letter agencies, who traditionally ufology has regarded them as the ones that are keeping the wool over our eyes.
Yeah, that's the one stop. I think in 2023, I'm going to make the Chris Bledsoe stop. He did say that I could come to his house and do my research, and if that option is still open to me in 2023, I will go there and just see what I see, feel what I feel, hear what I hear, and share what I can share about that experience. We need more people that can go out there and they can have interaction with these people and then share honestly without any kind of paywall or any kind of contrived narrative. It's just going to be raw information, and then let people take that and use it as they choose to do their own homework and their own research. Scream, what do you got, brother?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the orb aspect a little bit more, and like angels and demons or whatever. Because I think that's pretty fascinating, right? You also hear these things, like we're being deceived and not to trust and stuff like that. Um, and a lot of it overlaps with ufology. I guess that's why I'm so into it, because of all the similarities. But like Shane follows lights to mineral deposits. Old alchemists used to try to summon these plasma orbs to actually go find gold and treasure and stuff. You can find stories of like after they do these rituals or whatever, room either filled with smoke or these plasma orbs, and they get glimpses of these creatures that have like wings and are all grotesque that look like gargoyles. Even in the when they were messing with the night vision goggles before they went green, the red night vision goggles actually allowed people to see similar things, and they were around us all the time. What if we're being manipulated into this good versus bad thing? And like what do y'all think the implications of something like that would be? Because it could be going back thousands of years. How do you get over pre-programming like that if that's the case?
Go ahead, Dale.
Look, yeah, I've heard that about the Red Vision night goggles as well, and just to relate some experiences with friends and other people I've met, like most experiences, you tend to reach out and try and find other people who've had experiences and compare stories. I know one guy. His name's Paul Little. He's got a YouTube channel. Now, this guy can see those, the domestic orbs, the ones which people film floating around their house, or they'll often, be caught by cameras in backyards or floating through rooms. Some people say it's dust. Well, it's not dust. So these domestic orbs, he can see them at all times. Not only can he see them at all times, so one of them entered into his body. I think it was about 12 years ago. An orb came down and it went into his head. And from that day forward, he could see the orbs at all times, all around. And he goes to do repairs at people's homes. And he says they're always inside everybody's home. They're in malls. They're all around us. And just as I said that, two swallows went and did acrobatics in front of me, just a sort of matrix glitching that happens all the time. And I know that sounds wacky, but it happens too often for me to dismiss it. But he sees these orbs and he can ask them questions. He's developed a language with them, so they will move diagonally, and only he can see them, by the way. I've hung out with him briefly. I've never seen any of them. I can't see them at all. And he says, well, they're right around you. They're. And I'm saying, well, what are they telling you? And he goes, well, they like you. They're blinking. They blink when they like people. And that's how they show him. Some people are legitimate and don't have any harm or ulterior motives, but he can ask them, like he couldn't find his son. He had to pick up his son from a mall one day. So they hadn't organised a meeting spot. He didn't have his phone. So he can ask the orbs, where's my son? This way, and the orbs will direct him to where his son is. So that's one guy, but I know another guy, and the other guy I know, he's one of my best mates. I know him very well. He's died 3 times. He died twice when he was a kid and fully came out of his body, the whole experience, the whole NDE thing, got resuscitated, then again, resuscitated again as a child. Then he died again. So 3 times he's been on the other side. Now he can see the cryptids, which are part of our realm. He says, and some of them are absolutely horrifying, like horrific, like monsters out of legend. And sometimes he can smell them, and he knows when he can smell them, he better get the hell out of the area, because once you can smell them, they're coming through the envelope into this dimension, which is what a lot of people say that the Sasquatch and various other cryptids can do. And we're being recorded. I've said all my wacky stories before. I've seen one. Just come out of the ether and manifest, a great big winged being, humanoid with massive wings. These things are all around us. So I've got no doubt about those stories about the Vietnam helicopter pilots seeing the winged gargoyles. My friend sees them all the time. He says sometimes you don't even realise they might be standing right behind you, like with their tongue hanging out over your shoulder. Now, that's horrifying stuff. But I believe Paul, and I believe my other friend, whose name I won't share here. they're not lying because they've shown me all sorts of things. I'm really glad I can't see the creepy ones. I'm glad I just see the orbs and the friendly flashing lights because, apparently this is a multi-layered reality we're in, and the veil's pretty thin.
Yeah, amazing, Dale. Thank you. Back to the moment of contact, and I'll get to you in a second screen. The moment of contact, towards the end of the movie, they show this. Well, actually, it wasn't toward the end. It was more in the beginning, middle.
I
They
think
showed this.
the screen has something to say here, right? So I guess go ahead.
Can you hear me, Gigi?
Or is that just a high five? I'm not sure.
I don't think you can hear Eric. You
Yeah,
might need to back out and come back.
Can you hear me right now, you guys?
Yep.
I can hear you.
All right, I'll just finish my thought and then we'll go to screen. So yeah, in the moment of contact, they showed the would look like an orb type light. I mean, it didn't appear to be like a saucer or a craft that apparently crashed in Brazil in '96. It was what it looked like, and they've got it on film. And this thing was moving around this area where the three ladies or girls, the teenage girls and the mother, found this ET type being in this little alleyway in this little residential area. And I'm guessing that this, whatever this thing was, this light orb thing was looking for this being. And that's why it was kind of scanning around the area. This was after the crash. So I thought that was fascinating. I don't know if anyone's seen the movie, if they caught that or not, if they thought into that part of it. But my best guess, Dale, would be that I wouldn't even have a clue why, but let's just say we're all souls, we're all spirits, and let's just say that in this conversation that we've had our past lives and our past experiences. Maybe we were whatever we were in a previous existence, going way back. But certain energies, whether they're orbs or where some people are able to see things and others aren't, that maybe that's just part of their heritage. They're part of their lineage through their own, whether it's DNA or whatever, that their spiritual connection to that particular aspect, where others, for some reason, are having a whole nother kind of experience with maybe an object that would appear to be similar, but the experience is different. That is the great mystery. I mean, if anybody can give me insight on that, that's a curiosity.
My friend who died, who's one of the best magicians. I mean, we were talking about Dr. Ram earlier. Ram's a serious world-class magician, but so is my friend. And what he would say is, what you are is what you get. So guys like Chris Bledsoe are seemingly having interactions with orbs which manifest as benevolent. And but someone who was a sociopath or a really negative, nasty person, maybe they really do see demonic manifestations of energy. Who knows? Maybe we're making this shit up as we go along. Maybe it's an interactive matrix and what we put out manifests. I mean, I don't rule out that it could all be us, that we're in some dynamic simulation, which doesn't have to be digital. It can be a spiritual reality where wishes come true, like where genies are real and demigods and Thor and Isis are all actual real beings. But it does seem that, who you are is what you get. What you put out does seem to, and what your core nature is, does seem to be what manifests for most people. I mean, I know people who see the shadow beings. I know people who see all the other cryptids. And look, I can tell by these people too that there are aspects of their personality which are coming out. So maybe we're all, like you said, tuned into different things. And Bledsoe and others have said, what was it, Cherokee, Scottish blood. There's people with Cherokee and I've got a lot of Scottish blood, so maybe that makes some sense from my point. But yeah, certain blood types or certain DNA structures. Don't the agencies call experiences antennas? Isn't that? I think I heard someone say that. They've known about certain people being magnets for the phenomena for a long time. And yeah, just like you said, I think DNA might have a lot to do with it.
You gotta hold off on the part about who you are is what you get thing. I don't think that's true. I mean, I think there's some correlations, but correlation don't equal causation, right? So let's push the brakes on that, because that's placing a lot of judgment on people. That's not true.
We're just speculating, Logan. We're just speculating.
Oh, look, that's his guess, not mine. I'm not endorsing it. I'm just saying he put that out there. But yeah, look, bad shit happens to good people, so I'm not suggesting that people deserve anything that happens to them.
I definitely think it's tied in somehow to the consciousness.
Just real quick, so I haven't been able to hear Eric for like 5 minutes. Am I the only one? And if that's the case,
we've been talking about that.
Oh, okay. Should I
I'm sorry. We need to fix this. So what you should do is just leave the room and come back in, and it should just reset it so you can hear him again.
All right, cool. I'll just do that then.
We all have to do that at some point during this thing eventually.
Okay, right on. Will do.
Yeah, I was just saying that I couldn't explain consciousness as well as most people can probably explain it, but it does. My intuition tells me that the experiences that we all have individually could be different, but I do think that our own personal consciousness, although it might be tied into the one, I don't know, it does somehow, I would guess that it does have an effect on our individual experiences, whether it's through our own choices in life or not. It does seem like there's a pattern there. I don't know that I could prove it, but there does feel like there's a pattern there. Screen, go ahead.
Yeah, man, I love this conversation, and it's I feel like it's eye-opening for people, even just talking about this stuff, because y'all just gave me a new perspective on it. Talking about well, first of all, I kind of agree with y'all in the aspect of it does seem to kind of mirror people, and but I also agree with Logan. You can't put all that stuff on everybody, but just because they're good people doesn't mean that there's not some type of internal struggle going on. It could just be that they're in turmoil, and that's what attracts them. So not necessarily like the person and their intentions. But as far as like everything being overlapped, and like why we see different things, it would seem that we are connected somehow by these like these boundaries, right? That are almost like electrical or magnetic in a sense. So what if the orbs are just what we see while they're pushing through? Maybe they're not fully here, and that's why we can interact with the orbs and stuff like that, and that would maybe explain why people do see different things. Because that's not the true nature of it, and then that would also explain why we don't see a whole lot of orbs in the art, because that's not, the true image.
But we do see orbs in art. What do you mean?
Like little like plasma orbs,
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about, like in formation and stuff, like.
Hasn't Patrick Jackson showed you those?
No, you're talking about the spheres. I'm talking about like an artwork where where you see like the UFOs or the Wandjina and the cave art, stuff like that. You don't really see plasma or, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. How would you go about trying to depict that? I think plasma's a weird thing. I'm a horrible artist, so that's I don't got a great imagination. What's up, Jules?
Good evening. How are you?
Fantastic. Everything is life's life. So what's going on, Jules? You don't know Eric? He's he's just a cool guy. That's all.
Hello, Eric. Hello,
Hey, Jules. What's up, What's up, brothers? Bring it up. Bring it, brother. Bring it.
Right. You were talking about the range. Screen was just talking about the range of different things that people see. Some people see ghosts. Some people see orbs. Some people see UFOs. I'm quite interested in the sort of connection between simulated universe theory at the moment. And if you look at some of the stuff that's going on in quantum physics, it can almost be interpreted that like we're in this simulation, and somehow the people that created it are coming in and having a look at us or participating in it. There's some new stuff coming out in quantum physics. There's a documentary just appeared on YouTube in the last day or so. I'm talking about how crazy the different things that they're finding out at the moment through CERN is, and sort of like different theories on the creation of the universe. Like the universe that we're in at the moment was created from the bottom of a black hole of an old universe that was dying through a black hole. So it sort of everything got transferred into a new universe and expanded. It sort of
I had
makes,
the same thought.
yeah, makes me wonder if sort of like it is like a simulation, and it's like these are the people that wrote the program that are interacting.
I think that's a good idea. I mean, I think if you've considered simulation theory, you've definitely considered that thought. Yeah.
Eric mentioned, was it Eric or was it
Dale? Maybe
Dale about blood type. I'm Rh negative, and I've traced my family history down my father's line to the Basque area of Spain. And we've got a documented history going back at least 100 years of people on my father's side of the family being experiencers.
Yeah, I mean, the Rh negative, famous for being experiencers, no doubt. But just thought that came into my head was with all this information and everything we've been discussing and all these possibilities, and we're trying to kind of figure out a pattern here. But ultimately, in my view, what it comes down to for the vast majority of us, I'm not going to say everybody, but with all this, what we're learning, what we think we're learning, it appears to me that for the most part, it's beyond our control. I mean, it's not beyond our control to learn and understand and try to grasp it, but whatever is happening, whatever the outcome is, I don't think we have much control over that. I think we control our thoughts and our decisions and like day-to-day stuff. But ultimately, whatever this is that we're dealing with, or what people are dealing with or not dealing with, I don't think we can. I don't think we can think our way through this or out of it or in it, or you know what I'm saying? I mean, do you guys feel me on this one?
I don't think it wants to be known. I think whatever it is so well hidden. It will only reveal to us what it is and the different facets of it when it's ready. It's not going to be something that we can have control over or have it's not going to matter how many people see flying saucers, how many people see ghosts, how many people see orbs or lights in the sky. We're going to debate over it in the same way that we are now in 100 years' time. The phenomenon itself is in charge of it all, and it will reveal itself when it wants to, not when we want it to. It's in charge.
I agree 100%. And that's why I think we're not going to have full disclosure, is because I think the people that are studying this know this, but they don't want humans in general to understand this, because it could cause some issues. So, you know, whatever. It's cool though. It's you know what? Life is great. It's beautiful. I love being a human. I love the experience I'm having as a human. I love interacting with all these humans in this room and going around and just living life. I don't know how it might benefit me or not benefit me in my next life. If I have a next life, I assume my spirit will go somewhere else. I don't know. What do you got, Gigi?
Yeah, I just wanted to share a quick orb experience just to see if anybody else here has had something similar. It wasn't just a sighting, it was also physical contact. And by that I mean, well, I'll just have to explain real quick. I'll make it really short. So when I was younger, probably about 18 years old, went lay down on the couch to take a nap. But as soon as I lay down in the living room, an orb just sort of manifested. Like it started off as a little speck, probably about 15 feet away from me, right in front of me. And then it expanded to about, I would guess, like a half a foot in diameter. And for a split second, I was like kind of freaked out. But then all of a sudden, it was almost like somebody shot me up with heroin. Like I just had this big calming feeling that came over my body. And I felt totally more than comfortable. It's a weird, kind of hard to explain. And then the orb starts coming towards me slowly, but quite surely. And then right as it's about to get right in front of my face, two things happened at the same time. It disappeared, and then I felt what I can only describe as like a static shock on my forehead. Like, you know, when you go and like reach a doorknob and it shocks you if you've been walking around in your socks, right? It was like that, except like 5 times more powerful. It just went smack right on my forehead. And then I jumped up, and then I got afraid, and then I literally ran downstairs and ran outside. Like that part freaked me out. And I actually saw the same orb again. It was a very bright, brilliant blue color is probably the best way I could describe it. It looks exactly like the wisps in the Elder Scrolls games and the Warcraft games. If anybody's familiar with that. It was spot on. That's exactly what it looked like. And I've had encounters with those twice in my life. And I haven't thought about those in a while, but you guys brought up the orbs. And yeah, those are just, I don't know what that was. It seemed, the only way I could describe it is it seemed to have control of the situation. Like it was controlling my emotions and how I felt. And then for some reason it smacked me, but it seemed like it was almost playful in nature is kind of how it felt. Like that was the kind of vibe I was getting from this thing. Like it was just kind of messing with me a little bit. But so I'm just curious if anybody else has had a physical experience with an orb like that.
No,
I have.
I haven't.
Yeah, they can take like executive control. Very often when I see one, I'm not even looking. It will just, it's like someone takes control of my head and my eyes and diverts me to an exact point in space where they are. One time I was driving and we were a block and a half away from where we had to go. And I just said to my wife, I've got to turn, right? And I just made this turn for no reason into this driveway. And I reverse parked the car really poorly. Like I like to do it nice and straight every time. But this time I was all over the place. And then I stumbled out of the car, reached into my pocket and got my phone. And there was a massive cluster of orbs straight above us. They remained in place for about 15 minutes. It was a huge cluster of white orbs. So, I mean, they had taken executive control of me. They pulled me over, gotten me out of my car, made me break my normal habits, and then I filmed them. And that's happened many times. Other times, one time I was walking down a footpath and I just did a 180. I don't even know why I did a 180. And I just started walking in the other direction. And I'd only taken 12 or 15 steps, and then my head moves up and there it is. Again, they'd literally taken executive control over my body. And my consciousness was sort of aware of it, because when I did that 180 turn, the first thought which came into my subconscious mind and bubbled up into the conscious was, wow, that must have looked weird for anybody who was just watching me walk. Why did I do it? So I was aware that I'd done a 180 against my will for no reason. And, they're in control of the situation.
It reminds me of the Blue Meanies, right? From Skinwalker Ranch. They are able to completely horrify you. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. Mine are only ever nice. Like I said, they change the weather. They make rainbows. They give me a good feeling. But they do take absolute executive control of the situation. So for me, there's no doubt that there are non-human intelligences which can take executive control of our consciousness.
I have a picture of I don't know, some kind of entity. There's like what a typical gray might look like, popping out of an orb. This girl was sitting in her like living room, and she was on her phone, and she noticed this orb all of a sudden appear, and she took a picture of it quickly, and as she's taking a picture of it, the being pops out of the orb, and she has like an experience. And I can't think of, or I don't know of any better evidence of those stories being true than this photo. And this is the only photo I know of like a being coming out of an orb. Actually, just unless anyone knows about any more.
Yeah. When I met Chris Bledsoe for the first time, I think it was 2018, I believe, or 17. He showed me pictures on his phone of these orbs, plasma, whatever. I guess we're calling them orbs right now, whatever. And most probably people in this room have seen these pictures. I'm guessing Dale probably has for sure. But you could clearly see, for example, a child in one of these orbs. You could see a dog in one of these orbs. I mean, I'm trying to remember now what I saw, but so he's apparently got evidence of what you just described, but multiple different types of, it's fascinating. It is fascinating.
You don't want to go into that light, Caroline. It was like also with the orbs. Yeah, Chris has got the fun. He had one of a cat, a humanoid cat being, like a feline humanoid, and some of the look. I heard a story. There's a guy. The guy gets a fair bit of hate, so I won't mention his name. But he told a story about he saw a Sasquatch, a female Sasquatch, and he knew it was female because it had big memories. And she was sitting on a stump, like a tree stump, and he couldn't believe he was seeing it. He'd never seen one with. He believed that they were interacting with him on his property, throwing rocks and playing pranks, but he'd never actually seen one. And as he sort of was staring at her, he got a telepathic message. She put her hand up and she said, "Look, we know you're all right, but our kind does not interact with your kind." And then she formed into like a macabre body and then turned into an orb and just drifted off into the forest. Now, maybe that's how certain beings get around. Bob Munro would also say when he was in astral form and he'd come back to his home and go back into his body, he could see his dead dogs and cats were hanging around on the astral plane. They were still hanging around him. So maybe that's what a lot of orbs are. Maybe that's the way certain entities astral project into this reality or manifest in this reality. It's like a vehicle in a way. I'm speculating. I'm just speculating here.
What's up, Jules?
I understand. Logan, go for it. Jules, go ahead.
One of my earliest memories of interacting with whatever it is that me and my family interact with was me standing in my cot or crib, looking out of my bedroom window from the top of a 2-story building that we lived in, and I could see a power station on the horizon in the distance. As I was looking at this power station, and I would perhaps only have been about 12 to 13 months old at the time, at a guess. I saw these iridescent orbs come towards the bedroom window, and the only way I can describe them is they were like football, soccer-sized balls that were see-through, and they had that iridescence as if you'd poured oil on water, that sort of multicolour, strange, a shiny multicolored rainbow effect on them. They came through the bedroom window, they made a weird noise, like a bloop, and melted through the window, and started bouncing around in my room, looking at me. And then I heard someone coming up the stairs, and the door handle goes, and they just go bloop, bloop, bloop through the bedroom window and off into the distance again. My parents actually told me several times that there were strange clouds or shadows above my bed when I was a child, and that several times they heard me screaming, and they'd run upstairs and open the bedroom door quickly to see something above the bed. I've had several experiences over the years, both with my family and on my own, some very strange experiences. But I think when we're talking about the phenomenon and different people's perspectives, I think the phenomenon has got a perspective on us, and I think it knows about every single one of us. I think the only time I get the feeling that it actually knows about us, and it has a look at us, and it is sort of a bit omniscient, and it's aware of us, and it pushes and it pushes and shoves us a little bit. It's like being a piece on a chessboard sometimes. And I think the only way I can sort of, I think that a lot of the biblical history and the stuff that's happened in the past is, I mean, if you look at all the major books, including the Bhagavad Gita from India, they all talk about these omniscient beings, these powerful beings that can come and go as they please, like the jinn and fairies and pixies and elves and little people in Ireland and gods and whatever. I think they're just different manifestations of the same thing. And I think it is completely aware of us, and it interacts with us individually. I think whatever it is as part of the phenomenon that it is watching and spying or looking at us, I think it deliberately interacts with us on an individual basis, every single one of us, in a way that we'd understand. So some people will see UFOs, some people will see guardian angels, some people will see pixies, trolls, aliens, some people will think it's God, some people will think it's fate, and some people will see orbs in the sky and things like that. I think the way we perceive it is individual to us, because that's what it wants. It wants us to understand it as an individual in a way that we will understand as an individual. 2,000 years ago, people were talking about gods, and the Egyptians were talking about Ra and whatever. That was their interpretation of it. We're seeing UFOs now because people are a bit more technologically minded. But 100 years ago, there were a lot of children standing in a field that saw the sun come down, and they thought it was a miracle. And I think it is basically always interacting with us. There's just times when we become more aware of it, and it is always interacting as on an individual basis, on a way that we understand.
Thank you, Jules. Screen, you want to comment?
Yeah, real quick, I just wanted to say about the thing. I really like that, right? Because we're in human form, right? And even though we have auras or whatever that actually extend beyond our body, like as far as how we can get hurt, that kind of starts with our skin, so that's like what we're most aware of, or the most dense parts of us. The only time I've ever had sleep paralysis, I woke up in the middle of the night, saw a being in my mirror, like a being in a cloak, but also between that being's hands there was a plasma orb, and that's always had me curious about it. I always felt like that was my light somehow, that being was trying to take. Maybe that's us when we're formless or whatever. So I really like that idea. But even it could have been that those were both sides of me, the light side and the dark side. I don't really know, but I just wanted to to say that because that's interesting. The part about how we travel, you know, that if we didn't have a form, that would make sense. It would be like a plasma orb, right?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
want to
Look,
ask.
I just want to say goodbye to everyone and thanks as always for these spaces and your stories and big love, everyone. Bye.
Thanks, Dale. Always love to hear you, buddy. Thank you for sharing.
Peace out, Dale. Catch you next time, bro.
Hey, I want to
Bye, bro.
ask if Kai would like to speak because I always enjoy her insights and she's been sitting there quietly for so long. You want to speak about this, Kai?
I'm just listening right now. I'm actually at work at the same time. So depending on where the conversation goes, I might interject.
I don't really know much about orbs besides or the phenomena. I mean, what it could be is so many things, or it could maybe even just be one thing. We're just fucked, right? It's so hard.
Electromagnetic field.
Electromagnetic? I was gonna say about the phenomena is a bit of a trickster. I guess Valet and Keel probably weren't huge heroes in ufology's eyes because kind of saying that's all in our head kind of thing back in the day. But yeah, the phenomena, it masks itself. Probably, it shows us, the way it wants to look, how it wants to be interpreted. And when we try to figure out what it is, we just come up against dead ends all the time because it just doesn't make any fucking sense.
All right. I might have accidentally muted myself. I just want Eric to finish his thought. My bad. Let Eric finish his thought because it was actually pretty profound.
Yeah, if you can imagine for a moment, two neurons firing together, you see that little piece of electricity, that blue stuff. It's called neurosynapses. Now, if you were to build an exoskeleton, an exostructure of something like that made of this same electromagnetic field in the same frequency, it would explain why channeling happens, downloads, quantum entanglement, which is actually a placeholder word. There's really no word for the quantum measurement problem. You can see it under an MRI. You can see the activity actually happen to the brain, but you cannot see it outside of the brain. It's, quantum measurement problem, the hitchhiker effect, so on and so forth. But if you can imagine an electromagnetic field around a craft, which neurosynapses in science is known to be against gravity. It doesn't cohere to gravity itself. But if you can imagine these craft being of that nature, then you can imagine, communicating with something at a distance without, some kind of woo-woo technology. You're looking at, we're talking over a cell phone at this moment. But if neurosynapses was a communicative type of way of doing things, then that would be the ideal way of doing it.
Hey, cool, man. Thanks for the explanation. I forgot you were here. My bad. I would have been asking you some questions.
He wasn't here. He took a nap and then he just got up. But yeah, I mean, just want to. Eric's my friend, but he he's sitting. He told another person earlier today that I've been studying him for 6 years.
You have?
I'm not really studying you, bro. You're my friend, but I listen and I pay close attention and I listen to other people. And however, Eric knows a lot of all this information. Whenever he shares what he shares, and I can. In other words, it does resonate.
Well, it's not from my imagination.
It's not from his imagination. I mean, however it is that he's able to know these things, understand these things, it's not like he knows and understands everything. I'm just saying what he talks about, he's not just shooting off his hip with just some gobbledygook. I mean, this is very well thought out, studied, and converse with people that are scientists at Harvard and Stanford. I mean, this is PhDs all over the world. He's in constant communication with these people, sharing what he knows and understands with these people, and then they're sharing with him. And so it's really, in my opinion, it's quality information. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that it's all 100% correct, but it could be. It's damn close to it, in my opinion. He says highly speculatory, but very, very, very close to the truth.
Oh, Taylor's here too. Hey, so is SE Mac. I kind of ran into her recently. She's pretty smart. And hey, Taylor, you want to say something? Are you busy working?
I sent Taylor a speaker request. I like to listen to Taylor. She's very unique. I like unique people.
You hear that, Taylor? You can't turn. You gotta talk now.
Yeah, Taylor's the only one that stood up to all those pontificating scientists yesterday in the room with their vast intelligences, Dr. Bob and and Dr. Bruce, and I love all those people, by the way. But I really and I don't always. I'm not trying to kiss Taylor's ass because we've had our differences, but my reality is that what she was saying yesterday was the perfect rebuttal to what the scientists were saying, because she was talking about, what about this and what about that, and I mean, she was actually bringing up really good points, and I would have liked the conversation to go on further, but Dr. Bob had to take off. But Taylor, go ahead, hon. I'm going to shut up now.
I don't know what you've been saying, but my voice is kind of gone out because I've been screaming. I was at a football game. Yeah, I'm just be chilling. I've been working in the lab. I was up all night last night working here, and then I went to a football game. So yeah, I'm just kind of chilling.
Do you think you're going to find God in the lab one day? I'm being silly, but
Hell yeah! I mean, where else would you find him? In a freaking Catholic church?
Hell no! Hail to the no!
Hell yeah. We are actually I think the more like science we learn, it seems like the more it actually tends to point towards God, a creator anyway. Yeah. Wait, what are you talking about, Eric? What was going on yesterday? Like what's
I think there is a creator. Okay, I don't know. Whatever we want to label that creator, let's just say it's God. Okay, I wouldn't doubt that. I wouldn't try to argue against that. But my impression is that whatever the creator is, and Taylor was saying it's not a man or woman, and I agree with that. It's some sort of universal life energy, whatever. She knows probably more about it than I do. But what I'm trying to say is that somehow what baffles me, and I'm sure it baffles Taylor too, I'm curious if she can respond to this, is so we have this almighty energy force that created whatever it's created here in the universe, and we're having this conversation now as humans. But then we've got all these other conscious entities, whether they're reptilians, Dracos, Galactic Federation, grays, blues, yellows, whites, whatever they are, orbs, demons, angels. Let's just put it all in one bowl. So if the great God creator, why did he create all that also? I'm wondering if Taylor has a theory on that.
Because he's a G and he can create whatever he wants, and I don't think he particularly created demons. I think that they kind of came about from the fallen angels, but yeah.
But God, if God's the main creator and he created the angels, then how did they become fallen? I'm not trying to debate you. I'm just trying to figure out.
Yeah. But that's because they had free will and they got to choose what they wanted to do.
But if God was so great and I'm not trying to be a smartass, if he was so great and so brilliant and he created the universe and so on and so forth, why would he be so mistaken to create demons to fuck it all up?
He didn't create demons.
Well, why did he allow demons to exist?
Because he allowed us to have free will, and with free will comes the choice to do good or bad. if you know what I mean. Like, with free will, there's not just going to be one option. You can do good or you can do bad, and some beings chose to do bad, and that's how you ended up with demonic beings. But that wasn't the original intention for sure. But that's just how it ended up being.
So God, even though he can be great and all creating and so on and so forth, it is not perfect either. Is that fair to say?
That's a very
No.
interesting question. I think that God learns as he goes on. Like, I think he has the option to see the future, but I think, he's kind of learning as he goes on. So if you see about the creation of Adam, and then he says, oh, well, Adam needed an ultimate ally, which was woman. And then he created woman. So he's still kind of learning as we go along.
Do you think it's possible that God, through his creation or its creation, created intelligences that he had hoped or she had hoped or it had hoped would be able to function on a level similar to its, but somehow through this free will that you're discussing, that these free wills went rogue, and maybe the God didn't really anticipate that?
Yep, I think that's exactly what happened.
Sweet. We've got a connection here, Taylor. Love you, honey.
What y'all been doing?
Circle Dragon.
That's fun.
Michael?
I was talking to Kai earlier. It was pretty interesting.
I just wanted to throw a little bit in on that, Eric. God didn't create the demon. The demon was like his son, and the demon meaning Lucifer, and Lucifer defied him, and that's how he got cast out of heaven and became what he is today, known as Satan. He didn't necessarily create him. Lucifer created himself by defying God's will, and he did want mankind to be perfect. He wanted mankind to be like him. There was a shift. The shift came with the first shift came with the eating of the apple, but then after that came the murder, the first murder, the Cain and Abel thing. One thing that always is left out of the narrative when people talk about Enoch is Seth's son, and Seth is Adam's son. That's always left out of the narrative. So we have to look all the way back to the beginning of the creation of mankind to find the grandfather of Enoch. Thank you.
Why does that matter? Who his grandfather was?
It does matter because he's a big part of the thought of extraterrestrials and the idea that there are other books that have been left out of the Bible.
Oh, so like saying like who's Enoch kind of thing. Like people are saying like his book is invalid because who is he kind of thing?
No, I'm not saying anything's invalid.
Oh no, but I'm not saying you are.
I'm just
saying
talking
that's
about
what other people are saying.
the bloodline, and how it might relate to generational sightings within families. I know that my mother believed in a phenomenon. I don't know whether she had an experience or not, but I know that she believed in the phenomenon. And being raised in Aztec, why not? That's where the crash was, just outside of town. Then my experiences, my first daughter, she had her experiences. I remember her calling me from the San Angelo area just whoa, Dad telling me her experience. My second daughter, she's had her experiences, and I have a granddaughter that's had her experience. So I believe in a generational passing of the torch of being an experiencer or being able to enjoy psychic phenomenon.
So the great creator, whatever it was obviously, or apparently obviously, cool with the idea of just allowing this kind of controlled chaos to exist. In other words, the great creator couldn't have been perfect unless it was cool with the idea of imperfect reality.
If you tell your child not to touch the hot stove, and they keep wanting to touch it, you say, "Fuck it, let them touch it, and let them see what happens." then they learn. Is that kind of a controlled chaos? Probably, but maybe it's the will of God. Maybe they'll learn. Maybe the
The only way to
bad will
learn.
never change, but who knows, really? Maybe to actually love God, you need to be tempted and tested with good and evil, like having these good and evil like bloodlines or whatever you want to call it. Maybe that's needed to show God, because I think we're ultimately created because God wanted to be loved.
Yep.
And so if you want to tempt people, or if you want like how would you want to be loved? You wouldn't want to just have the person that you want to love you locked in a box and like, hey, you're forced to love me. Like, you don't have free will and there's no other options anyway. No, I would want somebody who loves me to do whatever they want, and I would want the love to be by their own free will.
But how would we know to love him if he never showed himself to be loved? You know what I mean? How he's never around. How do we know to like who to love?
The fact that you're hearing about him means that he's around.
I hear about a lot of things.
Yeah, well, they're around too.
Sample's got the hand up. Let's roll over to that if you don't mind. Go, Sample.
Oh, sorry. I thought my mic was on. I totally agree with what Taylor was saying. I think in order for the love to be authentic, it needs to be free-willed, in a sense that it's if we were shown at our birth that the creator is, then it wouldn't be natural. It wouldn't be, oh, it's obvious, so that love wouldn't be as deep. But when you're tested, when you go through trials and tribulations, then you come to a point where you just surrender, and in that surrender, that's where the love just shows true. Like it just becomes your reality. You just live in that truth. So I think, yeah, just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Cool. There's yeah, so just to get off the God topic a little bit. God, I was gonna say some more about it, but maybe we should move on. A big part of like the phenomena is I think I was saying earlier about
Logan, by the way, God is always the topic, Logan. Don't ever forget that, son.
I am God. So of course it's all about me, and so it's always about God. So is when we try and follow like the mask, the phenomenal, whereas it's hard to track it, right? But when we follow it by the way they interact with us, we can track back through like our lineage, see if where like certain things line up with anything maybe our ancestors had said before. A big thing that happens commonly is missing time, which is a occurrence of abduction. Like missing time, like with the fairies and stuff like that, or they do like very like mischievous and deceptive things like cattle mutilations, and there's this whole consciousness connection that's
Hey,
being made
Logan,
with
what's
it.
your IQ?
I don't know. I've never tested it.
Really?
137.
I'm 135.
How do you
Sounds
figure?
nice.
I'll ask it a second, but like I mean, there's this consciousness thing that's like where's that going? And top it off, there's like this other thing with like you usually don't see like their mouths moving. You know what I mean? Like with occupancy, see, it's usually you just hear the voices in your head, and so like a lot of that's missing time, mischievous, mutilation, abduction. They happen. Those same things happen with in the spirit worlds. Like the fairy spirits, and in the Middle East with the jinn, or they happened with the old gods. So you start stripping that mask back and kind of judging them based on the way we interact with them. We find out, the phenomena is pretty. All the phenomena are, the same across the board. Very, very. I'm just imagining, that book. Was it Valet wrote with like the picture of the alien, and he's holding up like all these various masks he's wearing? That's kind of how I view it. So like, there's this thing that's like you want to try to figure out like what's its intent? Like, what is this thing that doesn't want to show what its true form, what it really is, what it wants, its motivations, what's going on there? And there's this, I don't know who said it, but he says the true shepherd goes through the main gate instead of jumping over a fence. A real homeowner walks through the front door instead of climbing through the window. And a man that wants to tell you the truth, even if he comes from another planet, will broadcast it openly instead of whispering it into the ears of helpless captives in the middle of the night. So you gotta be careful with them.
Brilliant, Logan.
Right?
I like that, actually. You want to let Sample comment?
Please.
Yeah, well, actually, I just wanted to say basic that from after, because I tried to research, I tried to read as much as I could about NDEs and other things that people go through. And in a lot of accounts, when they pass that veil, when the veil sort of unveiled, they see their past lives, right? And in those past lives, some of them are not human. So in that sense, you may have been in other, you may have experienced other realms, but right now you're not aware of those because you would be veiled in the NDE terms.
Hey, who said that? Who said that? Like, what kind of beings were we like in a previous life or whatever?
Oh, that was Sample just now talking.
No, I mean, like who was saying it that said that?
I don't remember. I want to ask Taylor if she has a thought about what any past life existences that she might have had and what she would hope her next past or future life would be like. I'm just curious.
I don't think I've had any past lives. I think that that phenomena is called familiar seducing spirits. But yeah, I don't know. In the future, I hope I'm just chilling in heaven.
In the future, will you be doing indica bong hits, hybrid bong hits, or sativa bong hits?
Great question.
You're gonna have the best bong hit ever. I'm telling you, and I'm gonna be real. Like the best feeling in the world is what you get if you ever receive the Holy Spirit. I can't describe it. I don't. I haven't tried every drug. I haven't tried any hard drugs, but like the best drug ever.
How did you receive it? Was it orally, rectally?
No, I'm not talking about fucking bullshit aliens. I'm talking about no, it was just like
You here now?
like the best way I can describe it is like, oh, you just feel like you're on freaking
Oh yeah.
like I can't even describe it to like a Percocet. It's like
You get that
blows out
Obey.
the park. I don't know, dude. It's just like love, and it feels like great. I don't know. It is what it is.
Sounds a lot like heroin.
Never done heroin, but yeah.
Heroin addicts.
Boy.
I'm not a heroin addict.
We gotta be careful about like being told like what you get told by aliens at face value. Just challenge it if you can, or even just thinking that I've never had like a proper Travis Walton experience, but if I had, I would be careful of knowing what I know about today's technology, or just I don't know, technology in general, maybe, or how evil the CIA and those assholes are. If what I thought happened actually even happens at all. So I would, because I know a lot of experiencers that have had experiences. They feel like this has really happened as they remember it or whatever. But I think if they don't realize it, maybe they should be reminded that it's possible that maybe someone fucked with them in a way, because that's totally possible these days with like the whole MyLab kind of stuff. It's so scary. No wonder why Doty doesn't touch it, because if that shit's true, like there's some I don't know, maybe I wouldn't want to touch it either. Fuck.
It is true.
Does Eric have any experience with that?
Well, Eric knows Doty.
Eric Mitchell did had I don't think he's told it in the spaces yet. He's told it before, but paraphrasing, one night, this would have been in late 2013, just shortly after his experience with the light that sent out some sort of energy that changed his life, basically, in a nutshell. However, that the intelligence in the United States figured out that he had this experience, they began tracking him, and I think their intent was to either make sure that he didn't talk about it, or that if he was going to talk about it, that he cooperated with them. And he chose not to cooperate. And it's just his personality. And his daughter, and he's got 3 kids, and his daughter and his other child, I don't know if it was his other daughter or brother or son. One night he was sleeping. These people came into the house uninvited, and they were, without getting into all the details of what was said, at one point they took a knife out and they stuck it up in his mouth, up in the upper right side of his gum, and they put the point of the knife into the gum and cut his gum by his teeth as a form of intimidation, and to try to get him to be afraid of them. And then fast forwarding, they left. And instead of it working in the sense that their hope would be that they would scare the shit out of him and he would shut the fuck up, he went the opposite direction. And he was so pissed off about it that he was determined with all his will and might to learn everything about what it was that happened to him, who these people were that came into his house, why they came into his house, and why his government is not protecting him from an experience that he had that was uninvited. So that's why he has the passion, and he gained the knowledge that he did was primarily instigated as a result of that experience through that MyLab experience. True story. I would bet my life on it, by the way.
Is he is he still there with you?
He's got company, just showed up. So Yeah, we'll talk about it in the future. He doesn't really like to talk about that much. It's very emotional, but I believe it to be true.
I think you should wear like an iron amulet around your neck. It might protect you. I mean, they seem to stay away from it, the phenomena. I mean, the Fae, the Jinn, a lot of, all of them, they all stay away from it. I mean, another, interesting aspect of the phenomena is it can be summoned, like a C5 or like the devil. And the terminology we use today, we got to be careful about this too. Just like you guys were saying earlier, it's the more everyone's talking about it, the more it's kind of appearing into like our dimension or whatever they were saying earlier. John Lucas, never mind. John Lucas sent me a message, but no, yeah, the terminology we use is just heavily weighted, right? We got to be careful. That's the phenomena wants that. It wants us to call it by its mask, and it can be a serious issue.
Yeah, I definitely recommend proceeding with caution. I just, I don't subscribe to going all in on any type of experience unless you've got some sort of guidance or understanding of what you're getting yourself involved in. I felt kind of lucky so far in what I've been experiencing, but I will say this has been kind of strange. I'm not one that tends to dream or remember. I probably dream, but I don't remember my dreams, or at least they're not so impactful that when I wake up that I recall the dream. But for whatever reason, since I've been hanging out with Eric, I don't know why exactly, but I've been having some strange dreams, and they're very intense. They're not scary or frightening or disturbing, but I wake up and they're very clear. I remember very clearly what I was just dreaming about, and I wouldn't call them Armageddon dreams, but they're dreams that to me are revealing some sort of, I don't want to say, I'm not projecting a future event and what I'm thinking, I'm feeling in these dreams, but I've never ever had these kind of dreams before where something is happening while I'm sleeping that's causing me to have this experience in my dream that when I wake up, I'm thinking about what the hell was that and why did I dream that? And why was it about the topic of how humanity and life is shifting and changing and where it's going in the future? These are not things that I normally think about that I want to think about. That's why I like to smoke pot at night, because it helps me not have to have these dreams. I prefer not to have these dreams. I just want to go to sleep and wake up and just be happy and have fun and go out and do my thing. But so I don't know what that's all about, but that has been happening to me lately, and it's kind of trippy.
Oh, dude, that's why I don't sleep. For the same reason, I don't want fucking dreams either, bro.
Dude, you just need to get some good indica, bro. Seriously, if you're not smoking indica, that's what you need to do.
Yeah, I've definitely smoked a lot of indica, and it didn't work out.
Well, we'll have to find a new. Go ahead, Gigi.
So do you prefer sativa then? Sounds like.
Oh, I have tried sativa as well. My favorite.
Really? Yeah. Well, for me, because my brain, it's already a carnival circus in my head, so I don't really need sativa. But yeah, indica is great for, kind of taming that down and having some pretty intense dreams, like Eric was saying. And it's funny you mention that, Eric, because just these last few days, I've been having the wildest, most vivid and lucid dreams just these last 2 or 3 days here. So yeah, maybe there's some sort of something going around. Yeah. But yeah, indica for life.
Hey, Logan. Logan, do you do any kind of intense exercising?
No.
Just as a friend, as an older companion, friend of yours, whatever, I would suggest getting involved in something, whether it's swimming or walking or jogging or something that causes you to exert a lot of energy for at least an hour or two a day. You don't have to do that right away. But I find that if you're able to exert yourself where you're kind of exhausting to a degree yourself, where you're sweating, literally sweating, and you don't even have to be breathing really hard. Just do something that causes you to have that elevation of heart rate and exercise. That I find that helps. And so if you try that, you might find that you'll not only be able to sleep better, but you'll sleep deeper, and you might not be so tied into what you're dealing with right now. This is just
I agree. That does work, bro. I do agree with you.
And you got to make it a habit. I mean, I know it's not easy, but it's a trade-off. You just got to decide: do I want to have these dreams? Do I want to be up all night? I mean, it's got to affect your life. I mean, I know how it is. I remember when I first started realizing this new matrix I had no clue about. 7 years ago, I would stay up till 4 o'clock, 3:30, 4 o'clock every day, and then but it fucks up your sleep patterns. You don't function as well. So you got to find a happy medium, and you got to have some discipline, and you got to make some sacrifices, and you just got to say, okay, it's cool, it's great to delve into this and have this be part of your study, whatever. But you've also got to have another aspect going on to balance that out. The balance is very important.
I was gonna say it's it works for me like when I'm having like a regular kind of sleep schedule or whatever, or like what I mean to say is before I turned 30 it worked. The past few years I've tried everything and nothing's worked. So what's up, Ganga? What are you up to?
Oh, just eating.
What are you eating?
At the moment, a banana.
Nice.
So, Genga, do you think you might have been a monkey in a past life, and that's why you like bananas today?
No, but hey, thanks for posting those videos. It was very informative.
Oh, right on, brother. Yeah, I saw your tweets, but they were kind of deep, and I wasn't in the space mentally to really look at them and understand. But I was thought about actually talking to you about those. Maybe not tonight because I'm kind of getting tired, but I want to understand really the message that you were trying to share with me and the thread, because I did look at them, but it didn't just jump into my mind as, okay, I get what he's saying. I wasn't totally understanding exactly your message, unless you want to paraphrase. I mean, what was it that you were trying to get me to, not get me, but what were you trying to share with me in those tweets? I'm trying to understand that.
Oh, it wasn't specifically for you. It's just something that when I see certain things, it triggers my memories of long ass lectures and boring ass topics that these entities used to talk about. So I just write it back. Many times of the things I write I've already written about it, years prior. So it's just something that I remember.
Did you get a chance to see the film, The Moment of Contact, yet, Kinga?
No, I haven't.
I think you would really appreciate it, and I think you would appreciate it. That's probably the best word I could put, appreciation, because I would look forward to when you do see the movie, and you can see it for free if you want to on Rumble. I'd like to have a conversation with you, or even have a group conversation about the film, because I know when it first came out, Chupacabra talked about it, and he was looking at it. It seemed as though he was looking at it from more of an artistic, standpoint. And I didn't see the film yet, so I wasn't really sure what it is exactly he was saying. But now that I've seen it, I understand kind of what he was saying. That it's a documentary. It's a certain type of film that's not as artistic as other types of films, but on its own merits, it was excellent. And Chupacabra strikes me as a kind of an artistic person, which is great. It's cool. I'm excited that he's doing this film for Eric Mitchell, because I'm going to guess that it's going to be a good film. It's going to have some artistic entertainment with knowledge. I'm looking forward to it.
I think he's not in that anymore.
No, he is. Last time I talked to him, he was. He is. He was. Apparently, he was out, but he's back in. But he's still working on it. But all the information that I've got filming in the last month, and all the other information that Eric has, if everybody dropped the ball on the film, then I'm ready to pick the ball up, and we'll create something that'll be great. But it's just going to take time. But I'm really looking for. I think Chupacabra has the talent and the ability to piece all this together and make a great presentation, and I think he will. And I'm looking forward to it. That's my feelings.
What's the holdup?
It's a lot of work. I mean, if you're an artist, which I think he is, and we're all kind of artists to a degree, and you want to present something that's your version and your creation of what it is you interpret a person or situation or experience to be, then you want to present it as best you can. He doesn't strike me as somebody who just wants to wing it. So he's being very, he's being very methodical, and he's probably, I'm just assuming that he's, like I do the same thing. Gigi, go ahead. What do you got, bro?
Just real quick, I got to go make a brief appearance on this other thing. So I'm going to leave for now. I'll try joining back in if you guys are still here. But if not, I just wanted to say great conversations tonight all around. Thanks again, Logan. It's always a good time here. And thanks, Eric. And thanks, everybody. And I'll see you guys later.
Good to see you around again. It's been a while, bro.
Who, me?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. But yeah, I don't think I get like notifications when you go. Is there a way to get notifications when you go live? I just kind of see it sometimes.
Just like do you know how to get like notifications for like okay, so let's do this. So if you click on my picture right now, hold on, maybe I can do it on yours. I follow you already, maybe I can't. So just open my profile up anyway. And there's that little thing next to like the edit or the profile. I don't know what's in the top right corner there for you actually. But there's like a little notification icon you can click on, and it'll pull up a thing that says get notified when I make tweets, or it has another option that says get notified when I go live. And then there's a third option, which is get notified for both. So
okay. Oh, I see it right here. Yeah, I just turned it on. Okay, cool. That's nice. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely be in here more often now that I know when it's going to be happening. So, but yeah, like I said, great conversation tonight, guys. And but hopefully, if you're all still here in like an hour or so, I'll probably just jump back in.
Cool. See you later.
All right, later, guys.
Hey, Eric, what were you talking about that happened yesterday? With the you said like these doctors were talking and scientists. So what space was that in?
Yeah, I don't think you were in there. Actually, it was Chupacabra was there. I'm just trying to remember shit. Chase jumped in there. I think there was Dr. Bob and Bruce Fenton and this guy named I think Max or Matt and some other people. But it was a very intelligent conversation. I mean, these guys were going into a science aspect that I'm not real super sharp on. So, but I was appreciating because it was good information. And then Taylor was in the room listening, and then she became a speaker, and then she was just basically not trying to debate or argue or stir up anything. Oh, it was Shane's space, the old vet. It was his space actually. And then so she was bringing up stuff about basically the God aspect versus the science aspect, and anyway, I mean, we're just having conversations. I mean, we can have strong feelings and thoughts and opinions about things, and we could be right, we could be partially right, we could be partially wrong. But the good thing is we don't try to judge each other and try to figure out, well, I don't think so, so you're full of shit. Goodbye. It's not. I like that we don't treat each other that way, and I think that's important. That's how we grow.
Damn, you know what time that was at? Because I gotta like figure out like how I missed it. Was it in the afternoon?
No, it was later. It was like around 6:30. I don't know Pacific or what time it was. I'm in Arkansas time, whatever. It was towards the evening, and I don't think it was recorded. Unfortunately, I don't think it was recorded.
It was.
They're always recorded.
It was recorded.
Yeah,
It was recorded.
Always
Yeah.
recorded.
He's always recording
Okay, cool.
his pieces. Yeah. So if you put it in your profile, we'll be able to find
Who was the host of that space?
Shane. So it's Shane. He's having a space right now, actually. But yeah, actually I don't know actually if anymore. But he I was in there like yesterday for a couple of times, but he kicked me out both times. Or no, he didn't kick me out. He I don't know what the word is if we have one yet, but like put me down to a listener away from speaker. What word should we use for that?
You were
Cycle
demoted.
down. I like demoted.
I wouldn't take it
Dehumanized.
personal, Logan. I wouldn't take it
Dehumanized.
personal. Logan, just be grateful that you're going to get to host the Richard Doty space, bro. Just be grateful for that.
Oh yeah, I didn't take it personally. I thought it was actually kind of funny. But it was just actually like a little annoying though, because I was like, damn, I'm on timeout again. You know what I mean? But no, I didn't take it personally. I deserved it, I guess. He is a little bit more tightly wound when it comes to like you can only talk if like you have your hand up kind of thing. But yeah, I respect that.
All right, so what's the next topic, Logan? You're the host. Let's move. And unless somebody else as a speaker has got a topic, let's cycle in something new. We've got a lot of great topics tonight. Let's bring in a new topic.
Yeah, it doesn't got to be me. Hey, what do you guys think?
Ginga, Kai, Michael, Taylor, anybody? Let's throw something out there.
I want to ask Genga why he's a Christian.
Because I believe.
What was the most compelling evidence for you?
When I actually converted, getting to see God and a whole lot of things that I didn't see before. I had to take a leap of faith first, and then it happened. So that's how it turned out. And that confirmed my beliefs. But long before that, there was a lot of hints that it was true. And damn, those ETs seem to know more about the fucking afterlife than I do. So they would quote parts of the Bible and I didn't even know that.
Can I ask you to go in like an enormous amount of detail?
Rather not.
It's funny. I gotta say, we have George Bush in the audience. I want to give a big round of applause to George Bush, most evil man in America. Besides Satan, of course, Taylor. So, George, you want to come? Go ahead and make an appearance. We'd love to have you. I've sent you an invite. You could be, be the co-host if you'd like. Even anything to get you up here.
Why not, Genga?
Bush, no, George Bush. That's who.
Yeah, George has no followers yet, so whoever is his first follower, let's just we gotta all go over there and follow George.
Oh yeah, he's only following 6 people, and I was fortunate enough to be on that list, a short list. Yeah,
that's right. You're you're very fortunate. That's what you are. You're very fortunate. Yes.
I got a question for George, if it's okay.
Sure, go ahead. Sure, go ahead. As long as you're not throwing shoes at me, I'm fine.
No, it's all good, brother. So cocaine's a hell of a drug, but that aside, back when you owned the Texas Rangers, and apparently that you like to party, which, hey, I don't blame you. You know what? If I had your money and your power and I had access to cocaine, I'd be partying too, probably.
Who doesn't like to party? Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So, but I'm just wondering, do you still use the cocaine? And if you do, how do you manage that?
Well, look, here's what's going on. There is a terrorist threat deep in the mountains of Afghanistan, in the mountains of Tora Bora. Now, it's like you can't walk a dog unless you know how to take care of it, right? So I like cocaine. What am I going to say? It's good. It's very good. And Barbara likes it too.
So what the threat in Afghanistan, does that have to do with cutting off the supply of cocaine to the Bush family, or is that a different kind of threat?
It's about Al-Qaeda and the Al-Qaeda regime.
And so what the hell are they doing with all the cocaine exactly, in your opinion?
Well, they're doing it. Of course, right? They snort it. Al Qaeda, look, all right. We trained Osama bin Laden. Okay, we gave him his weapons. All right, and WMDs, just like Saddam had. Right, Saddam had weapons of mass destruction, and we went in and we saved Iraq. Right, America needs to get rid of terror, and I will not stop until we get rid of all terror.
So do you think cocaine could be used to help get rid of terror, or is cocaine causing the terror?
I say, smoke it while you got 'em, snort it while you have it. You know, make love to your wife, and tell the world, the world would be a better place if everyone made love and had sex. That's how it goes. Don't forget that one, all right?
That makes perfect sense. But does cocaine, sex, and love, does that all kind of work together in the Bush regime, or was that just a little side gig that you guys had going on?
Absolutely, yes.
Nice.
Why did you steal 20 trillion worth of gold and didn't even pay your national debt? You stole
Now,
literally 20 trillion worth of gold from Iraq.
well, look, all right. Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. Okay, nobody stole. I did not steal a gold now. He had a WMD. We went in there and we had to get rid of the weapons. That's what we did.
Were they weapons, or were they women of mass destruction? Because Taylor is the testament to women of mass destruction. So were there a lot of women like Taylor there, or what was going on exactly?
Well, no, Taylor is a woman of mass obstruction. There's a difference now.
Can you elaborate on that, please?
It's like, you know, how do you say, it's what we call a honeypot. It's like a trick. You're a beautiful woman, right? Beautiful woman. And, but I guarantee you know, no one's getting behind door number one. Okay. It messes a man up. Now, Barbara was, she was beautiful when I met her. And, Barbara let me lay her down on the very first date. Now that's what I'm talking about. That's how we do them down in Texas.
I'm dying.
I love it. I love it. So if Taylor were to knock on the door and you were having a cocaine party with Barbara and the family, would you invite her in for a line, or how would you approach that?
I can't even describe in words what would happen. So it's a little too implicit, you know. It's too much partying for my days. You know, women walk a walk, and I like to talk when I walk, so that's how we do it down in Texas now.
What kind of bubble gum exactly do you like to chew when you're walking and talking during that time frame?
I like a juicy fruit now. America likes juicy fruit. So, cocaine. I'll give you. I'll tell you a little secret now. Okay. I went down one time, down to Tora Bora, and I was with Dick. I was with Cheney, and now don't you all go telling him, telling people about this now, but now Dick Cheney, he's a good man, and he's a man with a plan. And I was, I was kind of like, I didn't understand how the world works. Dick Cheney, brings me down to this party, and he opens the door. He says, He says, look, George, look at all these horrors. I said, you got to be kidding me. And I look around, and sure enough, Dick Cheney is a player. But, you know, players don't always make it to the finish line. I'm a married man, and I like my Jimmy Dean sausage. I don't know if you ever had Jimmy Dean sausage, but it's the best there is. And it upset me a few years ago because they stopped making an 8-ounce package of Jimmy Dean. Yeah, how am I supposed to feed a family of 7 with a stupid 6-ounce package of Jimmy Dean sausage? Tell me that. You know, one of them's very plump, and then you got me. I'm looking a little bit older in my days. I can't feed no family like this with a stupid 6-ounce roll of sausage. All right.
So okay, so I got 2 questions for you. So why did Dick shoot that man in the face that time when he was hunting out there? I mean, what's the true story? And part 2 is you knew damn well about 9/11. You were sitting there in that child's classroom telling that stupid story out of that book, and then that guy came and whispered in your ear and said, it's done, George. And then you had that look like, oh shit, we really fucking did that shit. So what the fuck's up with that, George?
First of all, Dick's he's just he's a dumb asshole, right? He's stupid, and stupid is, stupid does. Exactly. But and myself, when I was reading to a group of school kids, and we were reading this book, and I got a whisper in my ear, and contrary to popular belief now, when I heard that in my ear, I thought to myself, I'm all ears, right? But no, I'm just too stupid to understand how to make sense of anything. I'm probably around by the stupidest president you ever had. And, Trump's smarter than I am. That's the truth now.
Okay, I'd like to get the king.
Bring it, gang. Bring it.
Oh, the joke account, the George Bush, what is it, Jr. Made me remember that back when I was in school, there was a day in particular where there was George Bush Sr. who was going to come in, and he was going to give a speech. Now, at that time, I didn't know that, but I noticed that when I was walking the corridors, I noticed there was a tension in the air, and I didn't know what it was. Like there was a secret pieces of information or something, but I couldn't pick up on what it was because I was too young back then and undeveloped. About midday, 2 days before the event, the ETs started talking to one another, but they kept blocking me from listening in on their conversations telepathically when they were exchanging messages with each other. They were exchanging information between my group and someone else. And then the night before, they told me that they were going to reduce the amount of telepathic connections that we were exchanging and to go silent for tomorrow, but they didn't tell me why. And then when we got trotted out into the auditorium the next day, I recall hearing a brief message from one of the Greys who was telling me, just don't do anything and don't try to read the president. And then next thing I know, I see the president, at that time it was the United States, walking out onto the stage. And he was like 30, 40 feet in front of me with an audience all around. And I just stayed there like a cold fish, not doing anything, trying to see if anybody would notice or at all, if we were exchanging anything at all. And nothing happened. He gave a speech, then they left, and then they told me after the fact, the ETs themselves, that the reason why I didn't know is because they didn't want me to start talking about it. They also said that they, when those procedures happen, typically they reduce their signature so that they don't get detected, and supposedly so that very few people are actually let in on the messaging that there's going to be a president or anything like that in their schedules. And I didn't know that back then. I was still young. But either way, I just found that something that stirred my memory again.
Thank you for sharing.
So, George, I'm curious, Papa, your Papa there, you know, he passed on not too long ago. You know, but then you got old Dick over there. Is what you got, like 6 fucking heart replacements or something like that. Why the hell? I mean, why didn't they give your daddy all those? Why didn't they keep your dad alive with all those new hearts and shit like that? What was up with that?
Well, they kept him alive for a long time, actually. You could find it online if you search deep on some video search engines. There was a time when my father was having dinner with a Japanese prime minister, and he actually dies on camera. You're familiar with that video?
Hey, George, why did your dad block President Carter's request to find out about UFOs?
Well, it's because when my father was young, his father and my grandpa Prescott sat him down, and my grandfather Prescott was part of the original group, and then Dr. Vannevar Bush was in charge of MJ-12, and it was referred to my dad that it must be kept secret and that disclosure must not be made. And this was told to him by Vannevar Bush. It was passed down through the family lineage. We all have family lineage, and so that's how it did that for me. Does that make sense now? Yeah,
So
you're
that
familiar with the
was
MJ-12.
So that was strategery.
George, a quick question. What did your daddy mean when he said something to the effect when the end was drawing near, and he obviously not fucked up his brain pretty bad. Said something to the effect that the public knew that we're up to, they'd run us down and hang us in the streets. What exactly was he talking?
Is anybody else getting bad reception? I could hardly even hear that.
Yeah, Eric, I'm gonna need you to repeat that.
Okay, so my question is: so when your daddy made that comment as he was walking away?
You cut out again there, Eric. What are you doing?
I mean, I think I got the gist of what he said. He said something about disclosure. People would, go crazy or something. I don't know. How you doing, Taylor? Taylor, you're looking very nice tonight.
Thank you. Let me know
Thank
if
you.
Ganga talks about anything interesting, and if he does, let me know.
Gang bang. Taylor's calling you, buddy.
It appears that Eric is not able to. We can't hear him.
Yeah, Eric. I don't know what's going on there. You might need to leave and come back in. Try that. That will probably fix the problem if it's still happening. Or if you're doing something else on your phone, maybe stop doing that and close it and come back in, maybe they'll reset it.
Gangnam Style, were you able to hear what Eric said?
Sort of.
By the way, I love your music. I love Gangnam Style very much.
Good to hear.
What do you think about North Korea?
A poorly run country.
Is that a trick question?
Pontificate about it, Mr. George.
I mean, is that like is that a trick question? North Korea. I mean, fuck North Korea.
Well, that's where Gangnam Style is. Well, he's from South Korea, but
Well, I know
originally
you're about the only person, Gangnam, that I like from the South Korea. A funny story. I once went over to South Korea, and I was getting a massage, and a beautiful woman. And I remember she was massaging me down, and no, she was legal age for all you. I know people were thinking of saying something stupid, right? And she's giving me a massage, and then right towards the end, she looks at me and she says, "So, would you like a happy ending?" And I was like, I don't know. I mean, yeah, maybe. And she's like, "Do you know I am a lady boy?" And man, I ripped out of there so fast, man. I had no idea that when you go over to some of these Asian countries, right, the lady boys look like ladies. You can't even tell the difference.
Yeah, that's gotten me in trouble more than once.
Yeah, it's terrible, right? It's terrible because, like, you can't even tell. And some of the, especially in Vietnam and Thailand, some of the ladyboys are very beautiful, like beautiful, right? And then all of a sudden, it's like they have a dick. Like, what the hell is
I
that,
think I
man?
reconnected. Can you guys hear me now?
Oh yeah.
Right on. So yeah, I don't know. I got to stop picking on George, but I do have a story to tell that I remember back when you were running president, and that I don't know Al Gore personally, but was he a fag? Because he seemed kind of faggy to me. I mean, could you share that? He seemed like kind of like a gay man in the closet?
He's a fact, total fact.
You got no comment, George?
Like I said, he's a fag. He's gay. He's Al Gore. I mean, not much to say about Al, other than he's as gay as it comes, and the story goes that Al Gore liked to suck dick on weekends.
Only on the weekends.
Yeah, Monday through Friday, he was always with his ugly ass wife.
So what do you think about? Oh, sorry, Mariah. Go ahead. You don't need to raise your hand. It's fine.
Okay, thanks. I posted some pictures up in the comments section. I just wanted to ask you guys what you think about this. because I posted up pictures a few times and I like haven't even got one comment, and I'm like, what the fuck? It just seems so weird to me. It was like in March, there was all these frozen trees at this park, and like, I don't know, what do you guys think it could have been from? Because like it wasn't cold, and um, I don't know. Someone was saying maybe it's like some sort of crop circle type of thing, like could be something like that. But I'm just wondering what any of you guys might think about it.
I saw that. I didn't know what to think about it actually.
It was so weird because yeah, it was March and it was already like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It wasn't cold necessarily, and like the ice wasn't dripping or melting. It was just bizarre, and like no one else seemed to notice.
Did you actually physically go and touch one of these frozen trees?
I did. I broke off one of the icicles.
Wow. So this
was
is not
crazy.
fake news. That's crazy. I never
No.
heard that before.
Yeah, it was really weird.
Was it only a
What
couple of
state
trees
was
or
that in,
all
by
of
the
them?
way?
It wasn't all. I'm sorry. What was that?
What state was that in?
New Mexico in Albuquerque.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Anywhere near Sandia? Anywhere near Sandia by chance?
Well, yeah. I mean, all of Albuquerque is pretty much in the shadow of the mountain. So, but yeah, I guess relatively close.
Wow, that could be. I mean, we should ask Sue Walker. I'm going to ask her. She might have some that she could talk to the Ponte or
Yeah.
Radar, or one of those other people, and see what maybe they were doing some sort of nuclear experiment and it went awry or something.
Something crazy. And it wasn't every tree, no. And some trees only like a part of the tree would be frozen. And there was nothing like no ice or snow or anything on the ground. It was just so bizarre. And there's just like people, like I have all these pictures of people are just like walking their dogs through the park, and I'm like, does no one else seeing this?
What makes you think it's not just some like regular kind of like weather phenomena?
I mean, it could be. I don't know. I'm not. I don't. I guess I've kind of Googled a little bit to see if I could find anything kind of similar, but everything that's related would be like something that is related to like a storm just having blown through or something like that. I'm not sure that it isn't just a weather phenomenon. That's why I'm looking to get some insight from you guys.
Are you guys talking about ball lightning? I just left out. I didn't hear what she said. Is that Maria?
Mariah.
I got
Mariah,
nothing
sorry.
on that one, babe. But I'm kind of disappointed George left because I had more questions for him. But that's okay.
Yeah, me too.
What do you think, Screen? What do you think about all the shenanigans here tonight, Screen? What you got, brother? I think I caught Screens in the middle of a bong hit, so let's just let him blow it out first, and hopefully he'll respond.
You better ghost it, Screen.
So I got a question. I'm kind of new to all this. And I just found some YouTube stuff on Lynn Buchanan. What's everyone's take on remote viewing? And I mean, he's claimed he's seen aliens and control panels, and so this doesn't sound. And he's been on other worlds. This doesn't sound like
Logan,
interdimensional.
Do you
to
know
me.
that? Have you ever done sales before, Logan?
Yeah, I think you didn't hear who was just talking. You didn't hear him talking, did you?
I didn't hear anybody. No, it's something's going on with Twitter. I don't know what it is. It's
The usual. It's just shitty. Yeah, he was just saying if well, what was he saying? You want to wait? What did you ask me, Eric?
if you I can't remember. I don't remember. Sorry, buddy. I forget what it was.
Our memories have
Oh
been
no,
taken.
no. Actually, if you've ever been in sales before.
Oh yeah, I have. Yeah, a lot.
So do you know? Because I did sales for a long time, and I was actually a closer at one point, and the number one rule is he who talks first loses. So sometimes I notice in these spaces there'll be like this silence for a while, and I'm thinking, oh shit, who's going to talk first? You know what I mean? So since I
I
guess
know
I
exactly what you're talking about.
yeah, so I'm willing to take one for the team and be the loser. So sometimes I just can't handle that silence. So I got to jump in there and say something stupid.
As the host, you have to be, unless you're
No,
perfectly doing it.
yeah, but as a host, you got to keep things moving, bro. I mean, seriously, I'm going to give you, okay, no offense, I'm going to give you like a B minus C plus. As a person, I'm going to give you an A, but as a host, you need to up your game. You can't have the dead air. I mean, you just make something stupid up. But don't just let people sit here in this room and not say anything for like 10 seconds. That ain't cool, brother.
But you're the co-host. You did it too.
I'm fucking with you, man. I'm just fucking with you.
No, as a radio host, I would never let that happen ever. But as a person that's has the label of host in here for some reason, like I'm very open to anything happening, really. Anything goes.
Anyone hear my question at all?
Yeah, but the problem is we don't remember it.
Oh, sorry. So I'm kind of new to all this, and it seems like the new hotness is everyone thinks things are interdimensional.
Just double check if Eric can hear it. Eric, can you hear him?
I hear you, but I don't hear anybody else.
Oh, it's happening again. Damn it. Well, if I can hear him, that means then it's just you, Eric. You're gonna have to leave and come back again. Unless you just don't care if you hear Baby Muff. Oh, there he goes. All right, go ahead, Baby Muff. I'll relay to him what you said.
No, I was just saying, like, it seems like the new hotness is everyone thinks it's interdimensional. But I found some stuff. I'm kind of new to all this. I found some stuff on Lynn Buchanan, the remote viewer who worked for the government. And I don't know what's everyone's take on remote viewing, but he was saying stuff like he's been on other planets. He's seen the inside of a craft. He's seen control panels. He's seen the aliens. What's everyone's take on remote viewing?
But you're saying he saw them in his mind, though, not like in person, right?
Yes, the remote viewing. Yes, remote viewing sessions. But he's been proven. He worked for the government. He's been proven right on other instances. So one of them, he said, like, they gave him coordinates on Mars, and he told him he saw a spoon in the sand. And 17 years later, they confirmed they found some weird spoon in the sand on Mars. I mean, it took 17 years for someone to tell him that he was right, but I mean, it's just weird. I mean, it's really crazy stuff. And it wasn't just him. He wasn't the only one working. There was a whole group of people doing remote viewing.
Yeah, I believe it's real. I think most of us do. But I want to find out about this spoon. Was that public information?
Yeah, one of the people I'm following posted this clip. This clip from this interview he did. I'll post it in the chat.
Thank you.
It's pretty wild stuff, though. I mean, he talks about the Art of the Covenant. He talks about meeting with God. It's just some crazy shit.
I love crazy shit. I think we all do. And I've noticed Eric still isn't back yet. But yeah. Era Screen, are you there? Mariah, Savannah Sample. You guys have any takes on that? I actually need to take my dog for a walk. I didn't realize it was already past 10. Damn, I thought it was like 6 or 7 o'clock for some reason.
Sorry, Muffin, I just didn't hear the last part of what you were saying. If you could just recap that. Sorry.
He's getting the link for what he was talking about right now. So he's probably not near the microphone to speak, but he'll be back in a sec probably after he posts it.
Oh, okay, great. Okay.
Hey, Ocean, I'm glad you're here. Are you just popping in, or I actually was about to leave to go walk my dog, and then the screen's not here either, I don't think. So you want to help me co-host?
Hello.
Oh, look at that. Lacey shared about the how DNA is programmed by words and frequencies. I meant to share that earlier too, but I forgot. But she did. I wonder if she did before I even thought about it. That's cool. What's going on, Ocean?
I legit had a nap.
You been sleeping this whole time?
No, I was in chain space and I talked for a bit, then I was listening and then I fell asleep.
Oh yeah, is that still going on? How was it?
I think it's still going. Reptile was in there.
I was gonna say, if I don't know if you heard me, but I'm about to go walk my dog because it's way past time for me to. If you mind holding the fort down while I do
Oh
that.
yeah, I'm here.
Outside trash. What is that?
Oh, you want me to co-host? Sure. What's Screen doing?
I don't know. Just not near the mic or something, I guess.
He's being a screen, napping like I was.
So, Ocean, you joined late past my question, but what's it seems like the new hotness is everyone thinks things are interdimensional, but what's your take on remote viewing? I just found, I'm kind of new to this. I found Lynn Buchanan, and he's talking, worked for the government. He talks about remote viewing and meeting aliens and being on their ship and seeing control panels and all kinds of crazy shit. But it's out, and he's talked about going on a moon on another planet and seeing aliens there. And they could see him. What's your take on remote viewing? It seems to be against the interdimensional theory.
Did you have an answer down there, 137? I saw you.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Have you looked
Whoa!
into the
Hold
word?
up a second. Did you not hear the person talking just now, Ocean?
Yeah, I did, and then 137 wanted to answer. I thought.
Oh, okay. I thought because just before you came in, Eric just left, and that's why he left because he couldn't hear Baby Muff talking, but he didn't come back. Oh, no one, maybe he must have got pissed off or something. I don't know.
No, I heard. I'll answer. I just saw.
Cool.
Is it Elaz? Is that how I say your name?
I mean, he could have just stayed as a speaker and hosted that way. I mean, it doesn't make that much of a difference. If he's having issues with his with hosting with the app.
It's all good. Logan's walking his dog is all.
Yeah, no, I was talking about Eric that was here before and then he left somehow because he was having issues with his cell phone, with his app there. I don't know. But just to get back to Muffin, if you have you looked into the work of Halpinoff and all those, like that, the Russell Targ and.
I'm kind of new to all this. I just find this stuff pretty cool. It's just I just found Lynn Buchanan today, and like I said, he was talking about visiting a moon and visiting aliens and meeting God, and it was pretty wild shit. But it sounds like it's against what everyone thinks now, which I think everyone thinks it's interdimensional, not from space. But he's talking about being on other planets and stuff.
Well, I think it's not exclusive. So, in a way that there may be interdimensional or ultra-dimensional, or one doesn't exclude the other. So there may be a lot of levels to it. So if you look into, for example, the work of Thomas Campbell, he has a theory of he's a physicist. And he developed a theory of everything that sort of explains how you can go into deep states of meditation that you can then sort of tune into different virtual realities, as he calls it, because he sees the world essentially as a virtual reality, and that what you're seeing right now is simply your feed basically, the same way as you have your feed in your Twitter. Your reality that you're experiencing right now is a feed, and that you have to accomplish certain things to either evolve or learn something specific. But what he's trying to do is, he has courses, like thousands of hours on YouTube, free courses. It's called MBT, so MB as in Bob and T. And if you can just look up Thomas or Tom Campbell, it's very extensive, and it's very, like, it's a scientific. He was a student of Bob Monroe, if you know the Monroe Institute. So they were one of the first scientists to dabble with remote viewing and astral projections and all of those topics.
Thank you. Buchanan kept talking about I think I got it there. Igor or Enor. Do you know? Have you heard of that guy? I guess he's the guy that taught Lynn. And it kind of sounds like almost the same thing. He's talking about for remote viewing how you have to learn to shut down your conscious mind and let your subconscious take over, and that's how you remote view. So it almost sounds like the same kind of stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. I think it's probably. I mean, if there's a way that works, it's probably gonna spread. You know, it's probably gonna be the same type of method that they use. But the one, if you can, do you have an iPhone or Android?
No, I'm an Android guy.
Okay,
Lynn Buchanan also has classes too that and he said that he's never met anyone that couldn't remote view. So everyone can supposedly do it if you learn how.
Yeah, because there's actually an application called ESP Trainer. It's on the App Store, but I don't know if it's on Android though. It might be, but it was developed by Russell Targ, and he was like he worked for CIA he developed the first methods for remote viewing. So yeah, those apps will slowly teach you like how to get into that state and just practice it over, because essentially it's a matter of practice. So over time you just get better at it. But myself, I haven't taken the time to really get too deep into it, like to practice. But if that's what you're trying to achieve, then you can certainly practice and get better.
Yeah, no, my question really was more of what did everyone think? What did everyone think of remote viewing? Because, like I said, it seemed counter to what the new hot theory is right now. But you could be right. There could be more than one thing happening, right? So I guess it's possible.
Yeah, the same as like we have a variety. Life is about diversity, right? So the same way that we're not alone on Earth. Like there's all kinds of animals on planet Earth. There may be all kinds of like living beings, living forms. So
I look
yeah,
at how diverse the world is, and I can't help but wonder how diverse the universe is. And life might exist in states that are like uninhabitable to us, yet they can still hold a consciousness and have a life. Maybe they survive off of methane or different substances that are very like unearthly. you know? I think when it comes to remote viewing, I think that's tapping into like delta waves.
I couldn't agree more. And also, in the near future, if those involved in gender affirming surgeries on minors have pleaded for amnesty, should it be granted?
What do you mean, like saying that they're not guilty?
Right.
I don't know. Minors shouldn't. I don't know. None of that shit should happen until you're 18. You can choose to do what you want.
I agree. You have to be a certain age to smoke, right?
Yeah, well, and like, my son is my son. If he wants a tattoo or something, wants a piercing or something, wants this or that, then he can choose to do that when he's 18. Until then, I'm his mom.
If some surgeon cut off my son's junk because he was going through a phase at school, I don't know what I would do with myself. I would I don't know.
What if they did it when they were a baby instead?
You got something to confess there, Screen?
Nope, I'd say no body alterations until you're old enough to choose for your own self, which is 18.
A lot of dudes are circumcised. That's kind of the same thing, just based off belief.
No, dude, that's not not even kind of the same thing. What?
How not? That's like I don't have really good words to use, but it's mutilation.
It's somewhat the same. It's not quite as intense as entirely like doing a gender change, but it is still modifying the body.
I could be wrong, but I heard they actually don't chop off. They actually stuff inside, is what I heard.
Yeah, exactly. It's a cut in like a midsection, like in long, like in length, and then they basically put it back inside. And yeah, it's very.
Yeah, imagine a banana being peeled. That's exactly what happens.
But a lot of them actually they regret the procedure later on.
Yeah, I regret getting that circumcision later in life.
I mean, I'm talking about the actual like procedure for not circumcision, but the other
Oh
one.
yeah, so was I. So was I.
We got a hand.
Unmute ATS. Go talk.
Hello everyone. I just want to add something like you guys were talking about like the people who change their gender. So I just want to disagree with this because why we are going to change the nature? For example, if the God has created us like man and for example, I'm a female. If God has created me female, why would I just feel interest to change my gender? So don't you guys think like this is such a what can I say abnormal behavior?
So
Wait,
so
you said
what's
normal behavior?
everyone's take on reincarnation? Does anyone believe in reincarnation? Could that some of this play with reincarnation?
Still, I just read somewhere like people they just use like they just I don't know whether they are operated or whether I don't know about the procedure they have done, but the girls they just want to be a guy and the guys they just want to be a girl. So this is very disgusting. I guess we all should condemn this because it's okay if we are naturally created a male and female, then why we are gonna for out of box for this?
For me, what I don't understand, and maybe I'm just ignorant to it because I'm not, and I won't understand because I'm not, and that's okay. And so I'm not one to judge. Like you do you, right? But all I'm saying is, like, what is it that makes you a boy or a girl? Because if it's wearing a dress or doing this or that or looking a certain way, though those things don't actually determine whether you're male or female. Those are like human activities that we've put on the person that determine whether you're male or female. So it all boils down to, like, if you have a penis or vagina. Like, that's what it boils down to. And so I just don't think you have to alter what you physically have if you want to express being feminine. I don't understand like, how not having a body part makes you more of the opposite sex when really you're still the same sex you were without the body part. Like, that's what I don't understand. I'm all for calling people whatever they want to be called, girl, dude, whatever. But it's like, I feel like you can express yourself without having to do that. I don't know. I don't get it.
I'm not in their shoes, so it's hard to say. But I mean, I've read stuff like they just feel like they're trapped, and some of that could be an attraction, right? Like, what if you're attracted to the same sex, someone, and not the opposite sex, and like I said earlier, what if anyone believes in reincarnation? What if you were a male in a previous life, and all of a sudden you come back as a female? I don't know how any of that plays in.
I think one of the arguments that they use is that, you know how people get appendicitis, which is like an infection of in the intestines. There's little like part of the intestine that is not that is essentially like not usable. The body doesn't use it, and it's like a remnant from past, like from evolution or something. And because it has no function, it just sits there, and sometimes it gets infected. And it's one of the like on a scale of pain.
You're talking about gallbladder, right?
Sorry.
Appendix.
Yes,
Yeah, no,
appendix.
it's
Sorry,
yeah,
appendix.
the appendix. Yeah, and it's like on the scale of when somebody gets that, the appendicitis, it's on a scale of pain, it's like a 8 or a 9. So it's really painful. It's like one of the if you ask any nurse or doctor, it's like one of the it needs to be operated on as like directly. And the argument that they use is that, okay, so if you have that, you have to get it operated, otherwise you just pass on. You just can't live on with that. And the argument that they use is that, okay, so since I don't feel a type of way in my body, which what they call dysmorphia, which is like it's as if they wake up and they feel in a different body. The pain is similar to that of appendicitis, or like living in a different body to them is as painful as that, because it leads to, usually dysmorphia statistically leads to more suicides. So that's why they say, I would rather feel more in like as I am, and that it's my property, my body, you do whatever you want to do with it. And otherwise, so they use that argument to go to justify their procedures, because they don't feel correct in their body, and if they don't feel correct, then over time they just gonna die. So they say, okay, I need to operate it, or I need to act on it the same way I act on my infection.
Well, I guess like if my son came to me and saying like, "Mom, I don't feel like I'm me. I feel like I'm a girl." I would explore that a bit. I would be like, "Okay, you should be a female now." It should be like, "Well, what are some things that we could do? Like, what do you feel like you're missing out on?" You know what I mean? I'd focus more on like the activities that he wants to be doing, and less so like on the title. You know what I mean? Because I don't know. I just really don't understand how, like, I don't know. It's like, you can still say, if you want boobs, you can be a man and still like have boobs. You know what I mean? Like, you can buy a strap on if you want to have a dick. Like, I just don't understand how, like, you actually can't make your body be the opposite sex. Like you can't have a baby if you're a man, right? So like
Mm-hmm.
the body, like the body's incapable, but that doesn't mean that like the spirit and the mind, the person that's in that body can't express themselves to the nth degree in whichever way they want. You know what I mean? I just feel like yeah, once you do that, you can't go back, right? It's like with anything. I mean, if my son was like, I want to cut off my arm, I would be just as cautious. I'd be like, well, how can we live like you don't have an arm without you actually having to cut it off, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was just saying that like that's the argument that they use. I'm not agreeing with that. At the
Well, I
end of
bet
the
it
day,
is
it's not
painful.
up to me.
Like I don't know, I'm not that way, so I wouldn't know. But if I felt as though I was really somebody else trapped in this body, that would suck, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's how they feel, so it's not up to me to tell them what to do. Like it's, of course, if they're gonna like compete in a certain like a sport or a male sport, or a female sport in a male's body, then I would understand that it's kind of wrong because you have a net advantage over like I don't know, but like cardio, like your body is just what they call the VO2 max or whatever. It's just different. Like the levels of oxygen and all that, it's just gonna be different. So you're gonna have an advantage in that aspect. But if it's not for competing, if it's for your own, like your body, you do well. I can't tell you what to do. Like there's. Did that answer your question, ATS?
I got it. Thank you so much.
No problem. So I actually just saw a video that was posted earlier by there's a UAP researcher in I think it's in Mexico, and he posted maybe one of the most like compelling video I've ever seen of a UAP fleet from like a radar, like a FLIR video from radar. And if you remember one of the gimbal videos, one of the Tic Tac videos, in the video they say there's a whole fleet of them on the ASA, and then unfortunately the video doesn't show it's probably cut or something, but it doesn't show the whole fleet. So the video that he posted, it was actually released by the the Mexican Air Force. So it's not a leak or something like that. It's an official archive, and it's on. It just recently got picked up by the History Channel. They did a literal like excerpt on it, and they brought Mick West to review the video, and he couldn't find any like debunk. He couldn't debunk the video. It's the first time that I've seen Mick West not trying to debunk. Well, he tried first to say that it was like an oil rig, like the fire that's at the top of an oil rig. But that was not consistent with the video, because usually it's a flame and it flickers, but in the video it's just pure like orbs. There were around 11 of them, and multiple pilots saw them on different cameras and radar. So it was corroborated with all of them. And even the pilots, they say, like, I was trying to get, because the video was not translated, I was trying to find somebody that may be like well, that speaks first Spanish, but also that's a pilot, Air Force pilot, because there's a lingo there, that how they communicate and everything. It's not just any Spanish speaker that can translate it. But yeah, they just posted it like 7 hours ago on the History Channel on YouTube. The title is, let me check that out for you guys. It's called 6 UFO Government Cover-ups. So if you just look up, you know, everybody knows the History Channel, right? So you just look up 6 UFO Government Cover-ups. And the show is called The Proof is Out There. That's by the History Channel. So yeah.
Does everyone believe that they're hiding in oceans and or mountains now? Then they're not really coming from space?
If I may respond, Halperov thinks that they're ultra-terrestrials. So basically, they've been here all along, meaning that they inhabit Earth and other realms. So they don't discriminate between, like, as we do. We have property, we have countries, we have boundaries, we have borders, but they don't, essentially. So in our region of space, at least, or maybe it makes sense to the whole galaxy. We don't know.
Oh, I thought there was a lot of. I thought there were a lot of sightings, like coming out of the water by Catalina Island and
yeah, definitely
other hotspots.
Have you seen the Omaha USS video, the Navy Omaha video, where there's a clear object that goes into the water and disappears from radar?
Is that the radar one? Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah, so there's that one. There's another one that's very compelling as well. Actually, the second best video I've seen after the one I just talked about. It's the Aguadilla. It's in Puerto Rico. It was recorded, also released. It's not a leak. It was officially released for scientists to review and study. And there was Rich Hoffman, which is a reliable scientist that wrote actually 100-page paper on that case, and it's just amazing. The video is amazing. If you go to Mystery Wire, or you just type in Google Aguadilla, that's Agua, Aguadilla, and you type in Mystery Wire. That's George Knapp's website. You will find the short article there that summarizes the case. But if you want to go deeper, there's, like I said, there's 100-page paper that goes in details about the speed and how it enters the water, and its speed doesn't, usually if anything enters the water, the speed, there's a deceleration, so there's a speed reduction. But this one just enters without any deceleration. So it's as if the water was not there.
And no water displacement either, right? No splash.
Yeah, exactly. There's no splash, no water displacement. It's as if it had like sort of an electrogravitic sort of cloud around it, so it displaces the water without the water touching it. And also the thing that was cool about the video is that it's well, first, it's an authentic video. It was filmed by Homeland Security, the Homeland Security Department, and also, well, the the object goes into the water and then splits into the water. So you see it splitting at the surface. One part goes into the water and disappears, and the other floats for a little bit and then goes and then disappears. So it shows that there's whatever that is. I mean, we don't have technology that does that. So as of what we know, some people may say, well, it's Chinese technology, but who knows? I mean, so far we don't have that. Even if it was like they like to say, they like to sell us this thing, oh, it's Chinese drones or Russian drones or whatever. But how do you explain there's no displacement, no splash of water, and how it splits and then goes its transmedium, floats for a bit. It's like I would recommend really to check that one out. It's great great
Thank
footage
you.
there. No problem. Have you seen any other videos of that kind that are, well, what they call USOs or submerged?
No,
Hey y'all,
but
I just wanted to say my phone died. I'm back now.
we missed you. I heard stories of like there was like a Russian submarine or something, and they saw a UFO, and they actually saw aliens in the water and stuff, and crazy stuff like that. I've heard those stories.
Was that like the Baikal lake, or was that in Russia or?
Yeah, it was actually it was from one of the History Channel shows. They were talking about the story of the Russians were doing something in the water, and these guys were out of the submarine in the water, and then they see these aliens in the water staring at them. This crazy stuff.
Oh, well, would be great to have like some sort of did they mention like if they were able to like capture like to video or anything like that?
No, they were in the water. I mean, they just kind of saw them face to face. It must have been a whole show about Russia, because there was also a story about Russians on the space station, and all the Russians on the space station looked out the window and they all saw angels in space. Like they saw the wings, and they said it looked like angels.
Interesting.
Like a 20-foot, like a super tall angel, like 20 feet or something, just floating in space.
Well, 20 feet, that's like...
Yeah, it's like a giant. Like they saw these giant angels like floating in space outside their window in the space station. It was crazy.
Oh, that's crazy. I mean, that's similar
I think if you Google Russians outer space seeing angels, you'll find it. So what's everyone think about the theory that aliens are actually on Earth and kind of are among us, kind of hidden in plain sight? Anyone believe any of that?
I mean, probably, but I don't know. There's not a whole lot I don't believe these days. I think there's truth in everything, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
You do get weird vibes from certain people, don't you? I mean, I don't know if has anything to do with anything, but
Well, yeah, I don't know. There's the whole theory that like the government, a lot of them are aliens wearing like flesh suits.
There's I think it was in, there's a channel on YouTube called The Real Eyes on UFOs, and it's a great channel because it documents old cases like from the 50s and 60s, but like it's well made. It's not like it goes deep like into the older cases, and one of them was it was an official government official that was talking about the cosmic top secret level. So that's supposedly the above top secret. There's the nuclear top secret, and then above that is the supposed cosmic top level. So that's everything that relates to UAPs and all that. And he was basically saying what you're proposing. He was basically saying that they're among us, and they can shapeshift however they want. Now, to what purpose they do that, I have no clue, but the video is really interesting. If you just type in cosmic top level, cosmic top secret level, and then real eyes on UFOs, you will find that video. And it's an actual official. It's I don't remember his name though, but it's a video from the 60s, if I believe. I think, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
So you all know about, I think it's Eisenhower's daughter. Is it Eisenhower who supposedly had the treaty with the aliens? But whichever president who had that treaty with the aliens, the secret meeting, his daughter came out and said that her dad did meet and there was a treaty. So I mean, the theory that they're in government is not that crazy if that story's true, if it's true.
Yeah, so if his daughter came and said that, I don't know why she would. Usually people, if they're talking about like their dads as an actual president, they will speak more on like normal subjects, like, oh, he was a good president, or whatever, he did that, or he allowed for the civil rights, or whatever, anything that he accomplished. So why would she just suddenly speak about that thing like out of nowhere?
I think it was is that his name? Ben Hansen? He was on History. He had a show. It was like a whole, like every episode was a different thing. And the one episode was on this alien treaty. And she actually came on Zoom on the show and confirmed everything. So she was, yeah, it was crazy.
That's great. That's great.
I mean, who knows if it's true, but.
Yeah, of course. At the end of the day, you never know. But it's interesting. I'm definitely gonna look that up. Let me actually look it up. Yeah, go on, Ocean, if you have any questions or anything.
Yeah, I was just saying my phone died, and then I plugged it in. I got 12%. Now I'm smoking at my back door. And then my pig wanted outside, and it's like super fucking cold. So she's like screaming. So then I bring her back to like just my little like mud room area, whatever. And then she's screaming here. So I'm like trying to listen as well as like keep my pig like, you know, go to the bathroom outside and not screaming. She's like more annoying than I am. I found something more annoying than myself. But
Did you say a pig?
yeah, she's a mini pig. She doesn't know she's a pig though.
She said a pig in a mudroom.
Does she have a coat? Does she have a coat at least? Hope she doesn't get a cold there if it's too cold.
No, I haven't got a coat yet. Like the way pigs' bodies are, like they don't fit regular dog harnesses or cat harnesses because like they're meant for like long legs where they can't get out, and she's got these short little fat piggy legs, and so like not much fits her. So it's kind of like run outside, go pee, and come back in now that it's cold. But yeah, she's very vocal. But yeah, like I wouldn't be surprised. Like I don't know how much I subscribe to the whole star seed thing. Like I think it would be cool if, you know, throughout time we did have visitors that, you know, altered our DNA, or maybe like even just them visiting, like not even necessarily them intentionally, but say they came and they brought a technology that then made us available to live in like colder parts of the world, or develop certain skills that then we like later develop traits from these interactions, or like, you know, language or writing, that type of thing. I like the thought that like there's ancient aliens. But I don't know if I subscribe to the whole like I'm the star seed and you're that star seed, and
Yeah,
you know I
yeah,
was reincarnated on a different planet. Like I think all of our energy has always been reincarnated because it's all the exact same energy that's always been, right?
exactly.
So like, in a sense we are reincarnated energy, and like that energy could have been a part of a living conscious being before. So I can see all that, but I just don't see like, I don't know. I think it'd be really freaking cool, but I'm not gonna like put all my faith in it, you know?
Yeah, especially like if you look the traits and all of that, like it's very like you know the quizzes that people do, and they try to like find like
Oh, it's
per
like, do you feel like you have another meaning in life? It's like, shouldn't we all? Like, I don't know.
like what the
What if
I put a link in it. I put a link in the chat for the Eisenhower's daughter video. The name of the show is called UFO Witness. If anyone has Discovery Plus, you can watch it for free. You can watch it there, but the whole series
Where
is
are you,
on there.
Taylor?
Yeah, no, I don't have. Oh well, I don't have the Discovery Plus, but the one that you posted, is it a YouTube video or is it an excerpt?
Yeah,
Or
it's a clip from the show. It's on YouTube.
oh
I just posted in the chat.
oh cool, thanks man. I'm gonna look that up.
So, what if starseed is actually just referring to other humans that came from the stars and mated like with that's just their sperm, but we're not really any different.
Like other humans? I don't know, because I like, if you look at Jupiter and like other planets, I don't know how cross how the cross livability is for different planets. Like I'm sure there are planets that like a human could like drop down and like live, like the air would be perfect, like what was it, 20 or 21% oxygen or whatever. But like I just don't know how, like we got our Earth and our shit going on, but like Earth, like planets, like different life on different planets, they might need different specs in order to live, right? Like, so I don't know if like humans would develop naturally on other planets. I mean, maybe like we were taken to other planets and then developed there and then came back as like, you know, volume 2 or whatever. But like that's a thought too. Yeah, because I know it's big in like some of the island cultures that like their ancestors came from the sky, like they're sky people, right?
Yeah, yeah, I
Okay.
definitely see the connection there.
But can't that just mean that they saw him come from a ship, like from a UFO? It doesn't
Well, maybe
mean like
that's what aliens are doing, is they're taking lesser races like humans, and they're crossbreeding them in hopes that like we could survive on other planets. They're trying to manipulate our DNA to make it like, you know, so we could go live on Andromeda, right?
Well, that's the
Or they
thing
could be
too. Like
living inside.
inside, like Earth, you mean, or
No, inside a planet, inside a craft, wherever.
oh, well, that's another theory there for like you know the typical you know grays or whatever. They one of the theories is that they used to live underground, so that's why they have their skin is gray, and their eyes they don't have like a pupil, so they don't like they can see perfectly in darkness. There's a theory for that, like evolutionarily speaking, but who knows?
But if any of those autopsy videos are true, they really don't have organs, or they don't have all the organs that you would expect. So there's also a
Correct.
theory that they're just like flesh robots and
Well,
they're
jellyfish
being
don't have
controlled.
organs either, right?
Yeah, but then jellyfish don't have arms and legs, right?
No, but they could have taken something from the jellyfish and then combined it in like a soup to make, like, because I think they're just gonna go with whatever works best, right? Like if I was an alien and had the ability, I'd take this from this animal, I'd take this from this animal, and I'd construct myself in a way that is like works the best. Although, like again, for this environment, right?
Dude, if they're putting consciousness in a craft, that would be easy just to put it in a little alien body like that. You know, just like an avatar. Use it as an avatar.
Exactly.
But then why be like so? I mean, there's an explanation for you know how they all. If you look up the testimony of Travis Walton, was it his name? Travis Walton? Yeah.
The
He says that.
logger, right? Was he
Yeah,
the
the
logger?
logger. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Movie Fire in the Sky.
He says that when he was allegedly in front of them, he didn't notice any reaction, any like facial emotions or any like they didn't move their faces because they don't need to do that we do that because we don't have an innate like telepathic capability, so we need to move our faces to communicate. But in their cases, if they're completely telepathic, then they can just communicate their total emotions. They don't need to reduce, to compress that emotion into words and then pass it on with these waves or sound waves and all of that. So that was one of the things that he noticed. And he noticed also that they were frail and very thin, meaning that they don't need to move a lot. They probably have like some sort of, I don't know, the force, the Jedi force of some sort. I don't know, who knows? But just speculating here. But yeah.
Has anyone read the notes from the nurse from Area 51? Like supposedly after Area 51, they got one of these aliens, and this alien would only talk to this one nurse. And so she took all these notes down, and that was her job, was to talk to this alien. And that's where some of that comes from, where the alien doesn't need to eat. And it started explaining where they came from, and it's really crazy.
Yeah, I've seen those.
And they ask for coffins for at the size of a child, not an adult coffin, but child coffins. Lots of weird stuff, for sure.
Also, the smell. If you remember, there was a sort of like a smell that came out of the body. So that seems to suggest, if it's true, that they were able to do an autopsy of some sort. The fact that there's a biological smell may mean that
That
they're
smell
not.
from Virginia, is that how you pronounce it, Virginia or something? They all talked about the smell too when they saw the alien.
Exactly. The Roswell and Virginia, both of them suggest that there was a smell, and so that would mean that they're not necessarily robotic, or they may be biological.
Indeed, they're off-gassing some smell, like human pheromones. Body sweat.
I think in their case it was probably that, and because they were dead essentially, so they were probably dead for a long time there before they retrieved the crash. So it's probably there's a mix of sweat and pheromones and also rotting and who knows, it's like
Did anyone see that X-ray from Vargine? You know,
Oh, I saw the X-ray.
Yeah, they took
Yeah.
one of the aliens to the hospital, and they actually have the X-rays. It's crazy.
Is it the one with like 4 fingers? Because that one was it's a fake one. Is it the one with the hand with 4 fingers?
I thought it was 3 fingers, but it might be 4. Yeah, that was a fake.
Yeah, it was made for I actually thought it was a legit one, but after I searched it through, I found somebody posted the link where it was taken from, and it was a mock documentary that was made in Brazil in 2009, I believe.
Richard
to
Doty says
talk about the story.
Richard Doty says that the pictures are the real deal.
They
which
supposedly
ones?
did take it. They did take it to like 3 hospitals. So I believe there are X-rays. I don't know if they ever made it out in public, but I think there are X-rays.
Where did they say they came from?
What are you talking? The pictures
Said
or?
in the blank testimony, they said that they came from blank. Where did they say they came from?
Wait, so hold on a
are you
second.
talking about the nurse? You're talking about the nurse?
Yeah.
I
I
heard
don't
she was
remember.
from.
It's
I think it was Colombia.
Wait, what, Logan? I'm asking where the aliens said they came from.
there's actually, if you look up nurse Area 51 notes, it's super long. It's really detailed too. It's really crazy, but
Can't you just tell me real quick?
I'd have to look it up. I did save it, but you gotta give me a second to look it up.
Yeah, do your own research, Taylor. Thank
It
you.
may
What
be
the fuck? I mean,
two
can you just
things.
they said where they're from, and I'm like, where are they from?
It may be two instances where we were talking about the Visalia, the Brazil versus the other instance. I think we're talking about 2 different cases.
Yeah, well, the thing we were talking about Virginia, but comparing it to Roswell because Virginia is the Roswell of Brazil. It's the
Wait, hold on. You were talking about. I was talking about vagina. What were you talking about?
I think they've been combining a lot of stories, actually. But real quick, something I never thought about: if these crafts have consciousness, right? Like uploaded to them, and they're their own entity. They're like a being, for lack of better terms. What if these avatars, like Greys or whatever, are for the craft itself? That's how it can interact with things down on the ground or whatever.
I've been told y'all that theory.
I never once heard you say that. If so, awesome.
Oh my god, I said they're biological entities, like they were their own entities.
Exactly.
That's not what I mean. I'm saying like the craft uses the Greys as an avatar for the craft. You see what I'm saying?
What? No.
Like instead of a being using a Grey as an avatar, from another realm or another planet, the craft up in the atmosphere can send out these beings and control the Greys as an avatar for the craft. Because what they're saying is consciousness is uploaded to these crafts, and it just stays in there. So now it's like its own deal. It's like a Knight Rider or something like that.
Correct. It's not consciousness. It's just AI. Do this, do that, respond to this, do
No,
that.
actual consciousness. Like that's
think that they're
that's what
actually
Burroughs said.
How could you tell the difference?
Wait, that's what
Exactly.
One would come from a person, like it gets
Who
uploaded.
said that? Burrow?
Yeah, John Burroughs. I'll share the clip. He's from Rendlesham Forest.
There comes a point.
That's where I'm from.
Where there comes a point of information input. I mean, we make intelligent hell. We can say, my little fly bots that go out here, return to home. I mean, intelligence is a big word. Consciousness is a bigger word. Does that make sense?
Wait, so in the Virginia case, where did the being say that they were from in terms of that one?
What do you get? Like, hold
We
on.
don't have that information.
And who cares, Taylor? You know whatever they're going to say.
I
You
do.
have your, because you know what you're going to say already to whatever they say.
I don't know what they're gonna say.
Yes, you do.
I don't know what they're gonna say. I don't know if they're gonna lie or if they're not.
That's not where God's from.
Like, I mean, I just want to know. Like, there's got to be somebody who's willing to be honest.
All right, they're from Brazil.
And supposedly from those things, the new James Fox dropped the phenomenon. They had red eyes and all that. I mean, again, it could be just people are kind of dumb, quite honestly. No offense to you guys, but
I am pretty dumb.
we're
So
all kind of dumb. I learn shit every day, many things every day. I really do.
Well, there was one report that said that there were 3 bodies and one of them was mangled, so it was dead. The other one was weak, and then there was another one that was trying to escape. And the one that tries to escape, one of the people from the army that tried to capture them, essentially, he was he tried to make it like stable, and in doing that he was scratched, and having that scratch on his arm, it got infected, and they were not able to fix it. Any antibiotics were not able to help him, and he later passed away just from that scratch. So that would mean that maybe
You said the doctor got scratched?
No, not the doctor. It was like army like personnel. I don't remember the exact details, but from one of the reports it said that. And then he died. He passed away from the scratch, from a simple scratch, because
Yeah,
it
Logan,
was.
who got scratched? You probably know, because I've heard a doctor, I've heard a firefighter, army personnel. Like he just said, like who actually got scratched? Do you know?
Yeah, it was the guy that like wrangled the being and then sat him on his lap.
Yeah, but like what technically was he?
It was it's like military, just like the police.
Oh, okay, cool, appreciate it.
Yeah, I likewise appreciate. Not heard that.
Yeah,
That's
so
all
it
good.
just goes to show that if that really happened, then they may have like a different type of, I don't know. I mean, we are made up of human cells, but if you look really, like our microbiome and all the bacteria that are living in our bodies in numbers are much greater than the number of human cells that we have. So they may also have a different like makeup in that sense. And if they do, then you get that. And if you have an infection of that sort, then maybe that's another reason why they don't need to. They're not gonna show up at your at your pizza spot and have a pizza with you and have fun and everything. I mean, it's a different ecosystem they may be coming from. Who knows?
So I did find that nurse note, and I posted it in the chat, by the way, Taylor.
Can you share some highlights? I'm kind of working right now, please.
Specifically,
You're
like
gonna have to jump in, Andrew.
Well, I had a question for Taylor, but she could pass if she's working, and everybody else could answer it. Because she asked, where would you get honesty from? And that made me think that's exactly right. That's a good question. So I know she's busy, but if other people would answer that, I'd be kind of curious to know what's your opinion? Say you had to pick one person, and if it's not a person, pick another good answer. So you don't say, oh, just whatever. I'm interested in a specific response to who would you accept we'll call it the truth or an angle on the truth. Just what to you is honesty in this subject? Who's your ambassador? Who would you listen to and say, yeah, I think that's right, almost no matter. Well, you know what I'm trying to say.
Well, first of all, if they're actually spitting facts, then they're gonna have some people out to get them. So not some motherfucker up on Discovery Channel, fucking hunky dory on there talking about some bullshit that everybody hears every other day on Discovery Channel. Like, it's gonna be somebody who, you know, is like kind of on the DL, you know, not just like up there all hunky dory. And that's my opinion.
That's like the unpredicted. What's the word for that? The contender that nobody saw coming. I don't remember sports, but
You call it a
No, just
sleeper.
the one that everybody's trying
Underdog.
to silence. Who's everybody trying to silence? Because that means that they're spitting some real important stuff, right?
Damn, I was trying to silence you, but then I forgot I couldn't. What was the question? And also, what are you talking about, Taylor? Who are you talking about?
Mute everybody.
No, that was me. Who are you talking about?
Who am I talking about?
Yeah. Who?
I'm
What does that
talking
mean?
about anybody who's like being like banned off of like Twitter or trying to be silenced or like they're being shadow banned. Like, that's who I think spitting facts. I haven't thought of a particular person. Oh, maybe
I
that
guess
guy.
I'm
Maybe
spitting facts
that
then.
big blonde, bigger guy who's like on UFO Twitter. Or not, he's probably not on UFO Twitter, but he talks about UFOs and he's like, "Oh, they want to fucking kill me."
Who doesn't
Who's
say
that?
that?
I'm gonna have to. I think I might have retweeted it.
Hey, that was a question, Logan. Though, who would you accept as? I don't like the word authority. So the Taylor originally said honesty. Who's talking honesty? In other words, we get all kinds of double talk. We get all kinds of crap. But who, if you heard say some shit, and I liked somebody threw, might have been you. Somebody said Jacques Vallée. Maybe that was Screen, and I love that. Yeah, because Jacques Vallée to me goes. I know I always see Francois Truffaut from 30 Close Encounters, but absolutely Jacques Vallée is somebody I would listen to. And he came out with the book with Paula Harris. So they're talking to us, but I mean, dropping anything that we need to know. Is that what we mean
Lou
by
Elizondo.
You would take it from Lou?
Haven't we all been doing that?
Thank you, Logan.
It is multiple dimensions. Lou mentioned that. And when it happens, it's going to be, everybody knows it.
Maybe I got trust issues because I'm like, I don't really think I'd trust any of these names of like people that mean nothing to me. Like, if I was in a space and I had like some of my best Twitter buds on here start saying, yeah, I experienced this or that, or like, you know, I would wait for the general consensus and for everyone to like, I'd watch other opinions form before I form my own because I don't know enough to just be like this or that, you know?
But for sure, Em, could I say this? If you've seen Thor, like a couple of those movies, right? I love the Thor movies. Let's just go all the way back to basic Thor. And no joke, if Thor came down and said, all right, listen, we need to talk, and the hammer was there, and it's like, wham, you know, you'd probably listen, though, wouldn't you? You'd be interested. You'd give him some attention.
Oh, for sure. If the aliens showed up, then yeah, I'd be believing the aliens. But as far as like a human being like this or that, it's just gonna take a bit. That's all. Like,
Well, it's not going to be human. It's going to be it should be, and if they did it correctly, they would, you know, but they're not going to do it correctly. It's going to be just a wow, bam, hey, thank you, ma'am, kind of event. It is. But we're intelligent enough to realize this, at least people that think like us.
well,
What would
that's
be
why
the-
I love my pig is because she's so oblivious to the world, so we can just cuddle and live in pigland. Sorry, Andrew, go ahead.
Well, we got someone with a hand up, but I would just throw the question right back to you, Complex. I would say, you know, who would you choose as the voice of honesty, or the one you would accept? And I see Rand.
Hey, thanks, Logan. Man, you know, I'm one of these guys. I'm like an out of the box thinker, and I look at stuff and I come up with ideas and concepts. And sometimes it's unsettling for people, but it's just the shit I think about. Sorry for the language. the whole concept of Elizondo, the whole concept of Mellon and all that. And I just want to throw this out there and let you guys chew around on this and think about it. Our government in the United States utilizes AI. There's no doubt about it. All right. Department of Defense has an AI that it utilizes. They've utilized it on military exercises, and I would like to think, and I don't know for sure, that type of a AI intelligence that they're utilizing spreads far and beyond that. So you take a concept as something as sensitive as disclosure, something that is as sensitive as dissemination to the population. And I cannot for a second think that our government has not utilized AI to determine a pathway on how that is to be presented to the public. All right. I really appreciate and have a lot of respect for Elizondo. I have a lot of respect for Mellon. But at the same sense, in the back of my mind, I have to sit there and think, are they being driven? Are they being given any type of marching orders from an AI that says, this is the way that we do this. This is how we're going to present this information to the public. And, you know, that's just something that's been screwing around in my head for a while. Anyway, I'm out. I just wanted to throw that out there and let you guys chew around on it.
I'm gonna chew on it right now, but in a minute, I was gonna say real quick, fuck the WSJ newspaper and company as a whole. More specifically, the guy who wrote the piece on UFOs that just came out yesterday. You can go fuck yourself. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Sorry.
All good. Hey, if you guys have not seen, and amazingly, Childhood's End by Arthur C. Clarke, it's going to be something similar to that. And I have I never say anything 100%, obviously. It's going to be something similar to that. They're going to choose one representative, or perhaps, maybe they won't, I don't know. If they want to destroy us, they would have, right? Yeah, look that up. And or read or see the show, Sci-Fi Channel. It's out there for free. Childhood's End. That's what kind of mind melding type, not mind melding, but they can control energy and reality. Try it.
My only response to the whole AI thing is at least public AI is not there yet, right? You got Siri, and Siri's not all that. That's AI. The AI in Azure, you're teaching. For one of the examples they have is they're teaching Azure AI what a bear is. So they'll just scan. It'll present a million photos, and it's got to try to figure out what a bear is. So AI isn't quite where you think it is, unless government's got a better AI that it keeps hidden.
I see your hand, Taylor and Andrew and Rand. He put no hands at the top, but I guess we're doing hands. Taylor, what's up?
No hands. That's fun. So I was going to mention Phil Snyder, and that's who I would trust because it seems like everybody wants to fucking kill him, and I fuck with that. I don't know if y'all know about him. He's like a blonde guy.
It's already dead.
He's already dead? Are you freaking kidding me?
They got to him already, so we'd have to channel him, and I wouldn't put it that.
That is like the best response ever.
I have to agree.
Thanks for
Why? Why?
thanks for playing along, Taylor.
Why? Y'all are lying. He's not dead, huh? You're lying.
Andrew?
Rand, I think Rand had something. I'll figure out what I was going to say. I can't remember.
Rand, do you
Yeah,
know if
man.
he passed away or not?
I have no idea, man. I have no idea. No, man, I didn't see the damn no hands thing up top. Sorry about that. I took mine down immediately when y'all mentioned that. It's a little smaller of a room. I think it's a little bit easier of a flow. But no, man. I don't know who the guy was that was talking a second ago, talking about the AI. I want to throw some stuff out there that I'm privy to. Department of Defense has a AI that's called Jade. All right, and Jade.
Not
if you
Jade.
Can imagine, yeah, man, Jade, JAD, man. You take Jade
No.
and you throw in all of the strategic and tactical operations that's occurred throughout history, and you throw it into Jade.
Not
And
dead.
Jade.
Is he really dead?
So, that thing right there is a prime example of how AI is being utilized by our government. And that's what I was talking about, man. They have something that sits there from a social engineering standpoint that sits there and looks at things and determines, okay, what do we do? How do we do it? And that was my idea on it, but I'm out.
Noted, but
Oh, hold on! Don't go! I have a question. But first of all, you still here?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Okay, so what do you mean social engineering? Like it plans our future, or like it plans out wars? What does it do exactly?
Yeah, you take something. What I was looking at, man, it's just it's a concept I've been playing with, man. Man, I might be totally full of shit. I have no idea, but I'm just throwing this out there. If you sit there and you look at this and say there is some AI that's driving some department, some faction of our government that says we need to do dissemination, we need to do disclosure. How are we going to do this? All right. So, do we get people like Elizondo? Do we get people like Mellon that goes out and they start feeding the public with information? Do we get these people with the New York Times to start writing these articles that throws it out there to the population so that we start disseminating and we start chewing on it, we start thinking about it? And there's almost a step-by-step process that this AI says, this is how we're going to do it. This is how we're going to follow it. That's how they do it with Jade. That's how they do it with the Department of Defense. And so you're sitting there and you're like, okay, like I said, I might be full of bullshit on this. I have no idea, but I just look at that and I think that's a really, I think it's a real possibility, and that's just me, man.
Well, you are absolutely correct. The dumbing down has been, from the DoD, from even before it was the DoD. Just like you didn't see jack shit, back from the 1940s, actually, or even earlier than that, It's just, you didn't see what you saw. You didn't see what you saw.
Don't trust your lying eyes.
Yeah.
So the only thing about the AI that you're talking about, they did feed it past what's happened in the past, and that's how it's determining a route in the future. What would they feed the AI for disclosure? There's nothing in the past to feed it to determine the course.
Well, I feel they would feed it off of just pure knowledge of how people disseminate information. Look at it at that viewpoint, and determine. If it sits there and it says, okay, I'll take something, and I'm not saying this to be offensive at all. All right,
God sucks.
All right, man. So I'm going to throw that out to begin with. So I'm like an old guy, man. I'm like up in my 60s. So back when I was a young guy in the 70s and the 80s, and I'm from the South of the United States. All right, at that point in time, the concept of interracial anything with marriages or relationships or anything like that was really frowned upon. All right. So some of the stuff, it gets into kind of a conspiracy theory type thing to where you say, okay, well, so our government sits there and says, well, we need this to end. We need this to end. How long is it going to take for it to end? Is it going to be 1 generation, 2 generations, 3 generations? All right. Where this becomes a normal thing. So at that point, things are set into motion. Those things that set into motion are governed by media. They're governed by entertainment.
Absolutely.
You see what I'm saying? So over a period of time, this type of a concept becomes norm. Okay. So now let's just apply that same type of a thinking to say, okay, well, we've got something like disclosure that we need to get to the population. How do we do that? How many generations is it going to take? Is it going to take 10, 20, 30 years, 40 years, 50? I think the big number everybody talks about all the time is 75. All right. So how long is it going to take before we really sit there and are able to get the average person in the country to say, this is acceptable? All right.
I think that's a brilliant question.
Yeah, this is something that I've chewed around on, man. So I'm just throwing it out there to you guys to see what you think about it.
No, it is. When all of this comes around, it's kind of like UFOs and let's go electric cars. Is it conceptual? People are set in their ways. At this point, it becomes psychological. Does that make sense?
The AI thing is not that far fetched. I don't know if everyone knows the story. I think it was either a company or a university put 2 computers next in front of each other and they had them start talking to each other. And
Next thing
eventually,
you knew, they were banging each other.
yeah, well, eventually the 2 computers developed their own language and they started talking a language that the scientists didn't understand and they had to pull the plug on it.
What?
Yeah, it's a famous story. So the idea of AI being super advanced
You mind
isn't
if I
that
interrupt you real
far-fetched.
quick? I
You
want
could
to
make a.
Tupac just opened up a space just now, and I'm kind of thinking about going over there. And you guys want to go with me, or should we
Let's
just stay
do
here?
it.
You know Chupacabra? You guys know him? He's cool.
Tupac is cool, but there's a lot of, sorry, we're all intelligent. I don't want to go there myself.
You don't
I hear you.
have to.
Yeah, you can stay here. But
No, it's all good. Logan, I trust you. I trust most, and in
Do
fact,
you
pretty
trust
much all of
me?
you guys. Yeah, I trust pretty much all you guys. But let's don't follow. Let's imagine.
Guys, I tell you what, this is rad. I was just over there not too long ago in the old vets space that they had rocking and rolling, and Tupac was one of the co-hosts. So, but he's legit. I think he's a good thinking guy. It depends on what everybody wants to do. I'm sitting here chilling out
How
this
is he
evening.
legit? Is he loyal or is he like
No,
I'm
spitting
gonna go over
facts?
there and then I'm gonna come back.
Is he
But
loyal
love
or is
y'all.
he spitting truth?
he's
That's
spitting
different.
truth.
Okay, that's very different. I think